You're listening to the Ending Beginnings Origin Stories, Book 5 in the Ending series, a post-apocalyptic fantasy and romance adventure written by Lindsey Fairleigh and Lindsey Pogue. This is part 2 of a 2-part audiobook. You can find more about the series, links to other audiobooks in the Ending world, and our suggested reading order in the description below. Be sure to like and subscribe, and happy listening.
The Ending Beginnings 4. Jake. 1. Jake hunched over a small dining room table, his head resting in his hands. His house was too quiet. He'd been sitting there for hours, oblivious to the sound of the incessant tapping of his foot against the hardwood floor. Not even his churning stomach distracted him from his festering thoughts, burdened with indecision and doubt. Lifting his head, Jake scanned the front of the house, uncertain how it had come to this. Him up in the middle of the night with a feeling of dread looming over him, dread that he would make the wrong decision, a decision he might regret for the rest of his life. The house was dark and quiet, a combination Jake would have welcomed a few days ago, but was now unsettling. The bluish haze of dawn filtered in through the barely cracked blinds, casting shadows through the small, conjoined kitchen to his right that was still in disarray from him rushing around over the last 48 hours. The adjacent living room to his left was stark, and with the exception of the twinkling rainbow lights on the Christmas tree in the furthest corner, it looked like it had been forgotten. There was no noise save for the sound of his own breathing and the occasional creak of the house settling. For the first time, Jake felt utterly alone. How many hours had he been sitting there wasting time? According to the glowing red numbers on the microwave above the old tan stove, more than 4 hours had passed since he'd sat down to think. 4 hours, and he still wasn't sure what to do. Jake shook his head, dispelling the urge to close his eyes and sleep. Why hadn't the damn doctor returned his calls? Hadn't he been clear with the receptionist? And he'd left several voicemails in the last 24 hours alone. It had been 4 days since Dr. Bishop told them Becca's illness was a simple flu that needed to run its course. 4 days since he'd prescribed ample rest and copious amounts of fluids. And in those 4 days, Becca had only worsened. She'd become sleep-deprived and delusional and had lost her appetite. She was completely convinced her vivid dreams of blood and death and torture were real. It wasn't the goddamn flu, or a simple fever. His sister was losing her mind. The longer Jake sat there, the more exhausted he became, and he struggled to stay focused. Straightening, he scrubbed his hands over his face and stared at the cordless phone in its cradle on the tile counter beside the refrigerator. With the doctor non-responsive and his sister's hysterical pleas to avoid the hospital at all costs, Jake could only think of one other possibility. Gabe, Jake's best friend. He knew people. And if there was ever a time to call in a favor, now, when Jake felt more desperate than ever, was that time. Jake rose from his chair, its legs scraping against the worn hardwood as he scooted it back. Muscles feeling leaden and sluggish, he took 2 steps toward the phone. He reached for the receiver, pressed talk, brought the cool plastic to his ear, and paused. There was no dial tone. Hanging up, he tried again. Still nothing. Frustrated, Jake hung up the phone and took a few wavering steps into the living room toward the L-shaped sectional situated beneath the picture window. Becca's purse was on the arm of the sofa, and he hoped her cell phone was inside. He dumped the contents of his sister's purse onto the couch cushion. A pink-cased cell phone, among an array of other items, landed on the worn leather with a soft plop. Jake paid little attention to the contents rolling in between the cushions, instead fumbling to turn on the phone. Luckily, the cell illuminated to life, and a picture of Cooper, their husky, lying on his back with his tongue hanging from his open mouth, filled the screen. Impatiently, Jake scanned through the icons, searching for the phone function. Finally finding it, he typed in Gabe's cell number. There was a reason Jake didn't have a cell phone. They were expensive, easy to break, and after shattering one and losing another, he decided they weren't all that important. With a deep, controlled inhale, Jake pressed call and waited with bated breath for his friend to answer. Gabe had been distant since losing his little sister Lizzie. Jake hadn't spoken to him in months, not since Gabe had last come over for Becca's birthday dinner. Jake had walked in the front door after a long day of wrenching on trucks over at the fire station to find Gabe sitting at the dining room table, drinking a beer and chopping tomatoes. As usual, Becca had been chatting his ear off and hounding him for whatever life updates he would surrender. Gabe had filled them in on his non-existent love life and the mysterious female doctor friend he'd made at work. She was the reason Jake was trying to reach Gabe. Jake just hoped she was still around. "Come on," he mouthed, tapping his index finger against the back of the phone. He hoped to God that Gabe was still a morning person, though it was early, even for him. Jake wondered if the guy ever regretted working for the military. The confidentiality around his contracted research projects at Peterson Air Force Base made him seem elusive, even to Jake, who was more like family than just a friend. Jake was about to hang up when Gabe finally answered. "Becca?" His friend's voice rang with surprise and more than a hint of worry. "Is everything okay?" Hesitating, Jake steeled himself before answering. Articulating the severity of the situation proved more difficult than he'd thought it would be. "It's me." There was a heavy silence before Gabe said, "What's wrong?" A mixture of relief and fear made it difficult for Jake to speak, and he had to clear his throat in order to get the words out. "She's really sick." "What do you mean, sick? Sick how?" Pushing Becca's purse clutter to one side of the couch, Jake sat down, some of the items sliding into the impression around him. He took a deep, shaking breath and scrubbed his 3-day-old beard, fighting to stay awake. "The doctor said it was just the flu, but it's different. She's seen things. She swears they're real." Jake paused, not wanting to scare Gabe, but his own fear outweighed his concern. "I can't get a hold of the doctor, and Becca freaks out when I try to take her to the hospital." Jake cleared his throat again, wishing he could crawl out of the dark hole he felt himself falling into. Gabe might be his only hope. "Would that doctor friend of yours be able to see her? Or do you know anyone else who might be able to help?" A loud crash and angry growl rumbled through the phone. "Gabe?" Jake asked carefully. "Everything okay?" "No, it's not," he breathed. Rustling preceded the sound of Gabe's ragged breathing. Jake frowned. Was Gabe running? "I didn't mean to scare you, man. I didn't know who else. This wasn't supposed to. I'll be there as soon as I can." Without another word, Gabe disconnected the call, leaving Jake to stare at the screen until it dimmed. He wasn't sure what had just happened. He'd expected Gabe to be worried about Becca. She was like a sister to him. But there'd been something off in his voice. Leaning back against the couch, Jake cringed. The growing soreness in his neck and shoulders was making it increasingly difficult to move. He wanted to stretch out on the longer portion of the sectional that backed up to the entry, pull the folded blanket hanging on the back over himself and fall asleep, but that would require him to move. Postponing any movement, Jake remained where he was, staring into the shadows around the living room. After experiencing a childhood he would rather forget, and spending his young adulthood getting into trouble, Jake had finally manned up, started taking proper care of his sister, and bought them a place to call home. It was small and a fixer-upper, but it was theirs all the same. In the year and a half that they'd lived there, he'd felt more content than ever before. Happy, even. Taking a job as a mechanic at the Colorado Springs Fire Department provided him a steady income and routine, something he hadn't realized he'd really wanted until recently. Jake eyed the antique desk pushed up against the opposite wall. It was cluttered with loose papers and notepads, and Becca's medical textbooks were stacked to one side. She was happier, too. She could work on her sculptures and go to nursing school. They didn't have to depend on other people anymore. Jake looked down the hallway. The light beneath her door had been on all night, but not even the slightest noise had come from her room for hours. Cooper's belly rose and fell with each breath as he slept soundly outside her door. Jake hoped Becca was finally asleep, too. Exhaling, he leaned back and stared up at the popcorn ceiling. His heart constricted as he grappled with the possibility that his sister might never be the same carefree whirlwind of a woman he'd been devoted to his entire life. He couldn't help but wonder if what was happening to her was some suppressed reaction to Lizzie's death a few years back. Lizzie and Becca had been best friends from the moment they'd met. The very day Jake and Becca had moved in with Gabe and Lizzie's family, the McLaughlins. Until the day Lizzie lost her battle with leukemia. Jake also considered that what was happening to Becca might have something to do with their mom. Jake hated that Becca had been the one to find her dead of a drug overdose. He should have forced her to talk to someone about it. But then again, he should have done a lot of things differently. As Jake's eyelids grew heavier and exhaustion made his mind even more useless, he let his thoughts drift into oblivion. Despite it all, at least he felt a little better knowing that Gabe was on his way. He would be able to help. 2. Pounding. An incessant pounding stirred Jake from a deep sleep. Someone was pounding on the front door. "Jake!" It sounded like Gabe's voice, muffled by the door. "Open up!" There was more pounding, followed by another, "Jake, open up!" Cooper rose from his curled position outside of Becca's room and scurried over to the front door, his tail wagging languidly as he sniffed the wood like he could smell Gabe from the other side. The husky whimpered excitedly. "When are you going to learn how to open the door, huh?" Jake asked his dog dryly. Cooper cocked his head to the side. His tail wagged a bit more enthusiastically, but as expected, he didn't open the door. With a groan, Jake stretched before he climbed to his feet, his body protesting every movement. Although he was fully dressed in gray sweatpants and a navy blue long-sleeve shirt, a chill raked over his body. A dizzy spell quickly following as he straightened. The pounding at the door continued. "Jake, everything all right in there?" "Yeah," he grumbled and shuffled over to the entry. He was feeling worse than before he'd fallen asleep. Unlocking the deadbolt, Jake slowly opened the door. He was temporarily blinded by the morning sunlight gleaming off the snow-covered yard. Gabe strode purposefully into the house, looking haggard. His eyes scanned the living room as he reached down, absently petting Cooper, then focused on Jake. "You look like shit." As usual, Gabe didn't waste any time with pleasantries. "So do you," Jake retorted and closed the door behind his friend. Regardless of his appearance, relief nudged its way into his tense shoulders. He instantly felt better knowing Gabe was there to help. "So," Gabe said, letting the impending question linger. "How is she?" He ran his hands through loose blonde hair that was longer than Jake had ever seen it, and when he leaned against the back of the couch, he let out a heavy sigh. "She's asleep, I think. I didn't tell her you were coming," Jake admitted. His friend's harried appearance made him feel guilty that he'd caused the guy so much panic and worry. "I should have called you sooner," he said in apology. Gabe rubbed the back of his neck and glanced at Becca's bedroom door. "You might change your mind about that." "Why?" "Never mind," Gabe rasped as he exhaled. "You should probably wake her up." Jake noticed that Gabe's collared shirt looked too rumpled to have been freshly donned. "When was the last time you got any sleep?" Gabe shook his head and shoved his hands into his pockets. "It's been a while. You?" Jake looked at the clock on the microwave. 3 hours had passed since their phone call. "I dozed off while I was waiting for you." Yeah, sorry about that. Something came up." Gabe's eyes darted away from Jake's. "Are you all right, man?" Jake asked. "I've just got a lot on my mind." Gabe cleared his throat. "We should probably hurry." Jake nodded, not wanting to waste any more time, and lumbered toward his sister's room. He hesitated and turned back to Gabe. "What's our plan? I need to tell her something." Gabe's eyebrows drew together and he shook his head. "I don't know. I've got to ask her a question. Then we'll know what we need to do." Sleep had made Jake's muscles ache more acutely, and he was too distracted by the void settling inside him to ask questions or argue. He closed the distance to his sister's bedroom door, fighting to stay upright as a wave of nausea nearly knocked him on his ass. He braced himself against the wall in the dimly lit hallway and took a long, deep, steadying breath. "You all right?" Gabe asked skeptically. Jake nodded. "Becca?" he said quietly through her door. He rapped his knuckles lightly on the hollow wood. She didn't answer, and there was no noise to indicate movement inside her room. He knocked again, more loudly this time, the simple movement painful. "Becca." Fierce concern flared to life when she remained silent. "Becca!" he nearly yelled and reached for the doorknob. Hearing a stifled sob on the other side, he paused. After a long second, the door creaked open. Stale, slightly sour air drifted toward him, making his stomach churn. His sister stood in the doorway, ghost-like in her nightgown. No matter what they'd been through over the past few days, nothing prepared him for what he saw staring back at him. Her usually striking violet eyes were dull and gray, and dark circles surrounded them. Her tanned features were ashen, and her once round cheeks seemed sunken. Seeing her like this, a haunting shadow of herself, was heart-wrenching. Her desk lamp illuminated the room behind her. Everything was in disarray. Her bed was unmade, tissues covering the balled-up blankets and scattered around the carpet surrounding it. Medical textbooks were strewn out on her side table and all over the floor. "Morning," she rasped. Although a weak smile spread across her lips, Jake honed in on her red, swollen eyes and the stray wisps of damp, dark brown hair matted to the sides of her face. Reaching out, he took her hand in his and was pleasantly surprised to notice how cool her skin felt. "Your fever's gone?" He put the back of his other hand to her forehead. Becca was small compared to him, only around 5 feet 6 inches, but she seemed smaller and weaker than he was used to. "I think so." Jake smiled at her. "That's good." "I don't feel sick anymore," she said quietly. "At least not that kind of sick." Becca's eyes blurred with unshed tears as she searched her brother's face for something. His momentary relief dwindled. "But you're still having the dreams?" A tear slid down her cheek. "They're not dreams, Jake." Her voice was only a whisper. "They're real. They're going to happen. I don't know how to explain it. I can just feel it." Involuntarily, Jake winced. A sharp pain lanced through his back. Gabe cleared his throat in the kitchen or possibly living room, and Jake didn't miss the way Becca's eyes widened, fear filling their violet-gray depths. "Is Gabe here?" Jake nodded, wincing again as another pain shot through his temple. "It's happening," she said. She straightened and wiped the rogue tear from her cheek. "What?" Jake could barely register what she was saying. "What's happening?" He exhaled, trying to expel the pain pervading his body. "Come on, he's waiting." He tugged at her hand gently. "We're going to see if he can help you." Jake thought he saw Becca cringe before she shook her head. He didn't want to force her, but he was running out of patience. "Don't you think it's at least worth a shot?" "He can't help me." The certainty in her voice disturbed him, and another wave of chills made him shudder. "You don't know that, Becca," he said, his eyes pleading. "Please." He glanced toward the living room. "Let him at least try." After a moment's consideration, Becca took her brother's outstretched hand. "No one can help," she muttered, and her emotionless surrender nearly broke his heart. As they moved slowly into the living room, Jake tightened his hold on her hand, but said nothing. The old hardwood floor protested with a creak beneath Jake's heavy footsteps, while Becca's rubber-soled slippers dragged sluggishly across the scuffed oak. "Wait," she said, her voice still a raspy whisper. Becca pulled Jake toward her and peered up at him, brow furrowed. "I need to tell you something, Jake. It's important." He eyed her nervously, waiting. "There's something you—" A crash came from the kitchen. Jake glanced into the living room where he expected to see Gabe, only he wasn't there. "Just a sec," he said, and squeezed her hand reassuringly as he turned toward the living room. But before he could encourage her forward again, Becca stumbled into him and wrapped her arms around his neck. "I love you," she croaked. "You're the best brother in the whole world." At her words, a strange sense of sorrow filled him, and Jake felt an emptiness he didn't understand. He could feel her trembling, and he wrapped his arms around her protectively. "I love you too." Becca took a long, uneven breath before she pulled away from him, hesitant. Her tear-streaked face was just as composed as before, but her violet irises were suddenly brighter, burning with intensity. Something about the look in her eyes brought him a sense of inexplicable peace amidst an impending disquiet, and everything inside him stilled. He felt like he was standing in the eye of a storm. "Becca, The front door was flung open. "Your 10 minutes are up," a gruff voice said, and Cooper's angry barking immediately followed. "I need more time," Gabe said from the kitchen. Jake stepped into the living room, wondering who the hell had the nerve to barge into his house. Gabe was standing by the dining room table, his chest heaving as he pointed at an armed soldier who was standing in the front doorway. "Wait outside." "What the hell's going on?" Jake asked. His eyes darted between Gabe and the soldier. Becca squeezed his hand again. "It's all right, Jake. This is supposed to happen," she said. Gabe turned to Jake and Becca, his eyebrows rising perceptibly as he took in Becca's mussed hair and wrinkled white nightgown. "What's supposed to happen?" he asked, flashing a warning glare at the soldier before refocusing on his friends. "What is it, Becca? What did you see?" Jake didn't like the urgency and what sounded like comprehension in his friend's tone. He also didn't like the way Gabe's pale blue eyes zeroed in on Becca, the two of them seeming to have a silent, private exchange. Adrenaline pumping through him, Jake scowled at the soldier standing just inside the doorway, glaring at them. "What the hell's going on? Why is he here?" Gabe ignored him. "Becca," he said, "I'm going to ask you something, and I need you to think carefully before you answer." His eyes darted to Jake and then back to her. "These dreams. You're sure they're more than that?" "You know they are," she said sadly. Jake's eyes shifted between them. "What am I missing?" He could feel sweat beading on the back of his neck, and his heart rate quickened. He grabbed onto the back of the couch, trying to hold himself up. "What the hell?" 2 more soldiers, carrying assault rifles at the ready, rushed into the house, bypassing Gabe completely when he tried to get in front of them. Stunned by the fact that there were 3 men with loaded guns in his home, Jake barely registered his sister heading into the kitchen or Cooper getting shoved outside by Gabe. "You were supposed to wait outside." Gabe seethed as he shut the front door and glowered around at the 3 soldiers. They stopped in front of Jake, who was barely holding himself up at the end of the couch. "What are they doing in my house, Gabe?" Jake asked through gritted teeth. This was not what he needed right now. What he needed was to pass out for a day or two, not to have 3 armed soldiers stomping around his home, menacing rifles in their hands. A young, freckle-faced soldier took a step closer to Jake. "Is he the one we came for?" Had he been feeling even an ounce better, Jake would have had to fight the urge to rip the rifle out of the man's grasp, despite the consequences. Instead, he scowled at Gabe. "Dr. McLaughlin?" the soldier prompted, his eyes still zeroed in on Jake. "Is this the one we came for?" The young soldier's eyes narrowed as he appraised Jake. "No," Becca said as she reappeared from the kitchen. "It's me." Her voice was small and detached. "Becca!" Jake growled in warning, taking a step toward her. "She's the one," Gabe confirmed. Jake's eyes shot to Gabe, whose features were strained in discomfort. "What the hell are they talking about?" Jake stepped in front of his sister, facing his unwelcome guests. "Get out!" he ordered, his gaze pinning the closest soldier in place. His head began to spin, and his nausea worsened, his mouth watering and his muscles weakened by the second. "Gabe, get them out of my fucking house!" The 3 soldiers took a step closer to Jake, their hands audibly tightening around their rifles. "You have to let us take her," Gabe said, meeting Jake's judging glare. It's protocol." "Fuck your protocol!" Jake backed up, his mind reeling as he tried to formulate a plan. "You're not taking her anywhere." "What other choice do you have, Jake?" Gabe nearly shouted. "Look at her. And look at you." He pointed between Jake and Becca. "You heard what she said, what she's seen. She needs help. I can help her." Gabe's eyes were pleading, but as much as Jake wanted to trust his oldest friend, the weapons now aimed at him were difficult to ignore. "There's nothing else you can do for her," Gabe said. "You can barely even stand. You're sick, Jake. You need to rest. Let me take care of Becca. I'll protect her until... I'll protect her, I promise." Jake felt Becca's cool, delicate hand wrap around his wrist. "Jake," she said faintly. With a sudden, grave sense of panic, he turned. His sister stood beside him, her eyes imploring and filled with apology. His mouth went dry as he recognized her resolve to do something irrational, and he suddenly felt desperate. "Gabe promised they won't hurt you." Jake didn't even know what he was saying. He didn't trust the soldiers. But whatever Becca was going to do was worse. He could see it in the remorseful gleam that lit her eyes. Becca blinked up at him as if it were just the 2 of them in the room. No cursing Gabe or barking dog outside, no guns loaded, ready and waiting, and no soldiers inching their way closer to them. Her lips, parted into a tight smile, and she pulled her hands out from behind her back. Her fingers were wrapped tightly around the handle of a long, silver kitchen knife. Jake was stunned, unable to think or move. Without hesitation, she thrust the blade into her abdomen, angling it up toward her heart. She wobbled a moment, Jake staring at her dumbly before she fell into a crumpled heap on the floor. A mixture of pain and relief twisted her features. "Becca!" Jake shouted, horrified. He fell to his knees beside his sister's shaking body. Tears flooded his eyes, and panic suffused his thoughts. "Gabe, call someone. Call for help." The amount of blood soaking through her white gown only heightened his panic. "Why would you—" His hands hovered around the knife's handle, but he left it in, afraid he'd lose her more quickly if he removed it. "What the hell were you thinking, Beck?" he said. He watched in a paralyzing shock as the life quickly faded from his sister's eyes. His blood turned cold as her skin paled. The seconds felt like minutes as it grew more difficult for Becca to swallow. "Jake," she gurgled, her teeth colored with blood. He glanced over his shoulder at Gabe, who was frozen in terror. "Do something!" "Jake," Becca said again. "Hold on, Becca," he pleaded, wiping her tear-dampened hair from her face. "Hold on." He braced his forehead against hers. "Why the hell did you do that?" He tried to be strong, to keep himself together, but there was too much blood. So much blood. She was dying. Jake couldn't breathe. He couldn't think. Trying to swallow the lump in his throat, he fought with reality. His little sister would not die in his arms. Squeezing her eyes shut, Becca seemed to be summoning what remained of her strength. "You need to know," she choked and swallowed thickly. She'll die because of you." Jake shook his head, his eyes flooded with tears. "What?" There was a commotion behind him, but he couldn't look away from Becca. "You're not making any sense." "The woman," she continued. "The woman with the black hair and teal eyes." She swallowed again with more difficulty and tried to smile. You'll save her, Jake." His head felt like it was splitting in two. Becca's smile fell. "But she'll die because of you." Her eyes trained on his wild amber ones. "Becca, you're not... You have to leave. You have to..." She muttered stubbornly, her eyes filled with tears. "Promise me." As she struggled to say her last words, her trembling lessened, and her choking ceased. Jake dropped his forehead to hers again, his body quaking with quiet sobs as he clenched the blood-stained fabric of her nightgown in his hands, his arms tight around her. "No," he pleaded. "Please, no." He pushed her hair away from her face. "Becca." Jake cried out, his fury and pain filling the room. Putting his large, burning palm over her bloodied face, Jake gently closed his sister's vacant eyes. Behind him, Gabe was shouting, and Cooper was barking incessantly from outside. Jake squeezed his eyes shut, trying to block out the noise. "Get out," he begged, sick to his stomach with grief as he cried into his sister's hair. The faint scent of her peach shampoo lingered, only solidifying his despair. Heavy footsteps grew nearer. "Jake, I'm..." But whatever else Gabe said was lost on him. There was an explosion of pain, and then everything went black. 3. The warm August Indiana breeze brushed across his face, and the scent of dried grass and summertime filled his nose. Jake had grown used to the smell of the country, and he didn't want to leave. 11 years old, with a head of spiky brown hair, he stood in front of Joe, who was leaning against a rusted pickup parked beside a dilapidated garage. They'd spent the entire summer working on muscle cars, lawnmowers, and tractors together. An entire summer of greasy breakfasts, fence repairs, and iced tea breaks on the front porch of the farmhouse.
"Are you listening to me, son?"
Joe said, the old man's green eyes crinkled easily at the corners, gleaming with emotion. Even the wrinkles around his mouth quivered as he tried to keep his voice level and his expression neutral.
"I can't take care of you kids anymore. They've found you a better home, a family for you to live with. They've got kids your own age."
Jake shook his head. "But we want to stay with you, Joe." He searched the old man's face, hoping he'd change his mind. "We like it here. Becca's finally talking again and—" Jake cleared his throat, the desperate high pitch in his voice foreign to him.
"It's not right for a couple of kids to be living with an old hermit,"
Joe croaked. He swallowed thickly, his Adam's apple barely noticeable beneath the scruffy, loose skin of his neck.
"We knew this day would come eventually, son. We knew this situation was only temporary."
"But—"
"Son," Joe said sternly, "they won't let you stay here, even if I felt I could take proper care of you."
His face softened as a silent tear streamed down the boy's cheek.
"You need schooling,"
he added quickly.
"You need a family and kids your own age to be around."
Joe stared down at his hands, absently turning the silver wedding band around his finger.
"I won't be around for much longer, and then you'll be alone again."
Jake never cried. Not in the year since he and Becca had lived with Joe, their former neighbor who had become the father they'd never had. He hadn't cried from fear or sadness the day he and Becca found their mom dead. But now, the only adult in the world he'd ever truly cared about was sending them away. Years of loneliness and resentment bubbled up inside him, and he couldn't contain his emotions any longer. He let out a single choked sob.
"Did you hear me, son?"
Joe reached out and placed his hand on Jake's shoulder, squeezing it gently. Jake nodded. Ashamed of himself for being so weak, he roughly wiped the tears from his eyes.
"It's okay to be sad, son."
The old man took a step forward and leaned down. When Jake looked back up at him, Joe's imploring eyes fixed on his.
"If I could have it any other way, I would. But it's just not right. Your sister's only 5. She needs someone who can take proper care of her."
"I'm taking care of her," Jake said, his chest heaving with each faltering breath. With a sympathetic smile, Joe cleared his throat.
"I know you are."
He patted the boy's shoulder.
"You're doing a fine job, too, but she needs a family. You need a family."
Across the yard, the farmhouse's screen door swung open, and Jake turned around to see his sister standing in the front doorway. She glanced around sleepily. Using the sleeve of his shirt, Jake swiped the wetness from his cheeks again. He didn't want Becca to see him upset. Joe bent down, his eyes full of suspicion.
"Promise me you'll be good for the McLaughlins, Jake. They're good people."
Too easily, Jake nodded, and the old man eyed him warily, all too familiar with the boy's protective instincts and innate distrust in people, no matter the blank expression blanketing his face.
"Promise me,"
Joe said evenly.
"Promise me you'll give them a chance before you do something stupid. And remember, your sister deserves a real family."
Jake nodded again.
"I want you to say it," he demanded. "Look at me and promise."
"Jake?" Becca stepped out onto the porch, the screen door slamming shut behind her as she searched the dirt lot for him. Her dark hair was rumpled from her nap, and she was squinting into the sunlight. "Jake?"
"We're over here by the tractor, darling,"
Joe said gruffly, raising his hand with a single wave. When Becca saw them, she slowly plodded over, her raggedy doll hanging from underneath her little arm, its limbs flopping with each step. Unable to lie to the old man's face, and refusing to deny his sister the chance of having a family, Jake squeezed his eyes shut and quickly searched for a partial truth. Maybe Becca would like Colorado, and maybe she would like the McLaughlin family. Reticent, Jake glanced up at Joe and nodded. His lips pressed together in a slight grimace. "I promise I'll give them a chance." Joe's features relaxed.
"Thank you, son."
He reached his wrinkly, shaking hand into his pocket, pulling out his favorite pocket knife.
"Here,"
he said, offering it to the 11-year-old on his palm. Jake's eyes widened, and he took a step closer, eyeing the knife Joe used for one reason or another every single day.
"I want you to have it,"
Joe said, inching his palm closer. Jake could only stare at the closed knife, picturing the worn wooden handle and Joe's shaky fingers as he cut through zip ties and used it to open boxes of car parts like Jake had seen him do over 100 times. "But you've had it since the war," he said dumbly. "It's your favorite." Joe nodded.
"That's why I want you to have it. It's a good knife. It might come in handy someday."
In awe, Jake reached for it. He'd never really received a gift before. Becca made him paper dolls and drew him pictures sometimes, but he'd never been given anything so important, so meaningful. So Jake was surprised, and his feelings hurt when Joe snatched it away. Jake's wounded brown eyes met Joe's scrutinizing green ones. The old man straightened and hooked both thumbs around his suspenders. A playful grin tugged at his lips.
"Now, don't get any crazy ideas with this, son. It's for protection. Or if you find yourself in a sticky spot, don't abuse it. Don't be careless."
Jake blinked rapidly and shook his head. I won't." Apparently satisfied, Joe proffered the knife once more, and timidly, Jake accepted it. The knife was warm from being in Joe's hand, the handle smooth from years of use. Becca sidled up beside them. "What are you doing?" she asked as she glanced between them. She yawned and hugged her doll tighter against her.
"We're about to go finish up the small block,"
Joe said, rumpling her mussed hair. He turned and strode toward the garage.
"Come on, the sun'll set soon."
Jake watched Becca follow Joe automatically, scuffing her untied tennis shoes in the gravel behind him. "Can I hold up that lamp thing again?"
"Only if you make me some of the sweet sun tea you're so good at brewing for me. It's going to be a hot one tomorrow."
"All right," she agreed. "But you have to save some for Jake this time." Joe laughed.
"You got yourself a deal, darling."
Jake exhaled a steadying breath, stared once more at the knife, and shoved it deep into his pocket. His fingers rubbed the worn handle once more before letting go, and he followed the two of them inside the garage.
"All right, time to get started,"
Joe announced, handing her the light to shine under the hood.
"This whole Ford is gonna purr when we're finished with her. Just you watch. She might even place at the fair."
"How do you know the car's a girl?" Becca asked, sounding equally fascinated and confused. Jake couldn't help but smile. At least he'd always have his sister. Jake woke with a splitting headache, vaguely aware of the smell of pine trees and the feel of the cold floor beneath him. He peeled his eyes open and immediately regretted it. Bright morning light filtered in through a window behind him, and his headache worsened as he lifted his head. With quaking muscles, he struggled to his knees, squinting as he took in his surroundings. A pathetic Christmas tree was nestled against the wall to his left, the lights still aglow, and an antique secretary's desk was situated against the wall in front of him. It was his sister's desk. He was lying on his living room floor. Shaking the fog from his mind, Jake climbed to his feet. A groan accompanied each stiff movement as his aching muscles stretched and flexed for the first time in what felt like days. Ringing blared in his skull, and he rubbed his temples vigorously.
"Jesus,"
he muttered. The noise turned grating as his mind started to focus, like nails on a chalkboard. It seemed to be emanating from the hallway. Just as Jake registered that it was probably Cooper shut inside one of the bedrooms, his curiosity and plan to let him out vanished. Blood and vomit covered the floor, covered him.
Becca.
A rainstorm of memories flooded his mind, drowning the heat from his body. He remembered the remorse in Becca's eyes and the way she'd hesitated to leave her room. An image of her lifeless body on the floor right where he was standing made his hands tremble, and it became difficult to breathe. Jake pivoted around, his eyes searching the living room frantically.
"Becca!"
The weight of what had happened plummeted to the pit of his stomach, making him nauseous all over again.
"Becca!"
He hoped more than expected she would answer. She, her body, was gone. She'd been on the floor, in his arms, dying. Now she was gone. Jake ignored the shooting pains racking his body as he lunged to the front door and yanked it open. The brisk Rocky Mountain air assaulted his skin, and the sun glared off the snow, temporarily blinding him. Had there been any footsteps or tire tracks, they were long gone, hidden beneath the fresh white blanket of winter. There were no military vehicles or soldiers waiting for him outside of his house, and other than the blood on the living room floor, there was no sign of Becca. Slightly disoriented, Jake searched the rest of the house, flinging open doors and calling out for Gabe and Becca. He refused to believe events had happened as he remembered them. Swinging the garage door open, Jake found his Jeep parked in the garage as usual. The backyard was desolate, just as it had been since the first snowfall, and the kitchen was just as he'd left it. Glasses half filled with water cluttered the tile countertop, and bowls of uneaten soup still filled the sink, the soup that Becca hadn't eaten. Jake jogged through the living room and into the hall, flinging Becca's bedroom door open as he stepped through the threshold. It, too, was empty, as was the bathroom. Finally, he stopped in front of his own bedroom, the only shut door left in the house. Cooper whined from the other side. Cracking the door open, Jake was promptly assailed by an excited Cooper, his paws digging into Jake's arms and chest. A stinky, wet tongue lapped at his face, and the sound of a happy tail thumped against the doorframe. Cooper whimpered and yelped, and although Jake was relieved his dog was unharmed, he couldn't share in his enthusiasm. Jake stroked Cooper's head absently, wondering what exactly had happened and why Gabe would have taken his sister's body. Was it because she was sick? But Jake had been sick too. Was it to get rid of the evidence? But there was still blood everywhere, and Jake was still alive. An image of Becca's inscrutable expression the moment she'd opened her bedroom door haunted him. She'd known something he didn't, understood something he was ignorant of. Her features had been softened with acceptance. But acceptance of what? She couldn't have possibly known all of that would happen. Any remaining hope that the memories had been a horrible dream quickly faded as the sting of reality set in, and Jake's pulse quickened. He nudged Cooper down to the floor and staggered back to the edge of the mattress just as his legs gave out. The burn of regret brought tears to his eyes, and the foul taste of misery made it difficult to swallow. He wasn't sure how long he sat there, lost, hopeless, grieving. Becca had been trying to tell him something, but he hadn't listened. Her eyes had been set with a determination that would haunt him for the rest of his life, and he would never understand why. Jake shook his head. He'd been too blinded by the false hope that he could fix her, by this mistaken belief in Gabe, to listen to what she was trying to say. If he hadn't called Gabe, none of this would have happened. Becca might still be sick, but at least she'd still be alive. What had he done? And what was he supposed to do now? His eyes burned, and his heart ached. His stomach twisted into a painfully tight knot as reality hit him all over again. Becca was dead. She was gone. Jake groaned, the sound almost a whimper, as he ran both hands over his stubble-covered face. How had everything come to this? Gabe, he remembered. He'd called Gabe because he'd trusted him. Gabe, those men, had been the reason she'd killed herself. It was Gabe's fault. Jake clung to his rage, unwilling to let remorse break him down into a complete heap of despondency. Why would Gabe do this to them? To Becca? Why the hell had he brought soldiers and guns at all? Jake stepped out of his room and into the hallway, unsure where his feet were taking him. He shuffled into the living room, peering around a space filled with painful memories. She was gone. Forever. You son of a bitch. Cooper skirted out of Jake's path as Jake stormed back into his bedroom and switched on the light. Everything was just as it should be. His bed perfectly made, his end table with only a single book, The Count of Monte Cristo, a digital clock, and his wallet sitting on it, his laundry folded in the laundry basket at the foot of his bed. A sloppily written note was taped to the glass door of the old display case standing between the closet and the bed. The display case housed ammo, a shotgun, and 2 pistols, weapons he could have used to protect his sister. Guilt sprouted anew as Jake stepped up to read the note. Please don't do anything stupid, Jake. She's gone. If you're smart, you'll leave Colorado. I'm sorry, brother. G. Jake rammed his fist through the glass door, the puncturing of his skin and the warmth of the blood a welcome distraction from his misery. Chock full of purpose and unwilling to stop and think, Jake pulled his 12-gauge shotgun and 2 handguns from the cabinet and tossed them onto his bed. He needed to find Becca's body, needed to say goodbye, and he needed answers. He needed to find Gabe. As Jake tossed boxes of ammunition onto his bed, his mind became saturated with poisonous memories of the past, memories that only hardened his resolve. He flashed back to the weekends spent at the shooting range with James and Gabe, the father and son who'd taken Jake and Becca in and treated them as part of their family. Gabe had come to Jake right before high school graduation, torn between a career in science and a career in law. He had trusted Jake to help him decide. He'd wanted his friend's help and advice. The memories stung, and Jake fought the urge to smash something else. Grabbing a small duffel bag from his closet, he filled it with all the ammunition he had. After zipping the bag shut, he barreled into the bathroom to clean the vomit and blood from his body. Pulling off his blood-stained shirt, Jake shrugged on a clean, long-sleeved thermal, a pair of jeans, and his work boots before he whistled for Cooper and headed for the garage. Just as Jake reached for the door handle, he stopped, and his bags dropped to the floor with a thud. Turning around, he backtracked to his sister's bedroom, once again stepping over the bloodstain in the living room and continuing down the hall. Her bedroom door was still open from his frantic search, but this time, he stopped in the doorway and took a deep breath. The room was a mess, exactly the way she'd left it. Her bed, situated in the corner where one white and one burgundy wall met, was disheveled. The pillows strewn and her white comforter balled up into a pile at the foot of it. Only a few of her books were actually in the bookcase beside her bed, and many of her clothes were scattered across the floor. Chest tightening, Jake steeled himself and stepped into her room. He searched the wicker laundry basket for her favorite jeans, a few seconds later finding what he'd been searching for, the pocket knife he'd given to Becca the night of her prom. For protection, he'd told her. He'd never asked for it back. He'd wanted her to keep it, in case she would ever need it. The thought that he let things get so bad made him sick, and every time an image of her violet eyes flashed in his mind, he wanted to hurt Gabe, wanted to hunt him down and kill him. He squeezed the pocket knife tightly, thankful he'd not forgotten it, snatched a photo of him and Becca off her bulletin board, and headed out of the house. 4. Jake's Jeep rumbled to life in the garage, and when country music blared from his speakers, he felt an acute loneliness. His severe dislike of Becca's beloved, twangy, depressing music didn't matter anymore. Part of him wanted to listen to it, to remember how Becca would sing along out of tune when one of her favorite Reba songs came on, and how she'd sing the same chorus over and over for days when one would get stuck in her head. The slightly torn beauty magazine lying haphazardly on the floor on the passenger side didn't help alleviate his encroaching loneliness either. Cooper looked down at the magazine from his spot in the passenger seat and then back up at Jake. The husky's fluffy tail thumped against the door a couple times, but the confused way Cooper looked at him made Jake wonder if the dog had any idea that his walking buddy was gone forever. When Cooper whimpered amidst the intermittent static and guitar strums coming through the speakers, Jake couldn't stand to listen to it a moment longer. Reaching forward, Jake turned off the stereo and shifted the Wrangler into reverse. He backed out of the garage and circled the 1950s ranch house, trying not to dwell on Becca's snow-covered garden boxes on the back porch or the metal sculpture she'd been assembling outside the garage before the first snowfall. He pulled out onto snow-dusted Highway 24, heading for Colorado Springs. If Jake hadn't been driving so hard and dangerously fast along the windy mountain road, he would have wondered why there were absolutely no other cars on the road, and why very few of the homes had smoke coming from their chimneys, which was practically necessary in the dead of winter. "You have to leave this place, Jake," He shook his head, dispelling Becca's words. Of all things, why would she say that to him? When Jake rounded the corner near the Main Street intersection, he eased his foot off the gas. On the left side of the road, a black Mercedes sedan was completely smashed against an F-250 pickup truck. While the truck, front wheels up on the curb, showed little damage, steam radiated from the sedan's steepled hood. By the looks of it, the accident had happened only seconds before Jake had shown up. A woman climbed out of the Benz, staggering and clearly injured. Blood trickled from her nose and her right ear, and her head shook slowly as she took in the wreckage. The truck driver jumped down from the F-250 a few seconds later. He had a bloody nose, but it was the ferocious expression on the man's face that was disconcerting. Keep driving, Jake told himself. He had his own shit to deal with. But as he watched the irate man storm toward the woman and reach out and strike her across the face, Jake slammed on the brakes. Shit. He killed the engine and opened the driver's side door. Fumbling to remove a pistol from the duffel on the back seat, Jake watched as the woman stumbled backward, shrieking. She cowered as the man stepped closer, gesturing emphatically and cursing so vehemently Jake could almost hear him amidst his hurried movement inside of the Jeep. Fingers finding the cool metal of his pistol, Jake opened the door, climbed outside, and tucked his gun into the back of his jeans. Cooper whined from the passenger seat, and Jake looked him directly in the eyes. Stay. Cooper whined again, but Jake closed the door and hurried toward the accident. Hey, he called out, interrupting the man's shouted curses. Jake's boots crunched over several inches of snow as he broke into a jog, worried that if he didn't hurry, the man would hit the sobbing woman again. What the fuck's wrong with you, man? He peeled his eyes away from the tatted-up bastard long enough to scan the woman's face and jogging suit for more blood. The 40-something man righted himself from his looming position, his glare focusing on Jake and his mouth pulled into a snarl. Mind your own business, asshole. His face had a filmy sheen to it, and he pointed at Jake with his left index finger. This is between me and this bitch who hit my truck. Instead of minding his own business as suggested, Jake took a step forward. Just keep your hands off her, and we won't have any problems. The truck driver shook his head and laughed bitterly. All right, he said, scratching the back of his head before throwing both of his hands up in the air. All right, you win. The man turned on his heel and stomped back toward his truck. Asshole, Jake muttered, and he crouched down to the woman who was quivering on the ground. Are you all right, ma'am? Her lips were chapped, her hair was greasy and matted in the back, and her clothes looked as if they hadn't been changed in days. Catching the unmistakable scent of vomit, Jake took a step backward. Had she been driving drunk, and that was the cause of the crash? Or was she just sick? Frowning, Jake extended his hand to the woman. Can you stand up? She was muttering to herself, shooting furtive glances around as though she couldn't remember where she was or how she'd gotten there. Ma'am, can you understand me? Jake worried that her sweat-covered skin and the black circles around her eyes were more than a concussion. What's your name? It's, This goddamn motherfucking... Jake could hear the truck driver grumbling in his truck. Did either of you call the police? Jake called out. He kept his eyes trained on the woman's dilated pupils. She needs medical attention. As if the woman suddenly noticed Jake for the first time, she focused on him, her bright blue eyes boring into his, and she shook her head. Like an egg cracking, the woman went from dazed, confused, and a little frightened to hysterical. Oh my God! She began screaming and lurched to her feet, scrambling in the direction of her car. She tripped, falling down in the snow. Crawling to her feet again, she resumed screaming, her shrieks turning to choking sobs and coughing spasms that forced her to her knees.
"Jesus, lady,"
Jake mumbled. She clearly wasn't stable.
"This bitch nearly kills me with her fancy fucking car that she doesn't know how to drive,"
the truck driver bellowed from behind Jake.
"Then you show up."
Jake pivoted around to shut the guy up just as the driver hit him in the face with a baseball bat. Jake's jaw sang in acute, searing pain that spread up the side of his face as he spun and fell to the snow.
"You should have left it alone,"
the man grumbled. With his head and vision pulsating, Jake reached for the pistol in his waistband with one hand and flipped himself over with the other, just in time for another head-splitting blow from the bat. A ringing sound filled his ears, and everything went black. Seconds passed, or possibly minutes, and when Jake finally came to, it was just in time to register the click of his pistol's safety and the echo of a bullet discharging into the still morning. He felt a burning pain in his shoulder, and with another gunshot, an explosion of fire in his chest. Jake lay motionless in the snow as everything around him swirled away to nothing, his vision fading in and out, his hearing tunneled. But the distant, blood-curdling screams were more disconcerting than Jake's awareness of his own impending death. Paralyzed and numb from cold and blood loss, Jake stared up into the gray sky, focusing on Cooper's distant barking instead of the woman's ear-piercing screams. Although Jake didn't have the ability to fight back or flee, he did have the ability to regret getting out of his Jeep, for not wearing warmer clothes, and for not driving straight to Peterson. Now Jake would never have answers. He'd never get to hurt Gabe the way Gabe had hurt him. As the cold and darkness swallowed him, Jake cursed himself for a lot of things. 5. A dusting of something soft and cold stung Jake's cheeks, making his eyes flit open. Body aching from the cold, he strained to move and grimaced. His lips, nearly frozen, were cracked and stinging like a dozen paper cuts marred their surface. Muffled barking resounded in the distance, and stiffly he sat up and turned to see Cooper's outline inside the Jeep, which was still parked on the side of the road. The dog pawed at the window impatiently, his gray and white fur almost glowing in the light of the street lamp above. Remembering the wild-eyed truck driver, the gunshots, the pain, Jake straightened in a surge of panic. How the hell was he alive? His head craned around as he searched the darkness. The Mercedes was still parked haphazardly a few yards to his left. It was half covered in a layer of snow that twinkled in the moonlight, and the hood was crushed like an aluminum can. In a moment of clarity, Jake's heartbeat quickened and his hands flew to his chest. He'd been shot, twice from what he remembered. Unzipping the front of his jacket, he reached inside, tentatively smoothing his hand over his thermal shirt as he gazed down. The fabric was crusted with dried blood, but other than a dull internal aching, he didn't feel any pain. Probably because he was freezing to death, he thought. But as his fingers brushed over what felt like gravel beneath his shirt, he froze. What the? He pulled up the hem of his shirt to get a look at his chest, and a small, roundish piece of metal fell into the snow on his lap. His fingers fumbled around in the frozen flakes for only a few seconds before he gave up, unable to feel anything anyway. Absently, Jake's hand rubbed the planes of muscle on his chest, searching for a wound. Had he not been shot at all? Had he imagined the whole thing? that wasn't possible. The wrecked sedan to his left and the blood crusting his shirt indicated otherwise. He searched the fabric for a bullet hole, but after a few seconds gave up. He needed to get warm. Jake ventured to move his legs, palming his jaw with one hand as he remembered the truck driver hitting him with a baseball bat. He looked out at the snowy landscape, searching for his attacker, but the truck was gone. What the hell had happened? He'd heard the gunshot, he'd felt the pain, and yet here he was, alive, and completely confused. It was too cold to gauge how badly he was actually injured, and a quick scan of the area confirmed what he'd already expected. His gun was either covered somewhere under the snow, or it was gone. Awkwardly, Jake climbed to his feet and stretched. He wiggled his toes, his worry increasing when he couldn't feel them. Cooper started barking enthusiastically, and Jake felt a twinge of relief at seeing his four-legged friend apparently unharmed. He figured it didn't really matter what had happened during the hours he'd been unconscious, so long as he and Cooper were alive. Shaking from the cold, he was about to turn and head for the Jeep when he noticed a mound in the snow beside the sedan's driver's side door. Jake remembered the poor woman's screams. He assumed her body lay beneath the snow, but enough snow had fallen that he couldn't tell for sure. Unwilling to tolerate the cold any longer, he headed for the Jeep, needing to defrost and to assess his wounds. On feet he couldn't feel, Jake limped to the Jeep and yanked open the driver's side door. Cooper leaped to the ground and jumped up onto Jake, knocking him back on his heels. "Hey, buddy," Jake said. Cooper's tongue was hot against his face and neck, and Jake struggled to keep them both upright. He couldn't help but wonder how many of his toes and fingers were frostbitten, but he lacked the energy to care and chuckled at the dog's excitement. He patted Cooper's furry head and lovingly tugged on his silken ears. "I'm sorry about that," he said, hating that the poor guy had been locked inside the Jeep for who knew how many hours. Jake wondered how it was possible that he was still alive if he'd been lying unconscious in the snow for just as long. He sighed, dumbfounded. The last couple days had been so impossibly confusing and exhausting, he didn't bother trying to wrap his mind around it right now. A gust of wind raked over his chilled body. "All right," Jake grumbled, rubbing the dog's head once more before pointing to the trees lining the side of the road. "Go do your business." Cooper needed no further commands and trotted off into the darkness. It was a chore to climb into the Jeep, but even with his body numb and aching from the cold, Jake managed to lift himself inside and close the door. Thankfully, his keys were still in the ignition. He closed his eyes, grateful that the crazed truck driver had been smart enough not to come near his Jeep with Cooper closed up inside. That meant the rest of his guns were still in his bag in the back seat. Jake reached for the key in the ignition, turned it, and felt a warming sense of relief when the engine roared to life, minutes passing before the heater warmed and his entire body began to sting and unthaw. If the man hadn't shot Jake, what had happened? Had the driver missed him somehow and the bullet only grazed him? Jake raised his hand to his jaw. It was still tender, but nothing felt broken. And his shoulder and chest were aching, if only slightly. Whatever had happened, the truck driver was clearly crazy. He'd attempted to murder Jake and had probably taken the rest of his anger out on the poor woman. Jake eyed the mound in the snow. Deep down, he knew she was dead. Even if the truck driver hadn't beaten her to death, the cold on top of her wounds would have been enough to kill her. But the cold hadn't killed him, and nothing had been what it appeared since the moment Becca fell ill. He felt a nagging need to check on the woman, regardless of what he expected he would find. Reaching to his duffel in the back seat, Jake winced as he withdrew the other pistol from the bag and checked it to make sure it was loaded. He slipped his hand between his seat and the door, feeling metal against his fingertips, and pulled out his 4-cell mag light. All he needed now, besides maybe a drink and some rest, was a better jacket, which he hoped he had in the back of the Jeep. With a resolute sigh, he opened the door and climbed out, leaving the heater on full blast. The snow falling more steadily now, Jake hurried to the back of his Jeep as quickly as his tense body was able. He opened the tailgate and breathed a sigh of relief. His heavy, greasy work jacket lay in a heap behind the back seat. Body protesting, Jake shrugged his jacket on, closed the hatch, and headed toward the Mercedes. The car's driver's side door was open, and the contents of the woman's purse was strewn out on the passenger seat. Jake paused. A car seat was buckled in the back, and he felt a little bit worse. She had kids. Crouching beside her body, Jake examined the portion of her face that was devoid of snow. She was battered, and if he could guess what the rest of her face looked like, she was probably beaten beyond recognition. Her body was curled in the fetal position. She died, cowering. His hand tightened on the flashlight. Why the hell had the driver done this? What could the poor woman possibly have done for him to want to beat the life out of her? Jake took the woman's icy, blue-tinged wrist in his hand and checked it for a pulse. Just like he'd assumed, there wasn't one. Cooper trotted back from his exploration of the wooded area along the road, sniffing around the bends and exploring the scene. "Come here, Coop," Jake called, not comfortable with the dog sniffing around a dead body. He glanced into the back of the sedan at the car seat belted in. He needed to contact the authorities. The woman's family needed to know what had happened to her. Standing, he quickly scanned through the rest of the car's interior with his flashlight. A cell phone lay amidst the contents of the woman's purse strewn out on the passenger seat. Snatching it up, he shoved it into his pocket and trudged back toward the Jeep. As he passed the impression in the snow where he'd lain, Jake stopped. Curiosity made him want to find the object that had fallen from his shirt. He needed to see it. As he fumbled around in the slush, he felt something solid against his fingertips. Angling the light beam to the tiny object he held in his hand, Jake recoiled. It really was a bullet. Stupefied that he had been shot, yet had no wounds as far as he could tell, Jake examined the bullet. It just didn't make sense. Shoving it into the pocket of his jeans, he rose to his feet. "What the hell?" he rasped and continued toward the Jeep, questions looping through his mind. How long had he been unconscious? How was he still alive? What the hell was going on? 6. After holding his hands in front of the heater vents for a couple of minutes, Jake pulled the phone from his pocket and turned it on. The screen brightened, and a photo of a young girl, a toddler with blonde hair, pigtails, and a wide, toothy grin illuminated the display. With a sigh, he looked at the stereo, surprised to see it was only 7:30. It felt like a year had passed since he'd woken up on the floor in his living room. Shaking his head, he dialed 911. The line rang, and Jake felt an unexpected sense of relief. Gazing out at the road, he thought it strange that he hadn't seen any commuters, any cars at all, actually, and that no one had stopped to check the accident for any injured people. As the phone continued to ring, his relief diminished. Why was no one answering? Jake hung up and tried again. There was still no answer. Dropping the phone into his lap, Jake weighed his options. He was exhausted and wanted the comfort of his home, except that wasn't exactly right. He wanted the comfort his home had once brought him, but Becca had died there, and it would be too disturbing to return now. Jake rubbed the back of his neck and leaned his head back against the headrest. He could drive into town, to the hospital. He could get himself checked out and report what had happened before heading to Peterson. He'd been sick enough that it was probably a good idea for him to see a doctor anyway, and then someone would know they needed to come collect the woman's body and follow up with her family. He could at least do that much. Pressing call again, Jake wedged the phone between his shoulder and his ear, using his right hand to put the Jeep in gear before pulling back onto the road. Cooper jumped into the back seat, letting out a heavy exhale as he curled up. The phone continued to ring. "Answer the damn phone," Jake grumbled as he took a right before pulling onto I-25. Aside from a few cars parked on the side of the road, the interstate was deserted. Ring. Exhausted and trying not to yell into the phone, Jake let out a deep breath and gritted his teeth, watching the road for any signs of life. Where the hell was everyone? Noticing a Civic parked in the middle of the interstate, Jake switched lanes. He eyed the Civic as he passed, the fogged-up windows making it so he couldn't see if anyone was inside. Something definitely wasn't right. The phone resting against his ear continued to ring without an answer. "Pick up the damn phone! Jesus!" Jake tossed it onto the passenger seat. He was getting tired of everything being so damn difficult. Slowing, he took the exit towards St. Francis Medical Center, the off-ramp providing an ample view of Colorado Springs. The city that stretched out before him was glowing with lights and billboards as usual, but there was no movement. No evening traffic or holiday shoppers hustling down the sidewalks to get out of the snow. The city looked lifeless. Jake eased into downtown and slowed the Jeep, creeping down the street. A handful of sporadically parked vehicles cluttered the street, headlights illuminating the cars in front of them and the outlines of people unmoving inside. Looking around more carefully, Jake noticed that the city was looted. Some storefront windows were smashed, garbage littered the gutters and sidewalks, and lights were flickering inside some of the shops, while smoke curled out of others through the broken windows and open doors. A small group of people rushed down the sidewalk, bags hoisted over their shoulders and items piled in their arms. But Jake had the feeling those weren't gifts they were clinging to. They held tightly to one another, anxiously peering around as they dashed into an apartment building, out of sight, into safety. Had a war started he hadn't heard about? Was Peterson under attack? Jake looked up into the sky, half expecting to see a comet trail or fighter planes or a purple Godzilla-looking space monster trampling through the city. Cooper jumped into the front seat. His ears perked forward and his head cocked to the side as he looked around. Jake stopped in front of a drugstore. "I don't know, Coop." An older man, bundled in a down jacket and scarf, came jogging around the corner of the block. "Hey," Jake called, rolling down his window. The man kept jogging. "Excuse me, sir." He tried again. The gray-haired man jumped, startled. His wild eyes met Jake's. "What the hell happened?" Jake nodded curtly, his eyes skimming the street. The man looked like he might run away before answering, so he added, "I just got into town." The old man scowled at him, incredulous. "Turn on your radio," was all he said. And then he continued jogging past the drugstore before he disappeared into the shadows. As Jake started to roll up the window, he paused. The city was completely quiet. He'd been in Colorado Springs for work just the other day, and he'd taken Becca to the doctor right after that. How could so much have changed in so little time? Finishing rolling up the window, he wondered how long he'd been unconscious on his living room floor. Tapping the phone's screen back to life, Jake squinted at the sudden brightness of the display before he could focus on the time and date. It was December 13th, 3 days after he'd called Gabe, which meant he'd been lying on the floor of his house for 2 days and lying in the snow most of another. Jake peered around, wondering what could have happened in a few days that would have resulted in this. Whatever it was going to make his horrible week even worse. He needed to figure out what the hell was going on. Time to get out of here, Coop. Jake glanced around at what he could see of the city, still in disbelief that Colorado Springs, the military mecca and best city to live in, had been eerily looted and nearly abandoned. With clammy hands, he steered the Jeep around a few cars and continued crawling down the road. Feeling both eagerness and trepidation, Jake reached for the radio and turned it on. Static. He scanned through one station after the other, finding nothing but static on every station. 7. As Jake focused on getting to the hospital only a few more blocks away, he pushed seek and let the stereo scan for a clear channel. Driving with caution, he slowed at red lights and stop signs, but didn't actually stop. There was no reason to. Jake spotted a police car patrolling the street ahead of him and headed toward it. Just as he accelerated, a garbled voice broke up the static on the radio. "This is a looped recording." Jake turned right onto a deserted residential street, momentarily forgetting about the police car as he pulled the Jeep to the side of the road and parked beneath a street lamp. "We received this message from White House officials a few hours ago. The president is in lockdown in an underground location with her family and a few members of the cabinet." Idly, Jake stroked Cooper's thick, soft fur as the president's voice, calm but severe, emanated from the speakers. "Our country is at war. Humanity is at war. Yet our enemy is not one we can fight openly. Our enemy has swept through every nation, attacking discreetly, killing indiscriminately. We lost thousands before we even knew we were under attack. Many have already fallen, and many more will fall. But we cannot give up the fight. Over the past century, through technological achievements, we made our world smaller. We made the time it takes to communicate across oceans instantaneous, and the time it takes to travel those same routes nearly as fast. We made our world smaller, and in doing so, we sowed the seeds of our own destruction, a global pandemic. I regret to tell you that as of midnight on the 10th of December, over 80% of the world's population has reported or is assumed dead. It is estimated that the death toll will continue to climb. This news is devastating, I know, but all is not lost. Some of us are surviving. This is how we will fight our enemy, by not giving up, by being resilient and resourceful, by surviving. We are not a species that will go out quietly. So I task those of you who are still alive with one essential purpose: live, survive, thrive. If you believe in a higher power, ask for guidance. If you don't, believe in your fellow man. You, the survivors, have the chance to start over, to build anew, learn from our mistakes. Let the world remain big. and most importantly, live. God bless you, my beloved citizens of this great nation. God bless you, and good night. There was another moment of static, and then the garbled voice returned, repeating the same message. A pandemic? Becca had been sick. She'd seen things, more like she was losing her mind than dying of some sort of virus. He compared the Becca he grew up with, the fun, outgoing, and outspoken sister he'd been taking care of his whole life, with the withdrawn, reflective recluse that had taken her own life at the end. Had she gone mad with some sort of fever? The truck driver who shot him had clearly lost his mind, and the woman in the Mercedes had reeked of vomit and filth. Fear bit at the back of Jake's neck, making him shiver. Pushing seek again, Jake hoped to get more answers. He hoped to hear something that would make more sense, something that would answer his questions. There was only static on some stations, and the same looped recording on a few others. Tired of being a step behind, Jake pounded his fist against the dashboard. Damn it! Looking up and out the window, he tried to gauge where he'd parked. He pulled back onto the road and noticed a ghostly figure appear from the shadows to the right of the Jeep. A person. Walking slowly down the sidewalk in Jake's direction. Increasing his speed, Jake drove toward the figure, but instead of stopping to ask questions, he continued past. It was an old man, probably in his 70s, hobbling down the street in a hospital gown. All that accompanied the old man was an IV stand on wheels that kept getting caught up in the snow, and bursts of white breath each time he rapidly exhaled. Shit. Jake was no longer convinced going to the hospital was an option, especially with 80% of the world's population dead or dying from a pandemic he knew nothing about. He tried to understand, to grasp the facts and ignore his reeling thoughts, afraid he'd lose focus if he allowed himself to consider the possibilities. He eyed the old man in his rearview mirror as he shuffled out of sight. There was no way Jake would chance getting stuck in a building filled with sick people. And what about Gabe? He hadn't looked sick. At least not the same way the truck driver or Becca had, but maybe... A stomach-turning realization washed over Jake. He had been sick. How much longer until he became crazed? Despite his uncertainties, indifference and exhaustion kept him calm. He needed rest if he was going to care what happened to him next. The sound of a revving car engine startled him, and an old red Cadillac sped around the corner ahead, sliding on a patch of ice before fishtailing. With a shattering crash, the horn of the car blared, and the front end crumpled against the trunk of an oak tree. Jesus! Jake instinctively jumped out of the Jeep and froze. He clutched the side of the door, searching for movement inside of the Cadillac. Shrill screams came from the back of the car, a kid's scream. Wanting to take no further chances, Jake pulled his shotgun out of his duffel and snatched up his flashlight. After he checked to see if the shotgun was loaded, he approached the old car, Cooper trotting beside him. Glancing down at the husky, Jake held out his palm, commanding Cooper to stay, while Jake continued to creep forward, the shotgun clutched in his hand as he peered into the front and then the back of the car. A small boy, about 5 years old, sat wailing in the back seat, his face and knee bloodied like they'd made contact during the crash. Aside from the blood and the tears streaming down his cheeks, it looked like his seatbelt had saved his life. "It's all right, kid," Jake said, unsure how to calm a screaming child. He continued toward the driver's seat to find a man splayed out over the steering wheel, his face covered in blood. He wasn't wearing a seatbelt. "Sir?" With his flashlight, Jake eyed the man's clothes the best he could. They appeared to be clean, no vomit stains, which Jake thought a good sign, although he wasn't sure if the man was just stupid for speeding on an icy road or careless for doing so with his kid in the car. Jake couldn't leave the boy in there or leave the father to die, assuming he was even still alive. "Sir, can you hear me?" Jake took the man's wrist in his hand to check for a pulse. It was weak, but it was there. The boy was still screaming in the back. "Son, it'll be okay," Jake said. "Sir," he started, unsure if the man could hear him at all. "I'm going to remove your son from the car. I want to make sure his injuries aren't worse than they look." Jake moved around to the other side of the Cadillac. Resting the shotgun against the car's quarter panel and sticking his flashlight in his pocket, Jake opened the back door. Cooper, apparently unwilling to listen, nudged his way in, curious. "Back, Coop." Jake unfastened the screaming kid from his restraints. His forehead was bleeding and his body trembling. "What hurts?" Jake asked, unsure if trying to comfort the kid was a bad idea. The little boy's body convulsed as he sniffled and choked on his own sobs, but in spite of his hysterics, he pointed to his head. "Calm down, kid." Jake clicked his flashlight back on and quickly appraised the rest of the boy's body as the kid sat, helplessly staring over at his father, his feet dangling from the seat as he continued to sniffle. "I think you'll be all right." Looking back to the man up front, Jake wondered what to do with a screaming kid and an unconscious father. Cooper squeezed his way in again, sniffing and nuzzling up to the boy. Since the kid's cries seemed to lessen with Cooper around, Jake left him with the boy while he grabbed the shotgun and returned to the front of the car. "Sir?" Jake had no idea if the man would live even if he could find help, but he needed to try, for the kid's sake. Jake spun around as he tried to figure out exactly where in town he was. He couldn't be more than a mile or so outside of downtown. He'd been distracted, lost in swirling thoughts, but he couldn't have gone too far off the main road. Regardless, the hospital was no longer an option. Rubbing his hands over his face, he wondered how long it would take him to get to his work. The fire station he worked at was stocked with medical supplies, and one of the EMTs might even be able to help, if any of them were still alive. As Jake turned back toward the Cadillac, the flashlight illuminated a sign, a corner of it mauled by the car. Pine Springs Hospital. He scanned the yard behind the sign. A wrought iron fence stretched out around the perimeter, the main gate open and leading to a longish driveway where a 2-story brick building rose at the end. Jake had never heard of Pine Springs Hospital. It looked small, but he hoped he would find someone inside who could at least help the kid. "Daddy!" The kid began wailing again, Cooper's presence no longer curbing the boy's fear. "Daddy!" Each cry was followed by hiccuping sobs. Jake couldn't take the kid in with him. He'd only slow him down and distract him. But if the dad died, Jake was certain the kid would too. Going around to the other side of the car again, Jake crouched in front of the boy. "Kid," he said softly, "can you stop crying for a minute?" The boy continued to wail, completely ignoring Jake. Daddy!" He started coughing, but that only momentarily detoured his hysteria. Jake pulled the kid into his arms and up against his chest. He patted his back uncomfortably. The gesture was foreign and felt contrived, but Jake couldn't leave the boy behind and alone in a looted city with sick people running around while he was sobbing, a beacon for danger. "Shh," he murmured as softly as he could. "It's all right." The kid took a few ragged but wail-free breaths. and Jake hoped that meant he was calming down a bit. Cooper whimpered at his feet, piquing the boy's interest, and he looked down to investigate.
His name's Cooper,
Jake offered, wondering if his only option was to leave Cooper outside to watch over the boy while he went into Pine Springs Hospital. The husky whimpered again, sitting on the snowy ground but inching his way closer to Jake, to the boy's outstretched palm.
You like him, huh?
Jake asked the boy, thankful he was no longer sobbing. The boy's features softened, and he nodded and sniffled as he continued to stare down at the dog.
What's your name, kid?
Kyle, the boy said absently, and he leaned forward in Jake's hold. Rising from his haunches, Cooper stepped closer, smelling Kyle's fingers before he began to lick the boy's hand. Although Cooper tended to like kids more than Jake did, he'd never seen the dog so interested in one before. Unless the child had food. Jake looked at the interior of the car. A bag was crumpled on the seat next to where the boy had been sitting, potato chips strewn all over the place. Jake looked back at Kyle, who was smiling despite his tears.
Chips are his favorite,
he said dryly.
How did you know?
Kyle continued to sniffle, but watched Cooper continue to enthusiastically lick his fingers.
Kyle,
Jake cleared his throat.
Your daddy's sick and needs some medicine.
Leaving his hand outstretched, the boy peered back at Jake, his eyes wide with fear.
I can help him,
Jake said.
I can help your dad, but I need you to do something for me.
Jake glanced at Cooper, who was patiently waiting beside him for a command.
I need to get a nurse or a doctor who can help him.
When the boy said nothing, Jake continued.
We're going to go inside that building.
He ventured tentatively, unsure how the kid would respond.
I'm going to find someone to help him, but you have to come with me.
Kyle started screaming again.
No!
I need you to come with Cooper and me so we can keep you safe.
I need you to watch over Coop for me, Kyle.
Kyle began wriggling in his arms, and Jake didn't have the time to deal with that.
Okay,
he said, setting the boy back down on the asphalt and watching him crawl back into the car.
Fine.
He ran his hand over his face and sighed, frustration and nerves amplifying his exhaustion.
Fine.
He looked down at Cooper, who was staring up at him.
Coop, you're staying here with Kyle.
Jake waited for the hair on the back of his neck to rise with alarm at the idea, but it didn't. He waited for his instincts to tell him he was being an idiot and should pack up his dog and get the hell out of there. But his inner voice was so distant, Jake ignored it.
You have to stay with Cooper,
Jake told Kyle.
And you have to stay in the car. And you have to stop crying.
He didn't want the kid drawing unwanted attention while he was away.
Please, kid, you gotta stop crying. Your daddy needs to rest, and you're gonna wake him up by making so much noise. You want him to get better, don't you?
Kyle looked between the seats at his dad, his chin quivering, but he seemed to be keeping it together.
Okay, good.
Jake stared at the hospital. An expansive lawn and oak trees surrounded what he could see, but the road was a straight shot to the main entrance. Most of the lights in the building were off, but a few still glowed. A good sign, Jake hoped. He met Cooper's eyes, his tail swinging casually back and forth and his head cocked to the side quizzically. Jake hoped that if Cooper ran into any trouble, he'd come find him.
Watch him, Coop.
Jake leaned over and reclaimed the shotgun leaning against the Cadillac.
All right, Kyle. You're in charge while I run inside. Stay in the car, he said firmly. Watch over your dad.
The boy sniffed and looked up at him. "I'll be right back." Infuriatingly, Kyle started to cry again, and without wasting any more time, Jake went to the Jeep, shoved a few more rounds into his coat pockets, and jogged toward the hospital. He was going to find some help. And then he and Cooper were getting the hell out of there. The Ending Beginnings 5. Clara. 1. Without taking her eyes from her book, Clara reached for her chocolate milk, which was sitting on the laminate cafeteria table beside her tattered backpack. Lips pursed around the straw and her feet bouncing with happy anticipation, she took 2 long pulls of the rich, cold liquid until her straw made a slurping sound, and she set the empty carton back down on the table. All of the other students were out in the quad, fussing about their homework or gushing about boys or complaining about the teachers they didn't like, but Clara had better things to do. She ignored the ceaseless giggling and chatter as it trickled in through the open cafeteria doors and lost herself in her book. It was very late, yet the little mermaid could not take her eyes from the ship or from the beautiful prince. She read each line with more passion and longing than was probably natural for a 13-year-old girl, but she couldn't help it. Fairy tales, Prince Charming, happily ever afters. She loved it all. "He is certainly sailing above," she read softly. "He on whom my wishes depend, and in whose hands I should like to place the happiness of my life." Clara thought about Patrick, about his dreamy black hair and his light brown eyes, which always seemed to be saying more than his words ever did. She sighed and kept reading. "I will venture all for him, and to win an immortal soul." Clara smiled as she devoured line after line, every word resonating in her soul, giving her hope that there was another life out there, a life different from the one she had with her mom, a better, easier life. After another sigh, she stretched her legs out under the table, wiggling her toes in her holy Converse and crossing her legs at the ankles, and settled in for a few more pages before the bell rang, signaling the end of lunch. "But if you take away my voice," said the little mermaid, "what is left for me?" "Your beautiful form," said the witch. "Your graceful walk and your expressive eyes. Surely with these you can enchain a man's heart." Clara paused and wrinkled her nose. "Your form? Your graceful walk?" That didn't seem right. It sounded too much like something her mom would say. With a shrug, she pushed her glasses up higher on the bridge of her nose and continued reading. The little mermaid was so passionate, so sure about the prince. Clara longed for the day when she felt that way for someone. Or rather, she longed for the day when someone felt that way about her. Daydreams of Patrick flitted into her mind, and she closed her eyes, imagining what it would feel like to run her hand over his spiky hair. He seemed so mysterious. He was popular and seemingly untouchable, so she guessed that had something to do with it. But there was also the way he looked at her sometimes, his gaze lingering a little too long, and his mouth curving into that tiny smirk he seemed to reserve for her alone. Clara was pretty sure he thought about her, at least more than not at all. And there was that one time at the bus stop, when they'd been waiting under the awning to stay out of the rain. She could never forget the feeling of his soft skin, still tanned from a summer of baseball games played under the afternoon sun, as his arm had brushed against hers. Although she'd been freezing all day because she'd forgotten a coat, it had only taken that one moment, that single fleeting contact, for her incessant shivers to seem completely worth it. Clara giggled. Maybe Patrick was her soulmate, her happily ever after. He just didn't know it yet. But as quickly as the thought fluttered into her mind, It fluttered away. "Men are pigs, Clara Bear." Her mom's voice was grating in her mind. "They're only as good as the size of their wallet." Like sand in a windstorm, all of Clara's whimsical thoughts of her Prince Charming blew away. Her mom clearly didn't believe in fairy tales, but then again, Clara often thought her mom was just an uneducated hussy. At least, that's what she'd heard other people say about her, when they weren't saying worse things. The older Clara was, the more she heard and the more she understood. Part of her knew thinking mean things about her own mom was wrong, but she couldn't help it. Eye-rolling and hateful thoughts had become the norm for Clara when she was around her mom. Love is for blind fools, Clara Bear, and blind fools deserve whatever comes to them. Clara wondered if her mom had ever been in love. From the sound of it, Clara thought probably not. She knew her own dad was nothing more than a handsome face passing through town. Her mom had said as much herself. Clara resituated herself on the bench of the lunch table. The sound of squeaky soles on the polished floor behind her drew her attention away from her book. Pushing her glasses up on the bridge of her nose, she looked over her shoulder at the cafeteria entrance. Patrick was heading her way. "Hey," he said, stopping at the end of the cafeteria table. Hey." Clara smiled dumbly, her eyes darting to her beat-up lunch pail, the same Care Bears one she'd been forced to use since elementary school. She shoved it into her backpack. "You working on Mrs. Larson's homework already?" He hoisted his backpack up onto his shoulder and pointed to the open book lying on the table in front of Clara. "Oh." She held up the book of Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tales. Yeah, just trying to get a head start on the book report." Although it was partially true, she really loved fairy tales, even if these versions were darker than the ones she was familiar with. Patrick smirked. "We still have 3 weeks." Clara shrugged. She refused to tell him she had nothing else to do. "I think I might be going on vacation next week," she lied. "I don't want to fall behind." Clara couldn't bear for Patrick, the boy of her dreams, her very own Prince Charming, even if he didn't know it yet, to learn how boring and lonely she was. "Have you started yet?" He shook his head, his smirk turning into a smile. His eyes flicked down to her book. "Any of it any good?" Clara couldn't hold back the grin that engulfed her face. "The one I'm reading now is pretty good," she said, not wanting to go so far as to admit she was enthralled with The Little Mermaid. "But I love fairy tales, so—" Patrick eyed her for a moment, then took a step closer. "Cool. Maybe there'll be a story in there that I'll like." Clara wondered why he'd stopped to talk to her, but didn't have the guts to ask. "Maybe." "So, where are you going on vacation?" "Oh, I'm not sure. Somewhere with my mom's boyfriend, I think." Snickering and cackling broke into the stillness of the cafeteria behind her, and Clara and Patrick both started. Her heart began to race. "No, please," she silently begged. "Not now." Patrick peered over her head, his eyes narrowing. "What's so funny?" Clara squeezed her eyes shut, wishing Joanna Rossi, with her long black hair and crystal blue eyes, would just disappear already. Forever. She was the most horrid girl at school and seemed to love torturing Clara more than anything else. "She's not going on vacation," Joanna spat. "She's such a liar." Her voice grew closer with the sound of each footstep until she finally stepped around the lunch table and planted herself beside Patrick. She looped her arm through his, and her friends strutted up to the other end of the table to watch, like perched vultures waiting to pick away at what was left of Clara once Joanna was finished. Why didn't Patrick push Joanna away? Why wouldn't he at least pull his arm out of hers? They weren't together, were they? Joanna's eyes zeroed in on Clara. You're so pathetic. We all know your mom can't afford to take you anywhere. She can't even buy you new shoes. Dropping Patrick's arm, Joanna took a step forward and leaned down on the lunch table. My mom said your mom sucked all the men in Bristow dry. So unless you're moving somewhere else so she can find new rich men to suck dry, you're full of crap. After another wave of boisterous laughter from her friends at the opposite end of the table, Joanna curled her lip and reached for Clara's backpack. Have you ever even gone on a vacation before? As if she were holding a slimy worm, Joanna took the open flap of Clara's pack between her fingers, pinky raised in disgust, as she inspected the ratty state of the bag. Letting go, she wiped her hand on her pants. Yes, I have. Clara snatched her backpack away from the evil witch, her skin flush as she scrambled to zip it up. Liar, Joanna muttered. Before Clara's eyes began to blur with unshed tears, she grabbed her book, hugging it against her chest, and left the remnants of her lunch on the table. You'll eat your words when I'm not here next week, she screeched before running out of the cafeteria, down the hall, and into the bathroom, slamming the door shut behind her. The bathroom smelled of mold, soggy paper towels, and toilet water, but Clara didn't mind. She couldn't bear seeing Patrick again, not after he'd witnessed her utter humiliation. Clara's hands began shaking as her anger and embarrassment combined, resulting in the tears streaking down her cheeks. No one made her cry. Not her mom, not her mom's horrible boyfriends, not other students' mean comments. And Clara hated that Joanna, of all people, had been the one to provoke the sudden onslaught. Her horror quickly hardened into seething hatred. Stupid bitch! But deep down, Clara knew it wasn't just Joanna she was angry at. This was her mom's fault. Bristow was one of the smallest cities in Oklahoma, so of course everyone would know how horrible her mom was, no matter what her mom told herself and others. She wasn't special or entitled to anything in any way. She was pathetic, and she was dragging Clara down with her. If her mom had been normal, Clara knew she wouldn't have to worry about stupid girls like Joanna. They'd have nothing to hold over her. Clara knew that even though she was a little scrawny for her age and poor, she was pretty, or at least she thought she could be if she tried. All she needed was a different past and newer clothes. If she had those things, she would be the one laughing at the others. She would be the one tormenting Joanna. As Clara opened her book, she tilted it toward the dim fluorescent light and began reading. With each word of hope, love, and happily ever after, she swore to herself that she would never, ever be the butt of anyone's jokes again. Ever. And she'd do whatever was necessary to make sure of it. 2. Earth to Clara. Beth waved her scarred hand in front of Clara's face. Clara blinked herself back to the present, her mind a bit foggy and her head aching. What were you thinking about? Beth blew her wild black bangs out of her face. Her short hair swayed as she tilted her head to the side, and her wide, curious eyes and shy smile made her seem pitiably innocent. Are you okay? Clara brushed the meek woman's concerns away. I'm fine. I just have a headache. It didn't matter that she'd woken a few hours earlier from a solid night's sleep, or that she'd eaten a hearty breakfast. It didn't matter that Clara was sitting in a drab room with the blinds drawn over the barred windows, or that no one was yelling or making obscene amounts of noise. In fact, all she could hear was the quiet humming of the incandescent lights shining overhead, mingled with the whispers of the 3 other women sitting around her. Regardless of all of that, her head still ached, and she still felt bleary-eyed and muddled. Clara pulled her long blonde hair out of its ponytail, letting it fall around her shoulders. As she took the ends of her hair between her fingers, she brushed them against her palm and stared down at the embroidered buffalo on the front of her University of Colorado sweatshirt. She didn't like thinking about her past, and wasn't sure why she'd started to now. Most likely, her reminiscing stemmed from therapy sessions like the one she was about to start, which encouraged her to dig deep and try to understand where the anger came from. She sneered. So much had changed for Clara during the summer between middle and high school. She had changed. After a complete makeover, she'd started freshman year at Bristow High with a completely new persona. No more glasses or hiding behind old, holy clothes. No more cowering, and no more innocence. Clara had decided to use her mom's absence and frivolousness to her advantage by raiding her closet for posh new clothes and by using her makeup and hair products just enough for Clara to accentuate what she already had. The hands of the clock on the wall ticked, and Clara peered up at its white face. Their session was supposed to have started 10 minutes ago. Dr. Mallory was never late. All Clara wanted was for group to be over already, so she could crawl back into bed and sleep until the dull thumping in her head went away and the lead in her limbs dissipated. But the 2-hour session had yet to begin. With a sigh, she shifted in the padded chair, positioned a little bit outside of a circle of mostly empty chairs. She pulled her sock-covered feet underneath her and rested her elbow on the arm of the chair, her forehead cradled perfectly in her palm, so perfect that she thought she just might fall asleep. The sound of the hydraulic metal door swinging open, followed by the muffled sound of hurried footsteps, told her Dr. Mallory had finally arrived. She would have to wait for her nap. "Sorry to keep you waiting, ladies. It seems that a few of our group members will not be joining us for today's session. Many of them are in bed with the flu, so it'll just be the 5 of us today." Glancing around at the circle of chairs, Clara was happy to see that 4 of them were empty, and even happier that they would remain that way. It was her day to speak, and the less people to ask her questions, the better. "Okay," Dr. Mallory said, opening his briefcase and settling into his chair. "Shall we get started?" He was actually pretty cute for a doctor. His hair was blonde and always combed back away from his face. He was professional and young, too, and much better than Dr. White, who stomped through the halls, always smelling of smoke, and his eyes yellowed with age. Dr. Presley was the only female doctor, but anyone under her supervision was screwed. From what Clara had heard, she was a heartless bitch. It made sense. She was beautiful and had a judgment about every movement her patients made, about every thought they had. Clara was glad she'd dodged that bullet. "Let's check in, ladies." Dr. Mallory sat back, his warm brown eyes sweeping over his 4 patients. "I'll start." He cleared his throat. "I've had a very busy morning. With so many of the staff out sick with this flu that's going around, I've been putting in some late hours, and quite frankly, it was difficult for me to get out of bed this morning. But," he let out a deep sigh, "here I am. I'm sorry to see that so many members of our group are also ill, but I guess there's nothing we can do except to focus on staying healthy in other ways." Clara felt Dr. Mallory's eyes on her, and she met them with a bored glare. He definitely hadn't forgotten that it was her turn to share today. "Dr. Mallory?" Beth squeaked. Although Clara often chastised her for being so pitifully innocent, Beth was the sweetest, gentlest person Clara had ever met, and regardless of how annoying that was at times, Clara kind of liked her, at least more than she liked the other women. "Yes?" Dr. Mallory crossed his legs. "What is it, Beth?" I
I think that I might be getting sick, too. But I don't know for sure.
She looked down at her fingers as she picked at them. Her nails were short and scabbed from being bitten too close to the quick.
I mean, I'm trying to get better, but I feel sick.
And what makes you think you're sick, Beth? Do you have a fever? Have you been to see Nurse Hadley?
Well, no, I haven't, but I know what's wrong with me.
With a unanimous groan, everyone settled in to listen to all the reasons why she was sick. Again. You always think something's wrong with you, Alicia blurted and rolled her eyes as she smacked her gum. Clara wanted to slap her mouth shut to spare everyone the maddening sound of her disgusting molestation of the wad of gum for the next couple of hours. Alicia was a tall, pale woman with a buzzed head and green eyes that Clara had once thought were pretty, before she'd actually met the bitch. One of Alicia's many infuriating qualities was a compulsive need to always have something in her mouth. Anything counted. And since gum was the only thing the staff would allow at all times, she had to make each piece last as long as possible. "Alicia," Dr. Mallory said, "let Beth speak. You'll get your turn soon enough." "I don't need a turn," she mouthed off. "I'm just saying, the idiot always thinks something's wrong with her." "No name-calling, Alicia." Dr. Mallory rubbed his temple. "You know the rules."
"But there is something wrong this time,"
Beth whined. "And what do you think is wrong with you?" Dr. Mallory was all patience and mock concern. For some reason, Beth's gaze darted to Clara before landing back on the doctor.
"Well, I've been feeling dizzy and nauseous lately. I'm pretty sure I'm getting the flu, just like the others."
"All right, Beth. Why don't you go see Nurse Hadley after our session today? How does that sound? I'm sure she can give you something that'll make you feel better." Everyone but Beth knew it wasn't flu meds Dr. Hadley would administer to her. As they continued around the room, checking in about their day and how they were doing since their last session a week before, Samantha chimed in. She was a short, gangly woman with a bright smile, but often downtrodden eyes. She told them about her sleepless nights, that her nightmares had been growing increasingly worse instead of getting better. It was nothing new. And of course, when it was actually Alicia's turn, she complained about everything that had irritated her during the last 24 hours. The list was very long, and though it included all the whining and commotion from some of the other patients getting sick, she complained most about the sound of the squeaking wheel on the laundry cart echoing through the hall at night when Devin was making his rounds. "I didn't get any sleep because of it. Do you know what that does to my nerves? It's like you people are trying to make me crazy. I can't even eat without someone coughing on my food. Between all the crying and sniffling, it's like I'm living with a bunch of goddamn kindergartners." Her eyes were wide and bloodshot, and Clara had half a mind to throw the water bottle sitting on the floor beside her chair at the woman's gaunt face. Alicia was just as ridiculous as Beth. She was just too pissed off all the time to realize it. As the woman griped on, Clara thought of Joanna once more. "Stephen Quick?" Principal Shepard called out. A scrawny, freckle-faced boy walked up to the gray-haired woman and accepted his middle school graduation certificate, smiling as he turned toward the photographer. Clara stood in line, ecstatic that she was about to receive her own graduation certificate. After today, she would never have to set foot on her middle school campus again. And with any luck, Joanna would be going to a different high school, and Clara would never have to see the girl's smug face again. Clara was actually proud of herself for making it through the school year relatively unscathed. She'd survived the most torturous years of her life. Maybe not with as much dignity as she would have liked, but at least she'd survived. "Anita Quincy?" The principal's voice droned over the loudspeaker. Clara allowed herself a satisfied grin. Anita's dress wasn't nearly as pretty as hers was. Clara's mom had splurged and bought her a new summer dress to wear for the ceremony. Clara assumed it was because her mostly absent mom felt bad for not attending, but Clara hadn't wanted her there anyway. She would only have been an added embarrassment. It was intimidating enough looking out at a sea of over 100 faces. Proud parents, older siblings, and beaming teachers. She didn't want to see her mom's face out there as well, pretending to be someone she wasn't, a loving mother, when really she was the town whore. "Oops," Joanna said, bumping into Clara. Clara turned around, the color draining from her face as she considered what scheme Joanna might try to play on their final day of school. But to Clara's surprise, Joanna offered her an apologetic smile and shrugged. "Sorry, I tripped." Clara's eyes narrowed on her before she turned around. She hated the fact that the person she loathed most in the world had to stand beside her in the graduation line. "Kevin Raymond?" the principal called. Joanna tapped Clara's shoulder. "Psst." Clara glanced behind her. "Leave me alone, Joanna." "Look, I just want to apologize for being so horrible to you this year," she whispered. "I've been going through some crap at home and, well, the point is, I'm sorry." Clara searched Joanna's eyes, waiting for the evil gleam to overshadow the unexpected softness. "I shouldn't have taken it out on you." "Why are you telling me this now?" Clara asked, skeptical and more hopeful than she knew was probably wise. Joanna shrugged again. "I just don't want to go into high school being enemies." She smiled. "I guess I was sort of hoping we could be, friends." Joanna looked down at her feet, then out at the crowd. Anywhere but at Clara. "Are you being serious?" Clara asked, turning around completely. Joanna's head cocked to the side. "Of course I am, silly." She nudged Clara's shoulder with her own. "Why would I go to all this trouble if I wasn't?" A tiny smile tugged at Clara's lips, and she was just about to agree to be Joanna's friend when she heard her name over the loudspeaker. "Clara Reynolds?" Beaming and filled with a new sense of hope, Clara stepped up to the hunched-over woman on the small, creaky stage. She barely registered the snickers behind her as she accepted her certificate. In 20 minutes, the years of hell Joanna had put her through would be a distant memory. "Congratulations," Principal Shepard said. Clara gazed out at the sea of faces, realizing that some of the people in the crowd were wearing strange expressions. "Oh, dear," Clara heard Principal Shepard mutter as Clara registered the muffled laughter in the line of students waiting to walk across the stage. "Clara, dear." Principal Shepard took a step toward her and touched her shoulder. "You have—" She spun Clara around. "You have a sign on your back, dear." Horrified, Clara flailed, reaching for the sign Principal Shepard was struggling to remove. Feeling the paper between her fingers, Clara ripped it off her back. With shaking hands, she read the bold black print. "My mom is a poor whore." "Why the hell do you shake your head every time I open my mouth?" Alicia seethed as she stared wide-eyed at Clara. Clara had toned out Alicia's droning, so she had no clue what she'd missed. But the anger revived by her daydreamed recollection made it easy to answer. "Why are you always such a bitch?" The words slipped out of Clara's mouth before she could stop it. Her shoulders sagged with regret. She knew a one-way yelling match would erupt as a result of her provocation, and her head hurt too much to listen to Alicia's tirade about how everyone was against her, especially Clara. "A bitch? At least I'm not delusional. You think you're better than us, don't you? You think I don't see through those big blue eyes of yours? You think you're entitled, and you have since you got here." She paused, waiting for Clara to argue. Clara raised her eyebrows, feigning boredom. You're the most tragic out of all of us, Alicia continued. You think there's nothing wrong with you, that you're unjustly in here. Well, guess what? The judge ordered your admittance. At least we're here willingly. We can admit we're fucked up. And don't think none of us haven't noticed that you never have visitors, that no one cares that you're in here. Clara tried to ignore Alicia's derisive words, but the woman's voice filled Clara's head like acid, eroding her defenses. Her anger started taking over, creeping past her carefully constructed barricades and settling among the torrent of thoughts. And all you do is sulk around and act superior to everyone else. You're just as crazy as the rest of us. You're even worse because you think you're not crazy. I know I have problems. I know I need help. Why the fuck do you think I'm here? But you're a psycho. Clara jolted up from her chair. You want me to kill you too? She couldn't help but lash back. The room fell silent, and 4 sets of eyes settled on her. Clara might have at least been somewhat repentant, had she not been too busy relishing the way the flush of anger was draining from Alicia's face. Clara, Dr. Mallory warned. We don't threaten each other. This is a safe space. Clara balked and turned to him. Are you kidding me? She pointed to Alicia, who was sitting back, quiet in her chair. All she does is bully everyone, and you let her. His eyes narrowed. Making generalized accusations isn't fair either. This is such a joke, Clara muttered and plopped back down. Clara, he said, exhaling heavily. Please. She rolled her eyes. He ignored her. It's your turn to share today. When he paused, she knew he was waiting for her to meet his eyes, but she refused. Why don't you tell us what you've learned since your admittance? He scanned her file on his lap. 3 months ago. Clara stared around at the 3 other women. Beth was watching her eagerly, interested to finally hear Clara's story, just like they all had been since the moment she arrived at Pine Springs Hospital. Alicia had wanted to know Clara's story so badly, she'd started spreading stories throughout the ward, hoping Clara would refute them and tell everyone the truth. Little did Alicia know that Clara preferred the whispered rumors over the truth. She liked that people thought she was crazy. She liked that they were scared of her. If the entire hospital thought she'd set her mom's house on fire and that she'd enjoyed watching everyone inside burn to death, that was just fine with her. She wasn't there to make friends. She was only there to serve her court-mandated time. When she had, she would walk away from all of them and never look back. The doctor cleared his throat again, this time coughing before he said, Clara. What? She finally met his eyes. Start with what you've learned since coming to stay with us. What is it that you want for yourself? Share something with us. Anything. Suddenly, the door flew open, and Dr. Preston sauntered into the room. And like the flip of a switch, Dr. Mallory's attention was no longer on Clara, but fixated on the 6-foot-tall brunette woman. We have a situation, Dr. Mallory. Can I interrupt your session for a moment? Dr. Mallory groaned as he rose from his chair, both hands clamped on the armrests for support. Unsteady, he followed her out of the room, grumbling something as he cleared his throat. Beth leaned closer to Clara. A situation? Clara ignored Beth and rubbed her hands over her face. Beth continued to watch her, and Clara could tell questions were bouncing on the tip of her tongue, begging to be asked. Clara sighed. What? Did you really set your parents' house on fire? Clara's eyes wandered to Beth's. No, I didn't. In fact, there wasn't even a fire. Beth looked relieved. Clara narrowed her eyes. You should know by now that everything out of Alicia's mouth is a lie. Stop listening to her. She's mean to you, and she's not your friend.
Fuck you, Alicia said. It's none of your business. That's enough, ladies, Roberta, the overweight nurse, said as she stalked into the room. You're a bunch of rabid panthers today. I could hear you all the way out in the rec room. What are you doing in here? Alicia growled from her chair. I work here, Miss Snippy. Come on, group's over. Roberta made a shooing motion to get them up out of their chairs. You'll continue next week when everything around here has calmed down a bit. When the four women stared at her, showing no signs of moving, Roberta pointed to the open door. Let's go. Now. Alicia's eyes were wild with fear. But we're not finished yet. We still have over an hour of group left, plus he was late and... Worried you'll have too much time to consider killing yourself today? Clara taunted, taking pleasure in the fact that Alicia wouldn't have every part of her day accounted for and would most likely go mad from not keeping busy. I hate you, Alicia spat as she pushed her chair back and rushed out of the room. Roberta glanced between Clara and the empty doorway. Was that really necessary? Clara shrugged and yawned, tired of being cooped up with a bunch of crazy assholes anyway. Pulling herself out of her chair, she headed out the door, leaving Samantha, Roberta, and Beth still inside. The hallway was mostly empty, with the exception of Alicia disappearing around the corner toward the rec room and Devin pushing the laundry cart toward the laundry room. Clara kind of liked the sound of the laundry cart's wheels squeaking on the polished floor. Or maybe she just liked knowing where Devin was all the time. He gave her a curt nod before looking away as he passed. He'd kept his distance since the day she arrived, and he seemed to dislike her, even though he was clearly attracted to her. For some reason, she didn't mind him rejecting her advances. Maybe it was because playing with him was so much fun, or because she knew he was trying to be professional. But either way, his mysterious aversion to her only piqued her interest more. A shooting pain in the crown of her head made her wince, and her thoughts turned only to sleeping. Her sock-covered feet carried her silently past the rec room and down the next hallway toward her room. Since her roommate had been released a few days ago, Clara had the place all to herself. Her bed was still unmade, her blinds still drawn, and with an oomph, she crawled under the covers and passed out. 3. The next day was no better. Clara still felt achy and tired. I hate you, she grumbled as Roberta threw her covers back. I don't care. You're here to get better, so you might as well try. With another grumble, Clara pulled her covers back over her body. You think you hate me now? Miss Clara, if you don't get up, I'll lock Alicia in here with you, and then you'll really hate me. Fine. Clara flung her blankets off, sat up, and turned to let her feet hang over the side of the bed. Come on, Roberta said, picking up a wad of Clara's clothes and stuffing them in the laundry basket. Brush your teeth and get dressed. It's time for breakfast. Clara cringed as her stomach did a somersault that nearly sent her into convulsions. With the way her insides were feeling, she would rather run a blade across her wrist than eat anything. I don't want you falling into that black hole you were in when you first got here. You need to keep eating. For me, Roberta batted her eyelashes. Only because Roberta was the one faculty member who would make Clara's life hell, Clara obeyed. 15 minutes later, Clara was sitting in the white-walled cafeteria, washed in the morning sunlight pouring through the windows and pushing her food around on her plate. She could feel Roberta's eyes boring into the back of her head as the nurse made her rounds through the dining hall. The squeak of the woman's rubber soles on the polished floor practically echoed among the quiet chatter of the other women sitting in clusters at their own tables. Holding her breath, Clara took a bite of eggs. She immediately regretted it.
food was not settling well with her today. She raised her napkin to her mouth, and as she pretended to cough, she spit the eggs out and wadded up the napkin. Beatrice, the woman sitting beside her, coughed, but it was Beth who grabbed Clara's attention. Sitting one table over, Beth was watching Clara too closely. With a knowing smile, Beth glanced down at her own plate and pushed her food around the way Clara had done. Grateful for the woman's silence, Clara winked at her, making Beth's grin grow. As annoying as Beth could be, there was also something about her that was endearing. Clara hadn't found that quality in anyone in a long time, not since Taylor. Longing for her best friend brought the sting of tears to Clara's eyes, and she thought of the day Taylor ended their friendship for good. It was summer break, junior year of high school, and Clara and Taylor had just walked into a deli in downtown Bristow. The moment Clara had stepped inside, she'd felt a combination of white-hot rage and exhilaration. Joanna Rossi, with her long, silky black hair, the hair Clara often dreamt about chopping off, was sitting with a boy in the far corner of the deli. It only took an instant before Joanna's eyes met hers. Clara enjoyed the look of dread that blanketed the other girl's face. She knew she could turn around and avoid making a scene by leaving or by simply ignoring Joanna's presence, but Clara wouldn't do that. It would be too easy and not nearly enough fun. Instead, she smiled. She would never give Joanna the satisfaction of a close call, not now after all of her hard work, after all she'd achieved. Taylor pulled on Clara's arm and cast furtive glances at Joanna's table. "We should go." "We're staying." Clara nearly snarled and nodded for the closest booth. Taylor lingered by the entrance. "I really don't want to." "Stop being such a baby." Clara grabbed Taylor's wrist, tugging her friend toward the booth. Clara made sure to sit facing Joanna. Weakness wasn't an option when it came to her, not since the final straw at 8th grade graduation. The power Clara wielded over Joanna now that the tables had been turned was emboldening, and Clara feared that if she let her defenses down for even a moment, that power would be snatched away. All of her hard work, her makeover, her rise in popularity, the boys she'd stolen out from under Joanna's nose, would all have been for nothing, and Clara would be right back where she'd been 3 years ago. "Why do you hate her so much anyway?" Taylor asked, flattening a napkin in her lap. "It's like you become someone else when you see her. It's sort of creepy." Clara's eyes shifted from Joanna to Taylor. "Gee, thanks." Her friend was a round-faced little thing with blonde, wavy hair, brown eyes, and nothing particularly notable about her. In fact, Taylor was even a little boring. But she was loyal and predictable, 2 traits Clara found immensely valuable. "Well, it's true. Why can't we, just for once, take the higher road and leave instead of causing trouble? It's like you like arguing with her or something. What did she do to you?" "Are you serious, Tay? How can you not see what a conniving skank she is? She's always watching, always plotting and planning." Clara's eyes shot to Joanna, and it gave her immense satisfaction to see Joanna fidget under the weight of her stare. "She's made my life a living hell since I was in elementary school. I'm finally on top. Why would I back down now? I won't let her win." "But it's not a game," Taylor nearly shrieked. "Look, I know you guys have a past, and I know you have plenty of reasons to hate her. You tell me as much all the time, even if you don't tell me exactly what they are. But don't you think you go a little over the top sometimes? I mean, look at how excited you get when she's around. You don't what?" Clara narrowed her eyes at her best friend. Taylor frowned. "I'm worried about you, that's all." Clara's glare softened, and a smile curved her lips. "Sorry, Tay. Remember how Joanna treated you when you first got here? The way she made fun of you in front of the entire school during your choir performance. I took you in as my friend because no one should be treated the way Joanna treats people. Clara looked at Joanna, who was tossing her hair over her shoulder and batting her eyes at the boy sitting across the table from her. Clara grinned inwardly, excited by the prospect of another challenge. Taylor cleared her throat, recapturing Clara's attention. See what I mean? Taylor said, clasping her hands together and resting them on the Formica tabletop. You're not even paying attention to me. Not really. Clara tilted her head to the side and let out an exasperated sigh. I'm doing all of this for you as much as I'm doing it for me. She shook her head and lifted her shoulder. Joanna needs to be put in her place, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes to make sure she feels uneasy around me, just like I felt around her for so many years. Taylor's brow furrowed. Besides, aside from stealing a few of her boyfriends, I haven't actually done anything to her since freshman year. She patted Taylor's clasped hands. I know you don't like confrontation or whatever, but don't you think there are times when standing your ground is more important than running away? She's a bully and deserves to be knocked down a peg or two. Taylor bit her lower lip, a sure sign that she was coming around. Yeah, I guess you're right. It's just, you get sort of scary. Clara laughed. It's just my war face, dummy. Come on, let's order something with way too many calories, and then we can grab Slurpees and watch the guys at the skate park fall on their asses. A tentative smile spread across Taylor's face, exposing the gap between her front teeth. Apparently content with the idea of fatty food and boys, she scanned the menu. When the waiter approached, Taylor ordered a strawberry milkshake and a cheeseburger with extra cheese, and Clara couldn't help it as her eyes skimmed over Taylor's frumpy clothes and curvy on the cusp of chubby body. I'll just have a Greek salad and a cup of minestrone soup, Clara said, handing the waiter her menu. Taylor straightened. I thought we were ordering food with far too many calories. Clara shrugged. I lost my appetite, she said absently, watching as Joanna and the boy got up from their table and headed toward the exit, toward Clara and Taylor's booth. Although Joanna was clearly avoiding making eye contact, Clara couldn't help herself. Hey, Joanna. She nodded toward the tall blonde guy walking next to her. Who's your friend? Are you going to introduce us? The boy's phone rang, and he pulled his cell from his pocket and continued outside while Joanna stopped at the end of Clara's table. Clara grinned shamelessly. You know, you might as well... Joanna's crystal blue eyes fixed on Clara, and her lips pulled into a satisfied grin. The fact that you have to steal my boyfriends instead of finding your own is a joke, Clara. She watched Clara, waiting for her reaction, but Clara had spent years perfecting her Joanna game face, so she simply sat there, looking bored. Of course, you wouldn't care. Joanna smirked. Like mother, like daughter. Only you're crazy, and she's just a stupid whore. Clara jumped up from her seat, shoving her index finger at Joanna's chest. Shut your mouth! We are nothing alike! Realizing she'd made a bigger scene than she'd intended, Clara swallowed and glanced around at the handful of other deli patrons before narrowing her eyes back on Joanna. You're such a bitch! You think being mean to people makes you cool? Makes you popular? Well, how does it feel to be the one the rumors spread about now? You're nobody. You're old news. Just remember who did that to you. To Clara's relief, Joanna seemed more than affected by her words. Her nemesis's eyes even blurred a little. I was a kid, Joanna said, her voice incredulous. When was the last time I did anything to you? Clara laughed. Oh, poor Joanna's so innocent. Yeah, right. Watch your back, Joanna, because payback's a bitch. Clara crossed her arms over her chest, staring Joanna down and loving the thrill of watching the other girl squirm. Finally, Joanna let out a deep breath and turned on her heel, heading out the door. Clara smiled triumphantly and turned back toward the booth, only to find that, at some point during the altercation, Taylor had left as well. Beatrice, a woman Clara didn't really know and didn't care to, coughed beside her at the table. The pallid, red-haired woman was halfway finished with her meal when she stood and headed for the juice counter. Glancing around the more empty-than-usual cafeteria, Clara leaned over and scraped most of her breakfast onto Beatrice's plate, hearing Beth start giggling as she watched. "Beth," Roberta said. Clara's attention snapped forward again. Roberta walked over to Beth's table. "You seem to be enjoying your breakfast this morning." She studied the giggling woman. "What's so funny?" Beth looked at Clara and then back down at her tray of food, sending Clara's heart into a steady thud. Roberta in a bad mood wasn't something she felt up to dealing with today. Clara told Alicia off in group yesterday," Beth said with another giggle. "You should have seen Alicia's face. I don't think I've ever seen her so shocked before." "Really?" Roberta glanced over at Clara and smirked. "Sorry I missed it." She patted Beth on the shoulder and continued her rounds around the room. As Roberta stepped further and further away from her table, Clara's heartbeat slowed, and she smiled at Beth. After giving her a grateful wink, Clara pushed around the last bit of food on her plate, making it look like she'd at least made a sizable dent. 4. "What's wrong, Munchkin?" Clara asked as she plopped down beside Beth on the red sofa. The instant she did, she regretted it. Her head was pounding, and she was short of breath. The afternoon light filtering in through the windows throughout the rec room was too bright, and the smell of cleaning supplies was too pungent. "I feel like shit," she grumbled, leaning her head back against the overstuffed couch with a groan. "I don't feel good either," Beth breathed as she wrapped herself up in a brown fleece blanket. Clara's head lulled to the left so she could see the other woman better. Beth's face was flushed. Her bangs were matted to her temples, and her skin looked slick with sweat. "Did you go see Nurse Hadley?" Clara asked. She would generally brush Beth's health concerns away, but she could tell Beth really was sick, and Clara was feeling especially ill herself. Beth's rumpled hair swished against the back of the sofa as she nodded. "The door was locked and the light was out. I think she's off today." "Do you want me to get you some water or something?" With a slow shake of her head, Beth said, "No, thank you. I just want to sit here and stay warm." Clara shrugged and reached for the TV remote, propping her feet up on the battered oak coffee table. Beth pulled a book out from under her blanket. Its bright blue cover caught Clara's eye, and she raised her eyebrows as a spurt of excitement overshadowed her headache a little. "You like fairy tales, huh?" "Yeah," Beth said. "Well, actually, I've never read any of them, not the real ones, but my grandma sent me this book last week." Her fingers traced the gilt-embossed canvas cover. "She said she saw it and thought of me since I loved Disney movies so much when I was a little girl." Opening the book to the first story, Beth cleared her throat and began whispering as she read the opening lines of The Ugly Duckling. She barely made it through 2 sentences before she started coughing. Clara snatched the book out of her hands. "I'll read it to you." "Oh, thanks," Beth whispered. She rested her head against the sofa cushion, letting out a deep sigh as her eyes flitted closed. Tugging at Beth's blanket, Clara pulled a portion of it over her own shivering body and settled in to read. She hadn't thought about fairy tales since that night, the night she'd lost her prince. The memory was still too painful and infuriating, but secretly, Clara still yearned to prove her theory right. She wanted to prove that there was still truth to the stories everyone thought were mere fairy tales. After a few minutes of reading, Clara quickly fell back into an eager, fluid rhythm. Her voice became lighter, her thoughts less dismal. "Ah, you ugly creature, I wish the cat would get you." And his mother said she wished he had never been born. The ducks pecked him, the chickens beat him, and the girl who fed the poultry kicked him with her feet. So at last he ran away. Clara twirled her long ponytail around her finger, the anthology propped up on her lap as she flipped through, enthralled. She could feel Beth's toes wiggling beneath the blanket as she listened, coughing every so often. "That's really annoying," Clara said, looking at Beth and trying to school her growing aggravation. Beth wore an injured look. "Sorry," she said quietly. Clara felt bad for the little thing. "Are you sure you don't want to go lie down? You should probably get some sleep or something." Beth shook her head. "Not yet. I like the way you read, the way you do the voices." A small smile tugged at her mouth. "I'll wait until you're finished." Clara was happy to hear that. She didn't want to stop reading now, not when they were about to get to the good part, the part where the duckling became the envy of everyone who'd ever mistreated him. "Have you read this story before?" Beth asked. "You seem to like it a lot." Clara nodded. "Fairy tales are like my Bible," she admitted. "What do you mean?" Beth started biting her pinky nail, coughing on her hand as she chewed instead of covering her mouth. Clara shivered. "Stop it," she said and swatted Beth's hand out of her mouth. "Biting your nails isn't an attractive quality. Do you think any of these princesses," she held up the book of stories, "ever bit their fingernails?" Beth looked at the book in Clara's lap, then up at Clara. "Well, probably not." "And they always get the prince, right?" "Well, I suppose." "Right, and do you know why?" Clara strummed her fingers on the book impatiently. Beth shook her head. "Because there are rules if you want to be a princess like them, Beth, or at least a modern-day version of one, and biting your fingernails is against the rules." "What do you mean, rules?" Clara sighed. "They're more like steps, actually," she said, exasperated. "There are rules to everything, but no one ever thinks to pay much attention to them." "What are the rules?" Beth seemed enthralled, and Clara felt another spurt of enthusiasm. "If I tell you, you can't tell anyone. It's a secret of mine. And I don't want people like Alicia finding out about my secrets. Do you understand?" Beth nodded emphatically, looking even more like a little girl than she usually did. "Well, you know how there are rules whenever you're playing a game? Like, you have to take certain steps to achieve your goal and win the game?" Beth nodded again. "It's the same thing in life. Not everyone is born with everything they want, but that doesn't mean we can't fight for it." Clara pointed to the book. "If you're the ugly duckling, you can overcome that, but you have to work hard for it." Clara thought about how hard work and determination had changed her life completely. She'd earned great grades in high school and taken the first scholarship she'd been offered to the University of Colorado in Boulder, finally leaving that hellhole in Oklahoma. Taking that step for herself had helped her get away from her mom and Joanna. She'd given herself a fresh start. She'd done it for herself. It breaks down like this. Step 1. The underdog can always come out on top. Clara had proven that theory every time she'd stolen Joanna's boyfriend. In the end, Clara had had it all, and Joanna hadn't been able to hold a candle to Clara's popularity. Rule 2, there just has to be a transformation. Beth's eyes widened. Like the ugly duckling, Clara said. Beth sniffled. But not everyone is a swan. Not naturally, no, but there are tons of ways to change that. Beth cleared her throat.
Is that what you did?
Clara tried not to be offended by Beth's ignorance. I had issues in elementary and middle school, and embracing the underlying messages of these stories made everything easier for me.
Really?
Clara nodded. Think about it. Who do you think wrote these? She waved Beth's impending answer away as the woman glanced down at Hans Christian Andersen's name, written in gold script on the cover. Yeah, Hans did. But he didn't just make these up. The ideas had to stem from somewhere. I'm sure he had a little sister who was picked on, or saw a little orphan girl on the streets back in the day and wrote about her in a way everyone could relate to. These stories were originally social commentaries, his observations of the world around him. He just wrote them in a way people would want to read them. It's like subliminal messaging, and most people are too stupid to get it.
I don't think...
For instance, Clara continued, what's to stop someone from getting a makeover or moving somewhere new to start over, to be someone else? What's to stop them from recreating themselves to become the swan, to become the princess?
But...
Beth shook her head.
Shouldn't people just be content with who they are?
Clara glared at her. Not unless you want to be pathetic your whole life, and you want people like Alicia to pick on you all the time.
Did someone pick on you when you were in elementary school?
Of course. Kids are horrible, especially the rich, pretty ones. But there are things you can do to make things right, to turn them around. Nothing's set in stone, Beth. Everything changes. The hierarchy in high school, your sheets, the government. A giant piece of glass can be broken into tiny shards. Can you think of anything that never changes at all? Beth frowned and shook her head. Exactly. So popularity and a social status, all of that can change too. Buy a nicer car, and people will automatically see you differently. It's easy to make things better for yourself.
What did you do to make things better for you?
Clara let out a harsh laugh. Everything I could. I stole my mom's clothes so I didn't have to wear my old ratty ones. And I watched countless videos of how to put on makeup and what to say to boys. I read books, studied movies, and memorized lines from my favorite romances. Clara let out a deep breath.
It sounds like a lot of work.
Beth started coughing again. Yeah, well, if you don't put in the work, you stay at the bottom and continue to get pushed around. People are lazy, and they simply accept their lot in life, something I refuse to do.
Well, I think I'd like to try that when I get a little better.
Yeah? Clara nudged Beth with her elbow. I'll help you, and then we'll show them all that you're not the pushover they all think you are. Beth smiled.
Maybe Alicia will start being nice to me.
Clara smirked. Oh, she will. Clara leaned over to set the book on the coffee table. Strangely, her time with Beth had helped her shake the growing sickness, and she felt invigorated.
What's number 3?
Beth asked, nestling down further under the blanket. What?
Oh, you said there were 3 rules.
Clara's eyes narrowed. Yeah, there's a third one, but it's not as easily attained as the rest.
Why? What is it?
Clara glared at Beth. Something about the princess always getting the prince. Her voice was cold.
Why doesn't it work?
It doesn't matter, Clara spat. It's not like you have a prince you're trying to catch. Pushing the blanket off her legs, Clara stood up and walked over to the window beside the wall-mounted TV. She gazed down at the snow-covered grounds, enjoying how pristine and icy everything appeared. The tops of the hedges lining the drive were barely visible, and the birds were restricted to leafless branches as they played in the sunny afternoon. Nearly blinded by the glare coming off the snow, Clara closed her eyes. As much as she wanted to never think about him again, she couldn't contain the whirlwind of memories. Clara had been on her 7th lap around the track, unwinding from a tedious day of classes and keeping up appearances. As she came around the final bend, approaching the water bottle she was using as a mile marker, she knew that once she passed it, she would be done and could shower, put on clean clothes, and head back to her dorm to freshen up before heading out for a night on the town. She loved being in Boulder. It was so different from Bristow. There were possibilities here. She was finally away from all the drama and could be comfortable in her own skin and focus on her future. Boulder was her fresh start, and college was promising. There were tons of cute boys and potential Prince Charmings. She loved it. But while Clara was lost in frivolous thoughts, she misstepped and tripped, landing on the turf with a shooting pain in her ankle. Shit! A sprained ankle would ruin her plans for the night. Clara pulled up the spandex of her jogging pants as a shadow was cast over her. She peered up and squinted into the sun, trying to see who was approaching. "That looked like a bad one," a young man said, his voice low and playful. "Are you all right?" Clara tried to move her foot, cringing. "I think it's sprained." He crouched down, his fingers pressing against the tender skin around her ankle. "You training for a marathon?" Clara shook her head. "No." "I've seen you out here almost every day since the semester started. I thought maybe you were training for something." "Oh, no, I just like to run." Of course, she wouldn't tell him exactly why she liked to run, that being fit was one of the many things she had to do if she wanted to maintain her allure. "And you—" She craned her neck to see the soccer team running drills in the center of the field behind her. "Play soccer?" "Yep. I suck, but I love it anyway." He'd admitted to a weakness, something most men wouldn't do. Clara couldn't hold in her smile. "It's the effort that counts, right?" He shrugged. "I guess." Clara couldn't help but admire his shadowed hazel eyes as he looked at her. She was suddenly self-conscious about being so close to him, sweating and smelling like a footlocker. When she realized his stare was lingering on her, Clara thought she felt the ground shift a little, and her cheeks flushed. Soccer boy moved her foot around gently and cleared his throat. "You think you can stand up?" He rose to his feet and held out his hand. She nodded. "Yeah, I think so." Bracing her hands on either side of her, Clara balanced on her good foot and tried to rise. She wavered, and big, strong hands clasped her upper arms to steady her. "Thank you," she said, unsure how long she needed to play the injured damsel before he would ask her out. "No problem," he said, letting go of her arms. "You gonna be okay?" "I think so." "All right, well, I better get back to practice." And with that, he trotted away. She watched him, dumbfounded. That wasn't what was supposed to happen. He wasn't supposed to just walk away from her. She glanced down at her chest. Her cleavage wasn't necessarily voluptuous, but no guy had ever complained about that before. She was wearing her compression pants, which made her thighs and butt look great. Other than the sheen of sweat coating her skin, there was nothing wrong with her. "Try to watch where you're stepping," Soccer boy called after her as she limped away. Thwarted, Clara waved a hand at him without looking back and headed toward the locker room, ignoring the pain of her ankle as best she could. She didn't understand why their interaction hadn't played out the way it should have. There were simple steps to attaining a man's attentions. She had the body, she made sure she had the look, and she'd even been the damsel in distress, but not so pathetic that she was crying about it. It had been the perfect scenario, and yet nothing. After convincing herself that she wasn't really interested in him anyway and that she really hadn't tried very hard to lure him in, Clara used her night at home to study instead of sulking, almost completely forgetting about Soccer Boy. She needed to focus on her grades anyway, especially if she was going to keep her scholarship. The next day, Clara was on her way to the library to continue studying for her chemistry exam when she noticed him, the tall, shaggy-haired soccer player, out of the corner of her eye. He was leaning against one of the stone pillars in front of the library, talking on his cell phone. As Clara approached the library's glass doors, he ended his call and glanced up. "Hey," he said, walking up beside her. Clara met his soft hazel eyes fanned with dark lashes. She hadn't been able to get those eyes out of her mind. "Hey," she said. "You have a study group or something?" He stepped in front of her and pointed to the library with his chin. Clara could smell his aftershave and see his barely there shadow of facial hair. Shaking her head, she pointed to her messenger bag. "Just need to study before my chemistry test this afternoon." "Chemistry? So you're one of the smart ones then. Do you tutor?" Clara felt disappointment pull at her features, and her eyes narrowed. She pushed past him. As much as she wanted to shout, "Find a different nerd, asshole!" she kept her mouth shut. He matched her pace, his exposed athletic arm brushing against hers as he tried to keep up. Did I say something wrong?" His skin was warm and soft, but Clara did her best to ignore it. She walked faster. "Of course not," she said as she pulled the heavy glass door open before he could reach for it. He entered the library right behind her and stopped, just as she had, peering around the cavernous study hall, crowded with people. Huge windows filled the room with warmth and light. "I've got to study, so if you don't mind." She scanned the long tables, willing a free seat to come into view. Soccer Boy pointed to the table furthest to the right. "There are 2 empty seats right over there at the end." Turning around, Clara said, "Look, I'm not smart, okay? I'm just trying to keep my scholarship. I can't help you with your homework or anything like that, so please, just leave me alone." Before he could respond, Clara headed for the empty seat, and after a few steps, she realized that Soccer Boy had stopped following her. As much as she was relieved her plea had worked, she felt a twinge of anger, too. Of course the bastard only wanted her to help him with his homework, stupid asshole. She settled into the hard plastic chair at the crowded table, but was no longer in a studying mood. She wanted to call it a day, get gussied up, and go out for a drink, or 3. She didn't want to sit inside with a bunch of nerds, poring over their textbooks with the incessant sound of highlighters gliding over paper, the scratching of diligent note-taking, and the irritating throat-clearing and sighing. Drawing in a deep breath for a sigh of her own, Clara pulled out her chemistry book and opened it. She dug the flashcards out from the zipper pocket of her bag. She needed to memorize the elements, including their symbols, their atomic numbers, and their common uses. She started with the first one on her list, argon, then moved on to arsenic. Just as she set her A's note card aside to start the next element, Soccer Boy pulled out the chair beside her and sat down. "Mind if I sit with you?" His voice was an enthralling whisper, and she hated herself for the glee it inspired. Keeping a straight face, she said, "I already told you, Soccer Boy. I can't help you with your damn homework. I have too much to do, and I'm not that smart, I promise." In his silence, she shifted her gaze to him. He was smiling at her. "You're feisty." She glared in return, tapping the invisible watch on her wrist. "Do I look stupid to you?" he asked, whispering closer to her ear this time. Clara frowned. "Excuse me?" She tried to ignore his warm breath against her ear. He licked his bottom lip, his smile unwavering. "I'm a law student. You're—" He peered down at her flashcards. "Arsenic notes won't help me with my regulation and public policy exam." Clara couldn't help the heat that spread over her entire body. "Oh." "I'm Andrew Jensen," he said, offering her his hand. "Clara Reynolds," she said, accepting it. Andrew took a bite of a green apple and looked down at her flashcards. "You should be careful. Chemistry can be dangerous." He took another bite. "I blew up one too many things in high school. Once I even almost blew my face off and lit my parents' house on fire. I stay away from that stuff now." Clara tried not to laugh. "You should really chew with your mouth closed." He only smiled and took another bite, but he did keep his mouth closed. "What did you do?" Clara asked, moving her books over a bit so he could actually fit in the space beside her. "What? Oh, when I nearly died?" He shrugged. "You know, made household bombs out of Drano and aluminum foil. Made napalm and lit it on fire. Little did I know it was sticky as shit and hard to put out." With a tiny giggle, Clara felt herself getting sucked into his every word. "Sounds like you were a troublemaker." Definitely a troublemaker, she thought. But he also seemed like a good boy. He had to be if he was a law student, after all. He had to be a hard worker, sort of like her. Clara liked that. Andrew shrugged. "So are you going to freak out again? Or can I keep sitting here? Seats are limited, you know." Glancing around, Clara shrugged, feigning indifference. "Sure." Andrew wiped his brow with mock relief. "Good. You had me worried there for a minute." "Mail," Roberta called from behind the counter where she was sitting. The patients lounging around the rec room, playing board games, reading books, and staring at the walls vacantly, scrambled to their feet, scurrying to Roberta like cockroaches to a scrap of food. Clara didn't move away from the window, only rolled her eyes. They're pathetic, she thought. But a twinge of sadness quickly followed. Pulling a chair in front of the window, she sat down, her legs crossed and pulled up against her chest as she thought about Andrew. She wondered why she didn't think of him more. She liked that she didn't think about what had happened to them at the end very often, but still she was surprised. As the rest of the ward filled with chit-chat, Clara couldn't help but feel put off. Granted, she and her mom had never been close, so there was no reason to ever expect her to write. And Clara hadn't really talked to her at all since moving away, so it wasn't the absence of her mom in her life that was a little heartbreaking. The fact that she never had a mom who cared much about her at all was the kicker. Clara picked at a string hanging from the hem of her gray, oversized sweatshirt, grappling with the encroaching, unwanted emotions. A sickening rage rushed through her veins. Her mom had been questioned in Clara's trial, so Clara knew she was aware of her situation, of the arrest and the judge's sentence of a long-term stay in a psychiatric ward. Her mom had said, herself, it was best that Clara be locked away. Well, her mom had always been a selfish bitch. Clara knew she shouldn't be surprised that her mom was completely devoid of any mothering instincts. "Shut up already," Clara said over her shoulder to the ladies behind her, clamoring and crying for their letters. "Miss Clara," Roberta called. "You got a letter." Clara's eyes widened in surprise, but only for an instant. She hadn't received a single letter since she'd arrived at Pine Springs. Resentment and anticipation mixed together in the pit of her stomach. Who would write to her? Andrew? The thought was too much to hope for. Standing, Clara took unhurried steps toward the nurse's station, her slippers clacking languidly against the polished floor. Her insides were jittery. Roberta cleared her throat. You should be excited, darling. Was Roberta mocking her? Clara wasn't sure, and her mood darkened again. Snatching the letter from between Roberta's ebony fingers, Clara headed back to her chair by the window, ignoring the other women's giggles and tears as they read their letters aloud to one another. More than curious, Clara flipped the envelope over in her palm, and her fingers tightened, crinkling it in her grasp. It was from the girl's mother. She could tell by the perfect, cursive penmanship. Unsure whether or not she cared what was written on the pages inside, something made it difficult for Clara to simply toss the letter aside. Blowing out of breath, she tore the envelope open, letting it fall to the ground as she unfolded the white printer paper. A short note was centered on the sheet. I hope you're happy with yourself. After nearly a year on life support, my Josie is finally at peace. Do you have any remorse about what you've done? Do you care that you've taken a young life from this world? I hope you know I'll do everything in my power to make sure you never get out of there, ever. For my baby and for that nice boy, Andrew. She's gone? Peering out the reinforced window and down at the barren oak trees that lined the grounds, Clara wondered if it was remorse or relief that pulsed inside her. Although the day was bright and the sun was shining, she could only see red against a background of darkness. She could only hear her heart pounding in her ears and feel the sweat collecting on her brow and palms. The bubble of hysteria swelling in her chest made it nearly impossible to breathe. After weeks of being inseparable, of Clara and Andrew going out and about and being seen together by everyone, Clara was convinced she'd finally found her Prince Charming. He was perfect in every way, handsome and smart, successful and funny. Everything was perfect. Or at least it should have been. On the way to Andrew's house, Clara spotted someone who looked a little too similar to Joanna walking in his neighborhood. Way too similar. Clara was unnerved by the thought of Joanna being anywhere near Andrew, anywhere near Clara herself, and the more she thought about Joanna even being in Boulder, the darker her mood became. Amidst Andrew's channel surfing, he finally muted the TV and turned his attention to Clara. What's wrong? She shook her head and offered him a weak smile. Tell me, he said, turning to face her fully. What's bothering you? Clara peered at him, searching his face for answers to the question she was too scared to ask. You're not seeing anyone else, are you? Andrew frowned. What? No. Why would you ask that? Clara shrugged. We never said we were official, so... He took her chin between his fingers and angled her face toward his. There's no one else. I spent all my time with you. How would I even find the time? Clara wasn't stupid. She knew guys could always find time for a fling on the side, but there was truth in Andrew's eyes. Why was she being so pathetic? She needed to show him why he should be with only her. She leaned in and pressed her lips against his, needing him more than she ever had before, wanting to feel euphoria and bliss instead of doubt. His mouth was intoxicating, making her forget about Joanna and flooding her body with reassurance and heat instead of cold uncertainty. With a grunt, Andrew came up for air, his passion-filled eyes searching hers. "Take off your shirt," he rasped, pulling her bottom lip gently between his teeth. A thrill of excitement ran through her already electrified body. Without hesitation, she broke their kiss only to remove her clothes and then climbed on top of him, wanting to explore every single inch of his body and feel his hands all over her skin. She wanted to consume him, for him to devour her. And as if her fairy godmother was watching over her, she was granted her wish. Andrew took her readily, need making his grip tighter and his kisses rougher. Clara absorbed every sensation, committing to memory the pressure of his body against hers, the feel of his hot breath on her skin. And afterward, they lay together, Clara holding him in her arms all night as he slept. There had never been anything in her life so real, so perfect. She felt completed by him in every way. All of her hard work, her determination to be something more than she'd been, had come to fruition. She'd worked so hard and had finally found her Prince Charming, and she knew that nothing short of death would come between them. But the next night, things seemed to change. Just as Clara finished blow-drying her hair for a date night with Andrew, her cell phone rang. She ran for her purse and fumbled around in the bottomless pit. Finally finding her phone, Clara pressed accept and brought it up to her ear. Her smile broadened when she heard Andrew's velvety voice. "Hey, beautiful." Although upbeat like normal, he sounded somehow different. "Hey, I was just about to head over." Clara heard the sound of a door slamming on the other end of the line. "Are you just getting home from work?" No. She could hear his car keys jingling. "I'm actually calling to see if you'll take a rain check for tonight." Clara's breathing grew labored. "Why? What's going on? Is everything okay?" "Yeah, everything's fine. I just found out a friend of mine is in town. A group of us were going to go out for a few beers," he said, oblivious to her mood change. "That's all." "Oh." Clara tried not to sound too disappointed that she wasn't included. "Okay, well, maybe we can go out tomorrow night instead." "Yeah, maybe." His truck roared to life on the other end, and Clara could barely hear him. She frowned. "Maybe? Do you already have plans tomorrow night?" She felt an invisible weight on her chest. "She's only here for a week, visiting her brother, so I think we're trying to get the group together as much as possible." "She?" "Well, then why don't we all plan something together?" Clara didn't like the high pitch or the slight waver in her voice, and she hoped he couldn't detect it. "Sure, I'll talk to the guys tonight and we'll figure something out." Flopping down on her bed, Clara kicked off her flats and flung her free hand above her head. "All right." She stared up at her blank bedroom walls. "Sorry, beautiful. I'll make it up to you, I promise." "You better. Call me when you get home, so I know you're safe, okay?" "Promise." "Okay, have fun," she said. "But not too much fun." He chuckled. "I won't. Talk to you later." Pulling her hair back into a ponytail, Clara removed her best jeans and flowy top, replacing them with her favorite pajama ensemble, yoga pants, and an oversized sweatshirt she'd bought her first semester at the University of Colorado. She crawled into her bed and turned on the TV, flipping through the channels until finally settling on a stand-up comedian who wasn't very funny, in hopes that he would make her feel less miserable as she lay there, alone. The longer she watched TV, the more tired she became, and the easier it was to forget about Andrew and the fact that he was out with a girl Clara had never even met. Around 3 a.m., Clara woke to someone jiggling the locked handle of her dorm room door. Her roommate worked nights, so Clara knew it wasn't her. The knob jiggled again, and then there was a light knock from the other side.
"Clara,"
Andrew whispered.
"Unlock your door."
Clara jumped out of bed and ran to the door. She eased it open to find her boyfriend propped up against the wooden doorframe.
"Hey, beautiful."
She was beyond happy to see him, and a smile engulfed her face. "Hey, yourself. What are you doing here?"
"I missed you,"
he said, stumbling inside as she opened the door wider. He was drunk. "How did you get here, Andrew? You didn't drive, did you?" Shaking his head, he peered out the window, down at the complex's parking lot.
"Nope. Kenny dropped me off."
"Good." When he turned around, Andrew wrapped his arms around Clara and started kissing her neck. She nearly melted in his arms.
"Did you miss me tonight?"
he asked as he trailed kisses from her collarbone up behind her ear. Steadily and with effort, Clara stepped away from him, causing him to stumble forward. "Why do you smell like perfume?" she asked, trying to keep her emotions in check.
"What?"
"You reek of another woman," she bit out. "Why do you smell like another woman?" Andrew scrunched his face for a moment.
"Oh."
His eyebrows rose and he smiled.
"I was dancing with Joe."
He shook his head, like that explained everything. "With who?"
"My friend from Oklahoma I was telling you about."
He sobered, registering the burning fury in her eyes.
"It's not like that. Don't get your panties in a twist."
Her eyes narrowed to slits. "Excuse me?" Andrew hooked one thumb in his pocket and scratched the top of his head with his other hand.
"You're seriously gonna freak out about this?"
"Of course I am, Andrew!" She turned away from him, trying not to lose it completely. "How would you feel if I sauntered over to your house in the middle of the night with men's cologne pouring off me?" Andrew heaved a sigh, watching her as she began to pace. "Look, I'm sorry if I'm overreacting," she said. "But it's not like you to ditch me in the first place, and then you come here smelling like another woman. A woman I've never even met." Her voice was exasperated, but with great effort, she remained calm. Moments of silence passed, and Andrew's face was unreadable. Just when Clara was about to scream in frustration, Andrew took a step toward her and gently cupped her face in his hand, stroking her cheek with his thumb.
"I wasn't thinking, Clara. I'm sorry, but nothing happened. It's not like that with Joe. She's just a friend."
His sincerity made Clara feel like a fool for doubting him. "Promise?" She hated herself for falling back into the complying, lovesick dimwit she'd once been, but she couldn't help it. A wolfish grin spread across his face.
"I've been thinking about you all night,"
he said, and began trailing gentle kisses down her neck, his hands finding their way beneath her sweatshirt. He apologized, over and over, until they were both bleary-eyed and too sore to move. Everything was Joanna's fault. Andrew leaving her, the Josie woman dying, Clara sentenced to a year in Pine Springs before she could be reevaluated. It was truly poetic. After years of screwing each other over, Joanna had finally won. Clara shook her head, wondering how long Joanna had planned it and how she'd found out about Andrew in the first place. Although Clara knew it was borderline paranoia to think her mom had been involved in any way, she couldn't help but wonder if it was a possibility. Or if Andrew... Bile rose in Clara's throat as reality smacked into her. Had her entire relationship with Andrew been a ruse? Had any of it even been real? Had it all been part of Joanna's elaborate, sadistic plan to get back at her? Questions and memories careened into one another, vying for space. Everything began to make sense. Clara trembled with rage. She fisted the letter in her hand, ready to explode. Her head was throbbing with surmounting emotions she didn't want to think about, emotions she didn't want to feel. She needed to numb them. She needed something to take the burning anger away. Hearing the squeaky wheel of the laundry cart down the hall, she glanced over her shoulder in time to see Devon slip into the laundry room. Determined, she stood and strode after him, away from the chattering girls and complaining orderlies. She could hear the strong but silent Devon whistling a slow, comfortable tune in the laundry room. Pulling her hair from its noose, Clara let the golden tendrils fall around her shoulders and into her face. With a quick rap of her knuckles on the laundry room door, she pushed it open and stuck her head inside. The room was steamy and smelled of detergent and bleach. The whistling stopped. "Someone there?" Clara felt a thrill at hearing the deep timbre of his voice. This would be a challenge, she thought, and then smiled with anticipation. "Want some company?" she said as she stepped inside, clicking the door shut behind her. Devon cleared his throat. "What are you doing in here?" His voice was detached, but Clara thought she detected a hint of desire. His features hardened into a mask of aversion. She knew he was determined to turn her away, like he'd done so many times in the past. But what he didn't know was that she was determined to get what she wanted this time. She wasn't simply flirting. Something about today felt promising. Whether it was her sheer resolve to bend him to her will or her need to be distracted, she was dead set on making him worship her body. She needed to regain control over her life, the life she'd lost the moment she met Andrew. She was already in hell, so she might as well have as much fun as she could while she was there. Clara flashed Devon a sultry smile. "You shouldn't be in here," he said, his body tensing as she stepped closer. She glanced around the room and lifted her hand to the laundry cart parked beside the door. Running her fingers over the stacks of folded towels, she wondered what Devon's skin would feel like against hers. "You should go back to the rec room with the others." His voice was strained and impatient, likely a result of the sexual tension flooding the room, she thought. Clara's smile grew, and she cocked her head to the side. "I should be doing a lot of things." She noticed his eyes flick from her chest to her lips, so she licked them sensually in a silent offering. A slight twitch gave Devon's otherwise inscrutable emotions away. Clara chuckled softly, letting her eyes scan the room as she wondered which corner they could stash themselves away in. "You intrigue me," she admitted. "Cut the shit, Clara. I already told you I'm not losing my job over you." She frowned and walked around the shelves in the center of the room, dividing the machines and the folding station. She strolled toward him, her fingers trailing over the metal shelving as she passed. She felt a thrill of excitement as their gazes met and lingered between the riveted steel uprights as she walked around the shelves. "No matter how much you deny it, you know there's an attraction between us. Why are you trying to ignore it? You work long hours. You deserve some fun, too." She stopped a few feet in front of him, leaning against the shelving. "I won't tell anyone, if that's what you're worried about." Judgment hardened his eyes, and Clara was growing impatient. "You want me, Devon. Admit it." But Devon's expression was unwavering, and he remained silent, contemplating, his eyes boring into hers. Undeterred, Clara stepped closer, leaving only a few inches between them. Devon frowned.
I don't know why I'm even considering this,
he muttered as he ran his fingers through his curly brown hair. When his gaze rose to hers again, his eyes raked over her body with an intense longing he'd never let show before, like he had a hunger he could no longer subdue.
But for some reason, I can only picture you beneath me.
Clara's anger fizzled, and a tranquil heat flowed through her. She exhaled, schooling her smirk so not to upset him, but her triumph made it difficult. He was finally seeing things her way. Pulling off her sweatshirt, Clara draped it over the laundry cart, knowing her white tank top covered little of her braless chest. Devon's eyes studied the curves of her body like they were an offering meant only for him. She could tell his mind was reeling with possibilities, and she liked it. Devon dropped the towel he'd been holding and reached for her, gripping her bare arms roughly and pulling her into him.
"Oh!"
Clara squeaked. Devon swallowed thickly.
"You're gonna get me fired,"
he groaned. He sucked in a breath as she brought his hand up to cup her breast through the thin material of her tank top. There was something erotic about having such control over a man. It was heady and intoxicating. She closed her eyes and breathed out a keening moan. Tugging on her arm, he led her into the back of the laundry room, tossed her down on a heap of warm, clean towels, and screwed her senseless until her body trembled with fatigue and her head ached so badly, all she could... 5. After another night of being blown off by Andrew, Clara decided she would surprise him by showing up at the club he'd gone to with his friends. Turning her old Volvo onto First Street, where she knew she'd find Sparky's, an old club in downtown Boulder, Clara searched for a place to park, grateful when she found a spot less than a block away, just a few cars past Andrew's truck. Clara readjusted the strapless top of her dress, fluffed up her hair, pursed her glossed lips, and headed toward the club. After batting eyelashes at the bouncer to no avail, she paid the $10 cover charge and strode inside. Senses assaulted by bad odors, bright lights, and loud noises, Clara tried to focus on her surroundings. A DJ stood up on the balcony above the dance floor, his turntable illuminated by blue and pink strobe lights. The bar and standing cocktail tables were situated in the back of the warehouse-like space. She spotted some of Andrew's friends clustered to the right of the bar. Pushing her way past the gyrating bodies that crowded the floor, Clara bumped into one person after another, apologizing at first, but soon growing so irritated that all she could do was glare and curse at them. Men were groping women, kissing their necks and grinding against their legs. Women were doing the same, some with men, some dancing with women. Sweat glistened on all of them, and there was a certain euphoria humming in the air that Clara strangely found alluring. For a fleeting moment, Clara wondered why Andrew had never taken her to a place like this, a place where they could be so close and intimate in public. The blue and pink lights continued to flash around the room, bringing faces in and out of focus as Clara waded through the throng of sweating bodies. Dark, shadowed faces flashed around her. Smiling faces. Her face. Joanna stood with Andrew's friends, black hair parted to one side, her eyes narrowed, and a smirk on her face. She looked triumphant. Clara's stomach roiled, and she squeezed her eyes shut. It wasn't possible. When she opened her eyes again, Joanna was gone. Horror-struck, Clara felt her legs moving of their own accord as her eyes scoured the dance floor, searching for the one person she never wanted to see again. She pushed between sweating bodies, not registering the looks the dancers were giving her. She didn't care. Her mind was a tornado of puzzle pieces swirling around, and she was trying to reach for them, trying to put it all together. Joanna, visiting from Oklahoma. Andrew ditching her. No, Clara nearly sobbed. Joanna was not going to take Andrew away from her. She was not going to ruin everything. Clara pushed through the crowd, desperate to find Joanna. She would do anything to make her disappear. Anything. Clara shrieked as a hand clasped her shoulder and whirled her around. Andrew stood in front of her, his eyes searching her face in confusion, twisting his features. He leaned in, bringing his mouth down to her ear. "What are you doing here? Are you okay?" Clara could barely hear him as the music reverberated around them. Andrew pulled back, appraising her. "What's wrong?" Clara hated how innocent he appeared, and she tore out of his grip, making a beeline for the exit. She couldn't stand the sight of him, not when she felt so vulnerable. What had Joanna told him? What did she plan to do? Flinging the club door open with all her might, Clara ran to her car, her heels clacking against the pavement. "Clara, wait a sec!" She fumbled to find her keys in her purse. Hearing them jangling around inside, she grabbed them and was just about to unlock the door when Andrew's hand wrapped around her wrist. He pulled her around to face him. "Clara, what the hell happened?" Once again, he scanned her body. "What are you doing here?" Clara scowled. "I came to see you," she said coolly. "I thought it might be a nice surprise." "It is, but you look like you've seen a ghost. Are you okay?" He wasn't acting any differently, at least not yet, but she couldn't be sure it wasn't all for show. "I'm fine." Andrew frowned. "I was hoping to meet your friend Joe." His eyes widened. "Oh, well, it's just me and the guys tonight." She eyed him suspiciously. "Really?" "Yeah, I told you that." "You said you were going out with your friends." There'd been no mention of guys only, and besides, Clara had seen Joanna there. He was lying. "What's gotten into you?" he asked, searching her face. Clara could tell he was getting annoyed. Good. She was fuming. "Why don't we ever come to places like this, Andrew? Are you keeping me a secret or something?" He blanched. "What? No. Why the hell would you say something like that?" "Because why come to a club with your friends and not your girlfriend, especially if Joe isn't even with you guys?" "Clara, Josh is DJing. That's why we're here. Why are you acting so crazy?" She stilled. Crazy? Clara knew Joanna had said something to him. She'd poisoned his mind against her. "What has she told you?" "What? Who?" His brow furrowed. "Are you drunk or something?" She was infuriated now. "Never mind." She needed to take a step back, to think. "I need to go," she said. "I can't do this right now." "Well, we need to talk about this, Clara. I want you to tell me what's going on. I've never seen you like this before." Clara bristled. "This is the real me. Or didn't she tell you that already?" Andrew's face was scrunched with feigned confusion, yet again. "Have fun with your friends," she hissed and climbed into her car. Jarring herself from sleep, Clara hung over the side of her bed and retched until it felt like every single morsel of food she'd eaten over the last week was expelled from her body. Her throat was raw and burning, her stomach still churning, and her body quivering and covered with sweat. She vaguely remembered someone's cool hands on her forehead and a lukewarm rag wiping off the chills that were making her tremble. Her head was throbbing so badly she thought she might be dying. After a few more futile heaves over the side of the bed, Clara lay back down, lost in a fog of swirling memories. Pulling into the parking lot outside the gym, Clara searched for Andrew's truck. They'd texted each other a little throughout the day, but they hadn't really talked about the night before, not since she'd sped away. She realized now how outrageous she'd acted and wanted to set the record straight. If Joanna had told him anything, it would no doubt be lies to gain his sympathy. Clara needed to tell him the truth, and she was convinced that once she did, he would understand why she'd been so upset. She had a couple minutes to find a place to park before he was done with practice. Spotting his truck a few rows down, Clara inched her way toward it, careful not to startle a man and a woman walking with their backs to her. The woman giggled and pushed the guy's shoulder, causing him to step into the light of the street lamp. It was Andrew, with another woman. Clara focused on the woman. She had long black hair pulled back in a ponytail that swung back and forth as she walked and laughed. "No," Clara whimpered. Her stomach lurched, and a painful chill emanated from the base of her spine and raked over her body as reality hit her. It was worse than she'd thought. Andrew wasn't just walking with some woman. He was walking with Joanna. Seething hatred burned to life. That fucking black hair. Clara's heart seized, and she felt her fingernails gouging into her palms as she squeezed the steering wheel. Joanna hooked her arm through Andrew's before resting her head on his shoulder. Leaning to the side, he kissed the top of her head. He was ruining everything. Joanna was ruining everything. That arm Joanna was clinging to was the same arm that had been holding Clara against Andrew's body only 2 nights before. That smile he was flashing her was the smile he reserved for Clara. He was hers. Clara couldn't breathe, and her jaw ached as she clenched it. All of the reasons she hated Joanna came back to her like rows of playing cards turning over with one quick sweep of the hand, revealing each and every one of the horrible memories Clara had tried so hard to forget. This was her prince. Her prince. Clara had worked so hard to find him, and he was hers, and they were happy. A piercing scream filled the car and sent Clara into action. Pressing the gas pedal to the floor, she felt a sense of liberation wash over her as Joanna glanced back, her eyes filled with terror. "Josie, look out!" Although Clara heard his voice, she was too enveloped by the sound of the revving engine and the sight of Joanna's pretty little body hitting the Volvo with a solid thud. She was pinned against Andrew's truck, hopefully dead, and would never be able to hurt Clara again. The tension left Clara's body, and a smile tugged at her lips. She was finally rid of Joanna. Peeling her eyes open, Clara focused on her surroundings. The walls of her room were white, barren. The blinds on the window behind her were drawn, and the air smelled of vomit and sweat. With a groan, Clara sat up. The ache in her head was duller than before, but it was still there. She felt different, lighter somehow. Glancing around the room, she noticed that it was in complete disarray. Her desk chair was on the opposite side of the room from the desk. Her bedside table was moved further away from the bed, and the books that had been stacked on her desk had fallen on the floor. A mound of white rags, mostly stained with yellow and green, were piled in their place. There was puke on the side of her bed, and a small garbage can against the wall filled with more vomit. Clara's head lulled back, and she immediately regretted the motion. Righting herself, she leaned forward. Her hair swung into her face. A hard, clumpy mass of it brushed up against her jaw. She froze. Pulling at the strands with her fingertips, she cringed. Vomit was matted in her hair, and she stank horribly. Gag reflexes kicking in, She ran for the bedroom door, flung it open, and ran down the hall and into the bathroom. She made it to the toilet in time to empty what looked like water into the toilet bowl. Although there was nothing left in her stomach, she continued dry heaving, unable to stop. She felt like her insides were tearing apart, and her muscles were fatigued, barely able to support her weight. Trembling and using the wall for balance, Clara inched her way toward the closest shower stall. She turned the nozzle with all her might until finally water started streaming from the shower head. Twisting the knob all the way to the left, she waited for it to heat from cold to warm to near scorching before stepping fully clothed under the falling water. She didn't have the strength nor the energy to strip out of her soiled tank top and pajama pants. Although steam filled the air around her, soothing her raw throat and prickling skin, her bones felt brittle with cold. Huddling in the corner, she sat on the tiled floor in a haze of heat and weariness. Beyond the sound of water pouring ceaselessly over her, Clara heard Roberta's voice echoing in her mind. She felt the pressure of fingers and the discomfort of her muscles as they strained and moved. She felt the roughness of terry cloth against her skin and the biting cold as she was rushed out of the bathroom. Words bounced around in her mind, but her eyelids were too heavy to open, her mind too numb to process. Bed. Warm. Sick. Dead. Careful. Teeth chattering and body convulsing, Clara felt a soft pressure cover her, comforting her, and something malleable cradled her head. Sleep was the last thing she heard before her mind grayed and her thoughts were lost in darkness. 6. A crash and screaming woke Clara from a deep sleep. Her mind had been dormant, warm and safe in the fissures of her consciousness, but the crashing sound, it riled her awareness, and the cool air lapped at her exposed cheeks and her nose. Annoyed, she sat up in bed. Her room was dark, and she glanced at the digital clock on her nightstand. 7:46 p.m. Her stomach gurgled with hunger, and her mouth was stale and dry. How long had she been asleep? Peering around her tidied room, Clara was confused. She remembered piles of rags and the stench of vomit. Now her room was clean. The putrid smell was gone, and the rags and vomit-filled garbage can were nowhere in sight. All that remained was an empty wastebasket on the floor beside her bed and a mountain of blankets covering her. She remembered Roberta's voice and the warmth of the shower. Clara shivered at the memory. She'd been so cold, so tired. She'd thought she was dying. A clatter in the hallway startled her, and she threw the covers back and stepped onto the cold floor. Removing a clean sweatshirt from the bottom drawer of her dresser, Clara pulled it over her head before tugging on a clean pair of jeans. Her head was still filled with cobwebs, and she rubbed her temple with one hand as she opened the door to the hallway with the other. Maybe some food would help. Stepping out into the empty hallway, she peered down at the bedrooms to the right. All the doors were closed. She peered to the left. The light of the television flickered in the darkened rec room, sparking a feeling of unease. Where was everyone? Clara couldn't hear chatter coming from the rec room, and it was Sunday, so there shouldn't have been any group sessions. At least she thought it was Sunday. Maybe everyone was in the cafeteria for dinner? A loud crash startled her. It was coming from inside Alicia's room, directly across from hers. Clara took a tentative step out into the hall. Another crash, closely followed by a bone-chilling scream, reverberated through Alicia's door.
"Alicia?"
Clara rasped, her voice hoarse from disuse. Clearing her throat, she tried again.
"Alicia?"
But there was no answer, only the sound of more crashing and screaming. Hesitantly, Clara reached for the handle. The door was locked. Bang! Clara jumped back, her hand clasping over her mouth as she tried to control her breathing. Bang! The door rattled and the handle jiggled as what sounded like snarls and growling emanated from the other side. Bang! Bang! Fingers wrapped around Clara's upper arm, and she spun around with a shriek. Roberta stood there, eyes wide with alarm. That door stays shut. Clara exhaled a shaky breath and let Roberta lead her down the hallway toward the rec room. What happened? What's wrong with her? Clara asked, shocked and shaking. Roberta glanced down at her watch and then up at Clara. You've been asleep for almost 3 days. A lot has happened. She stopped outside of Samantha's room and glanced at Clara. Wait here for a moment. Slowly, Roberta opened Samantha's door, poked her head inside, and then entered fully before closing the door behind her. Clara peered around the rec room. Most of the lights were off, and except for Greta, an orderly who was on the phone at the nurse's station, no one was in there. A pile of blankets were folded tidily on the couch, as usual, but as far as Clara could tell, everyone else was gone. In their rooms? Clara turned back around, her eyes sweeping over all 10 of the closed bedroom doors on either side of the hall. Was everyone in their rooms? Sick like she'd been? The thought brought on a new wave of dread. When Clara's eyes landed on Beth's door, she swallowed. There was a large X taped on it. After a few tentative steps, Clara pressed her ear to the door, held her breath, and listened. There was no sound. Beth wasn't humming like she often did. She wasn't talking to herself or screaming and throwing things like Alicia was doing. It was completely quiet. Clara tapped on the door gently. Beth? There was still no sound. Staring at the handle as if it might burn her, Clara reached for it to find that, unlike Alicia's, it wasn't locked. Throat dry and heart pounding, she turned the knob and inched the door open. Beth's room was dark and reeked of the foul stench of bile. Through the dim glow of the moonlight shining through the window, Clara could see Beth's silhouette on the bed. Beth, she breathed, willing the meek woman to answer. The light flicked on, and Clara screamed. Beth was gray and covered in vomit. She was dead. I told you to stay in the hallway, Roberta reprimanded, pulling Clara out of the room and switching off the light before she closed the door behind them. There was a reason, you know. She's dead, Clara gasped. She couldn't tear her eyes away from Beth's closed door. I know, Roberta said, patting Clara's shoulder as she walked her toward the nurse's station. Most of them are. Clara looked back at the doors, realizing how many of them had X's on them. But you were sick, but you got better. Don't ask me how, she said as she wrote something in a file. I have no idea how you recovered while everyone else is either dead or more insane than when they got here. But you seem fine. I was sick too, but it passed quickly. I came into work 2 days ago and found you in the shower, covered in vomit, and some of the others were already dead from whatever the hell this virus is. She paused, then added, Alicia killed Devin and Beatrice. Clara blanched. Why didn't the police? Greta and I called them hundreds of times, but they never came. The last time we tried to get through to anyone, the phone just rang and rang. She set the file on the counter. Clara couldn't even blink. She was so overwhelmed. What about Dr. Mallory and... I haven't been able to get a hold of any of them either. It's just Greta and me for now, until either someone comes to help us or... She shrugged. Who the hell knows? Roberta's exhaustion was evident. What happened here and what little I've seen on the news is all I have to go off of. She turned on the stereo they used as a PA system and pressed radio. You should listen to it. I have to go get Samantha some clean sheets. I'm running low on everything. Roberta continued to mutter to herself as she passed through the rec room and down another hallway. Clara turned the volume up on the radio. Is at war. Humanity is at war. Yet our enemy is not one we can fight openly. Our enemy has swept through every nation, attacking discreetly, killing indiscriminately. We lost thousands before we even knew we were under attack. Many have already fallen, and many more will fall. But we cannot give up the fight. Clara wrapped her arms around herself, dread filling every ounce of her as she prepared for what she might hear next. She fingered the backs of her sleeves, drawing her arms tighter around herself. Over the past century, through technological achievements, we made our world smaller. We made the time it takes to communicate across oceans instantaneous, and the time it takes to travel those same routes nearly as fast. We made our world smaller, and in doing so, we sowed the seeds of our own destruction, a global pandemic. I regret to tell you that as of midnight on the 10th of December, over 80% of the world's population has reported or is assumed dead. It is estimated that the death toll will continue to climb. This news is devastating, I know, but all is not lost. Some of us are surviving. This is how we will fight our enemy, by not giving up, by being resilient and resourceful, by surviving. We are not a species that will go out quietly. So I task those of you who are still alive with one essential purpose. Live. Survive. Thrive. If you believe in a higher power, ask for guidance. If you don't, believe in your fellow man. You, the survivors, have the chance to start over, to build anew, learn from our mistakes, let the world remain big, and most importantly, live. God bless you, my beloved citizens of this great nation. God bless you, and good night. Hearing another crash from down the hall, Clara started trembling. She couldn't help it. She didn't care if it meant she was weak and pathetic. She didn't want to die. She didn't want to lose herself to complete madness or get sick again. She didn't want to turn into whatever Alicia had become. She'd killed Devin. Clara had been with him only days earlier, and now he was dead. Absently, she walked toward the window, her mind racing with destructive, fearful thoughts of what might happen next. Hurried footsteps bounded down the hall, too heavy to be Roberta's. Cautiously, Clara turned from the reinforced window as a man rushed into the room. When his eyes met hers, he straightened. "The nurse sent me in here. Are you Clara?" He was holding a shotgun at his side, and his chest was heaving. Reluctantly, she nodded. "I need morphine and antibiotics. She said you'd know where I could find them." Clara continued to stare blankly at him. Who was he? Taking an assertive step toward her, he inhaled deeply and pointed out toward the road. "There's a man dying out there," he said slowly. "I need meds." Clara nodded and showed him to Nurse Hadley's office down the hall. As she suspected, the door was locked. "I don't have a key." He kicked open the door like it was made of cardboard. Clara flicked on the light and couldn't take her eyes off of the stranger while he rummaged through the cabinets. He embodied strength and determination. And while she thought she should distrust this stranger, a man who'd wandered into a psychiatric ward, pleading for help and carrying a shotgun, she could only admire him. There was an air about him that made her skin tingle with excitement. He would keep her safe, she realized. She just had to make sure that she stayed with him, no matter what. Maybe he was her real Prince Charming. The Ending Beginnings 6. Jake and Clara. 1. Jake. Jake sat on an overstuffed couch in the hospital's rec room, the stark furniture and barren walls brightened by the muted, flashing television. The president's address looped on the radio at the nurses' station behind him, and the more the words sank in, the more his mind reeled. A global pandemic? Start over? Build anew? Was that even possible? Amidst his chaotic mind chatter, Jake wondered what the hell he was going to do next. Rising from the couch, he took 3 steps toward one of the barred windows across from him, braced his hands against the wall on either side, and let out a long exhale. He stared out at the crashed Cadillac and the few buildings that were visible through the trees across the road. Despite the fact that the city was enshrouded in midnight, it was so changed. It was desolate, like living in the country, but in a more unnatural way. There was no one catching a late-night cab. There was no traffic. Street lamps illuminated the haphazardly parked cars on the snow-covered pavement, and a lone, scraggly terrier trotted down the sidewalk, a leash dragging in the snow behind him. The dog stopped and sniffed around the back of the Cadillac, no doubt searching for the remnants of the chips Kyle had left behind, before trotting out of sight. Choked sobs came from the cafeteria down the hall, breaking Jake's concentration. The nurse, Roberta, hadn't been able to calm Kyle down since the kid realized his father was dead, and it was beginning to grate on Jake's nerves. As much as he thought he should care about the situation he was in, the disease, the billions dead, the pandemonium, he couldn't. Not really. The memory of Becca, struggling as she took her final breath, was too fresh in his mind, too raw. She was gone. Gabe took her away from him. Jake's hands clenched into fists. He needed to stay focused. He needed to get to Peterson Air Force Base. He needed to find Gabe. To hurt Gabe. Emotions boiling, Jake let his hate and anger fuel him into action. He let out a resolute breath and pushed away from the window. But as suddenly as Jake turned around, he stopped. Clara, the blonde-haired woman whose blue eyes were too assessing, stood in front of him. Her head was tilted, her lips pursed, and her gaze flicked over his body. "Are you all right?" she asked, her voice light and curious. Giving her a curt nod, Jake brushed past her with the intention of heading toward the cafeteria. Clara reached out to him, her hand lightly clasping his biceps. Body tensing under her touch, Jake froze, looking down at her pale, delicate hand, then into her penetrating eyes. "It was nice that you tried to help that man," she said, and a small smile pulled at her lips. Jake made a derisive noise. Yeah, well, apparently it wasn't enough. Her brow furrowed, and she let go of his arm. You did what you could. Nodding, he started to take another step. You're leaving, aren't you? Jake frowned and paused again, wondering why she cared one way or the other. I never should have stopped in the first place. No? Clara's soft voice turned sharp, and she walked to the window Jake had been staring out of only moments before. She was scared, he realized. He should be scared. You'll be all right here, he said, his voice carrying a weak attempt at comfort. Clara muttered something he couldn't hear. He tried again. You have food, Roberta and the other nurse. But Clara seemed unfazed by these words, and she turned to face him. If it's so safe here, then why won't you stay? Why leave 3 helpless women and a child alone? Jake shook his head, uncertain why he felt the need to explain anything to this woman. There are things I have to deal with. After a few impatient steps, Clara was directly in front of him. Take me with you, please? Her eyebrows lifted and drew together. No, he said. That's not going to happen. He suddenly needed to get out of the room as soon as possible. Please? Like a blade, the word cut into him, threatening to sever his last shred of decency. Please, she whispered. Unable to resist, Jake turned around. Clara's eyes were even more pleading than her voice. They were shimmering, and her chest was heaving. Please, she repeated. You have to take me with you. I can't stay here. You don't understand. I'll die if I stay here. No. The word was on the tip of his tongue, but it felt leaden and uncooperative. I have to go to Peterson alone, he reminded himself. I have to go. What's in Peterson? She asked, so close that her presence was distracting him. When he didn't answer her, she continued. Is it safe there? We need to leave. To go somewhere safe. Please take me somewhere safe, Jake. I can't bear to be here, in this place, in this city, any longer. Slowly, Jake's eyes shifted to hers, his mind feeling muddled. Words tried to form, and he tried to shake his head to refuse her pleas, but he couldn't. There was something about her, something unsettling that made him want to walk away and never look back, but another part of him wanted to give in to her, to take her with him, to leave Colorado Springs and find somewhere safe. Clara reached out to touch his arm again, and Jake flinched away. Straightening, she seemed to collect herself in a single fortifying breath. Then, when her eyes met his, it was like they were piercing into his soul. Please. 2. Clara. I just need to grab a few things from my house, Jake said, his voice gruff. As far as Clara could tell, he hadn't spared her a single glance for over an hour, not since they'd climbed into his Jeep back in Colorado Springs and sped away from the hospital for good. Jake's intense focus on the road ahead had only increased since leaving the eerily desolate, looted city behind. Okay, Clara said softly. She allowed herself a quick peek at him out of the corner of her eye. One of his elbows was propped on the door as he drove, his head leaned against his upraised hand, just as it had been since he first pulled away from Pine Springs Hospital. Do you want to rest for a little bit? Maybe stay... No. Jake sounded exhausted, or irritated, or both. His fingers tightened audibly around the steering wheel. Clara had been casting discreet glances in his direction since they'd been on the road, struggling to understand why his mood had darkened so much. They'd barely interacted at all, other than breathing the same air. There was nothing she could have done to upset him, at least nothing she could think of. If you're sorry about leaving that little boy behind with Roberta, don't be. She'll take good care of him. Clara waited for some sort of reaction from Jake as he guided the Jeep off a frontage road and onto a dirt driveway that disappeared over a slight hill. Jake raised one shoulder in a minimal shrug. He's better off with the nurse than he is with me. Blatantly this time, Clara eyed him. Is it the kid's dad that's bothering you? That he died? Finally, Jake tore his gaze from the windshield and looked at her. In the darkness, his eyes seemed empty. No, I'm fine. Even with questions burning on her tongue, Clara decided it was best to let the topic go. The last thing she wanted to do was upset her Prince Charming before they'd even had the chance to get to know one another. At the rate they were going, it would be a long time before that happened, Clara thought bitterly. She wanted to express how grateful she was to him for bringing her along, but he clearly wasn't in the most receptive mood. Back in the hospital, she'd seen his resolve, seen the way his eyes had burned with determination to do something reckless, and a desperate fear had ignited inside of her. Clara had all but willed him to take pity on her, to abandon his suicide mission, whatever it was, and take her somewhere safe. She'd wanted to be with him with every fiber of her being. Although she knew what her own reasons were for wanting to leave with Jake, she was drawn to this alluring, protective man who she would willingly spend the rest of her life with. She was clueless as to his reasons for changing his mind and allowing her to tag along. He didn't seem to care that he'd found her in a psychiatric hospital. In fact, he hadn't asked her a single question about it. To Clara, the fact that he'd been able to look past that proved there was something real and intense budding between them. They were meant to be together, and she just needed to hold on to that. She almost smiled. What an interesting story they'd have to share with their children one day. Clara couldn't dismiss her curiosity about his past, though, especially if his day had been anything like hers, filled with crazy murderers locked behind metal doors and rooms housing cold, dead bodies. If that was the case, it was possible that the man sitting beside her wasn't the man he'd been yesterday. After all, he'd wanted to go to Peterson Air Force Base so badly that he'd almost refused her plea. It was her obvious fear, she thought. Her fear mixed with their simmering attraction had finally won him over. Clara smiled inwardly. Her path had crossed with Jake's for a reason, and now this tall, dark, and handsome stranger was taking her away from the hell she'd woken up in. It was like her own fairy tale was being written, jumping off the page and becoming her reality. And despite her Prince Charming's grim mood, her body was humming with giddiness. He'd proved just how noble he was when he tried to save Kyle's father, even if he and Roberta had failed. And he'd saved her by bringing her with him, despite his initial reservations. No, Jake was the real thing. Nothing like Andrew. Jake had proved he was a man of good conscience, that he was valiant even. Joanna could have Andrew and his mind games. Silently, Clara chided herself for letting her thoughts run away from her. She knew it was stupid to believe in fairy tales, especially after how much trouble they'd gotten her into. But the little girl bottled up inside her still hoped, with all her might, that she could still have a shot at her own happy ending. From the corner of her eye, Clara studied Jake's profile. Once again, his gaze was fixated intently on what lay beyond the windshield. Strength radiated off of him in nerve-settling waves, making her feel grounded and safe. Staring out the passenger side window, Clara watched as the tree-lined horizon brightened with the subtle, glowing hue of sunrise. After a few more bumps in the road, the Jeep crawled to a stop before a small farmhouse, just behind what Clara assumed was a snow-blanketed sedan. Her gaze settled on the car. It looked like it hadn't been moved in days. Whose was it? When Clara turned to ask Jake, his eyes were no longer empty, but illuminated by the dash lights. They were dark pools of pain. Clara's stomach turned sour. She thought he was probably 30 or so, which meant he could have a wife and children. Why had she not considered the possibility sooner? With a minimal sense of guilt, Clara hoped that maybe his family was dead, just like everyone else seemed to be. Taking a deep breath, she glanced around at her surroundings while Jake sat, unmoving, beside her. There were pine trees with snow-laden branches littering the land, and she could make out what appeared to be a separate run-down garage behind the house. It was so old, it looked close to crumbling. No wonder Jake had seemed reticent to come home, Clara thought. The place was depressing. Although the house seemed charming enough, snuggled in among frozen trees and a few inches of snow, the porch light revealed pieces of pale paint curling off the wood siding, giving Clara the impression that Jake's past wasn't one of privilege, but one of hardship and struggle. A small smile curved her lips. It was just one more thing they had in common. 3. Clara. Hot, stinking breaths heaved against the left side of her face, dissolving what few pleasant thoughts she had left. Dogs. Clara didn't do dogs. Cooper was propped up on the center console, separating her and Jake. In silence, Jake stared at the house, completely oblivious as the husky licked the side of her face, making her cringe, his wet nose cold against her skin. Letting out an annoyed breath, she turned away from him and tried to school her revulsion. "Are you going inside?" Clara asked, her tone harsher than she'd intended. She wasn't sure why Jake had needed to come back to this place, but she hoped they wouldn't stay long. The thought of being in a house, a home, he might have shared with another woman made her heart seize and her blood burn. As if her words had stirred Jake into action, he opened his door and climbed out of the Jeep before Clara could even remove her seatbelt. Cooper leapt into the driver's seat, his bushy tail swatting her in the face before he, too, jumped out of the Jeep and began sniffing around in the snow. Reaching for her own door handle, Clara briefly met Jake's eyes from where he stood at the open door. She stilled. The way he was staring at her, inscrutable emotion shadowing his eyes and tensing his expression, made her feel uncomfortable, almost unwanted. She bristled. "I'll be back in a minute," he said. "You should wait out here." Clara didn't know who might be waiting for him inside, but she wasn't about to give him leeway to change his mind about her. "Do you mind if I come in to pee?" she asked. She cast her eyes downward, hoping to look timid. "I won't get in your way." After a frustratingly long moment, Jake nodded and shut the driver's side door. Opening her own, Clara slid out of the passenger seat. As soon as her feet crunched down into the slushy snow and a frigid wind gusted past, she questioned her decision to leave the warm confines of the Jeep. Shivering, Clara yanked her scarf out of the back seat and wrapped herself up. She would learn nothing about Jake by waiting for him. She needed to go inside. Brushing stray bits of dog hair off her black pea coat with one hand, Clara shut the door with the other and followed after Jake. She found it increasingly difficult to walk in the snow. How long had it been since she'd gone outside? 2 weeks? 3? Being locked in the hospital hadn't afforded her much leisure time to be out and about. Jake, however, trudged through the snow easily, and his footsteps sounded heavy as he walked up onto the porch and stopped before the front door. He fumbled to fit his key into the lock. He was anxious, Clara realized. Something about this place unnerved him, and the realization made her uneasy too. When Jake finally managed to push the door open, Cooper trotted inside. Jake, however, remained at the threshold, staring into the darkness as if it housed all his demons and childhood nightmares. Clara stood behind him, waiting, wondering. After a long, deep breath, Jake took a hesitant step into the house, Clara following tentatively behind. She knew why she was reluctant to be there, but was wary about why he was. "Is it safe?" she asked as she entered what appeared to be a haphazardly decorated living room washed in pre-dawn light. There was a sharp, acrid scent in the air that she couldn't place. Jake flicked on the light switch beside the door, and the overhead light flared to life. But he stood rigid, motionless. Taking a timid step toward him, Clara peered over Jake's shoulder and gasped. There was a large blood stain and what appeared to be dried vomit on the hardwood floor across the room, near a hallway. "Oh my God," she breathed. Her hand flew to her mouth. "What happened?" Cooper began sniffing around the blood and vomit. "Leave it, Coop," Jake ordered, and the dog lifted his eyes to his master's before whining and retreating down a dark hallway. Clara could only imagine the horrifying scene that had played out in this room, and she wanted nothing more than to comfort Jake, even if she was relieved to learn whoever else had lived there was apparently dead. "What happened?" she repeated, slowly reaching for Jake's shoulder. Jake stepped out of her reach. "The bathroom's in there," he said, pointing to a closed door in the mouth of the hallway before following after Cooper. A light flicked on further down the hallway, and Clara could hear Jake rummaging around in what she assumed was probably his bedroom. Questions mounting and bitterness sprouting from his disregard for her concern, Clara shifted her stare back down to the blood on the floor and tried to let the fact that Jake had completely ignored her roll off her back. He was obviously still coping. She would give him time to come around. Clara listened to Jake moving around in the room down the hall while she studied the stark living room, devouring every single detail from the scant decor to furniture he'd no doubt bought at a garage sale or a thrift shop. Her gaze landed on a brown leather sectional that rested beneath a picture window, and a small black purse, its contents sprawling out over the cushions, that was discarded there. Her eyes narrowed. Forcing herself to look away, Clara peered around at the walls, but there was nothing of interest on them aside from 3 patches of paint coloring the space between the front door and the large window, 1 mocha, 1 taupe, and 1 that was more of a sage. There weren't any pictures to scrutinize, nor any artwork or sports memorabilia to indicate his hobbies and interests, or hers. In fact, the room was lacking any sort of feminine touch. Honing in on a desk situated against one of the walls across from her, Clara walked toward it. Its old-fashioned charm and messiness stood out in the bachelor-esque space. Papers were strewn around on the desktop. A couple nursing textbooks were stacked to one side, and highlighters and pencils were scattered among the crumpled papers instead of inside the empty "Got Coffee" mug that held only a single pen. The desk seemed to be the only part of the house that wasn't meticulous, other than the blood and vomit she'd bypassed, and the only thing that had much character at all. Nursing books? Clara looked behind her at the purse on the couch. A Coach knockoff. Jake had definitely had a woman in his life, and based on all the evidence, Clara guessed the desk was hers. just as Clara looked down at the desk to study what was written on the papers, to look for a name or study the style of penmanship, Cooper scampered into the room, his nails clacking on the hardwood, making her jump. "Stupid mutt," Clara muttered. He trotted into the kitchen, where a half-filled food bowl awaited him beside a round dining table. Wondering if they could leave the dog behind, Clara watched as Cooper scarfed down his food. She could hear the crunch of dried kibble and the sound of the bowl clanging against the wall with each impatient bite. She wasn't sure why the dog's mere presence annoyed her so much, but it did. She rolled her eyes. Hurrying back up the hallway, Jake entered the living room with 2 large duffel bags slung over his shoulders. "I need to grab a few more things from the garage." His eyes darted to Clara's, and she blushed, wondering if he could tell she'd been snooping. "I'll be right back," he said, dropping the bags near the front door. "There's food in the cupboards." He strode back into the hallway, opened a door that revealed a closet, and pulled out a canvas bag filled with more bags. "Fill these with food that won't spoil," he said, thrusting them at her. "There are more paper bags underneath the sink if you need them." With that, he headed through the kitchen and out a side door, leaving Clara standing by the closet with the canvas bags balled up in her arms. She definitely wanted Jake to think she was useful, so she went to work, filling the bags with as much food as possible. After stocking them with granola bars, beef jerky, crackers, an almost empty bag of trail mix, a few plastic cups, bowls and spoons, cans of soup, and several bags of chips, Clara grabbed the few apples and oranges that were sitting in a fruit bowl on the counter, stuck them in one of the bags, and left everything on the kitchen table. With a sigh, she headed into the bathroom, since she'd used it as her excuse for following him into the house to begin with. The moment she flicked on the bathroom light, Clara's eyes found and lingered on the 2 toothbrushes in the holder. Closing and locking the bathroom door behind her, she tried not to feel angry or hurt, but it was impossible. She pictured Jake standing in the tight confines of the bathroom, his arm brushing against a woman's as he stood beside her, washing up before they crawled in bed together for the night. Unbidden, an image of Joanna flashed through Clara's mind, and she momentarily saw red. Realizing there was no possible way Joanna could have known Jake, that she couldn't have been in any part of his life, Clara rolled her eyes at her own ridiculousness and went about her business. When she was finished, she washed her hands and face, then took a long, scrutinizing look at herself in the mirror. She stared into her shadowed blue eyes, wondering if she might look like the woman from Jake's past. She squinted and turned her head to the side, examining her jawline and pointed nose. She wondered what Jake thought of her appearance as she ran her fingers through her long blonde hair. Was he helping her because she looked like the other woman? Clara realized that must be it. Why else would he keep his distance, but be unable to let her go at the same time? It was all starting to make sense. The conflicted cast to Jake's eyes, his hesitation. Clara wondered what else might be storming behind his intense gaze and quiet manner. With a sigh and a promise that one day soon she would ask Jake all of her questions, Clara flicked off the bathroom light and opened the door. The living room was silent, meaning Jake was still in the garage. Unable to resist the temptation, Clara took the opportunity to explore the rest of the house. She took a few quick steps further down the hall and stopped in the doorway to the room Jake had been banging around in earlier. Switching on the light, she noted that the bedroom was in disarray, but after all the drawer slamming she'd heard, she wasn't surprised. What did surprise her, and fill her with relief, was the lack of anything feminine in the small space. The dresser drawers were open, but all Clara saw were white T-shirts and a lot of neutral-colored long-sleeve shirts. There were no pictures or jewelry boxes resting on top of the dresser, no photos hanging on the walls or decorative pillows on the bed, and the nightstand had only a glass of water and an alarm clock. There was nothing to make Clara think that Jake had shared this room with a woman. Her heart lightened. Turning off the light, she backtracked up the hall, stopping in a different doorway. With another flick of a switch, the room was illuminated, and Clara finally began to understand. Jake hadn't lived with a spouse, but perhaps a roommate or sister. The bedroom was messy, but feminine. A queen bed was situated in one corner, a comforter balled up on top, and textbooks and tissues were scattered on the floor. Framed scenic photographs, brightly colored painted canvases, and corkboards cluttered with scraps of paper and magazine cutouts decorated the walls around the room. "You shouldn't be in here," Jake said from behind her. Clara startled. "Is this your sister's room?" she asked, standing in the center. She hadn't even realized she'd entered it. Jake stared at Clara, giving her a quick nod before turning and leaving the room. "Come on," he said from the hallway. "It's time to go." She could tell he was trying to control his temper. The chill in his voice sounded more like hurt and sadness than anger, and she suddenly felt horrible for snooping. Relieved the woman was his sister, but horrible too. Hurrying after him, Clara entered the living room. Jake wasted no time in handing her a few of the food bags and nodding to the open front door. "We'll put as much as we can in the back of the Jeep, but it's getting full." Clara lugged one of the bags up onto her shoulder. "Can I help you pack anything else?" Jake shook his head. "I've already put as much fuel as I could find in the back." He scanned the living room and kitchen. "We should have enough food to last until we get to Indiana." "What's in Indiana?" Clara asked, heaving another bag of food onto her other shoulder. As Jake stared at her, his face softened just a little. "A safe place, I hope." 4. Jake. It was still night as Jake drove through the flatlands of the Missouri countryside, Cooper curled up in the back of the Jeep and Clara asleep in the passenger seat. Only the static of the radio interrupted his renegade thoughts now and again. How had it come to this? Making a mad dash for Joe's with a stranger. He still wasn't clear on how many days had passed since his sister killed herself. The bloodstains on the floor had been the only trace of Becca. The only sign that his worst nightmare had actually been reality. Now he was driving away from Colorado, away from Gabe, and Jake knew he'd never discover the truth. He'd never know why any of it had happened. He wasn't even sure if Gabe was still alive. He wasn't even sure if he cared. Glancing over at Clara, Jake felt lost. Her head rested against the window, and she looked almost angelic in her sleep, but he was still wary. He hated himself for letting her convince him to abandon his vendetta against Gabe, but for some reason he couldn't help it. Getting Clara away from Colorado weighed on his mind, consumed him. He had to do it. Jake took a deep breath. He knew without a doubt that Clara was trouble. From the first moment she peered at him with her big blue eyes back in the hospital, looking both frightened and hopeful, he'd known. He'd found her in a psychiatric ward, for God's sake. He'd had a plan. He'd been determined. So how had he veered so completely off track? He had his own problems to worry about, and he needed space, not someone else to look after. Jake's only solace in abandoning his original plan was that he was honoring his sister's dying plea by leaving Colorado Springs. At the thought, Jake felt the tiniest spark of hope He might even get to see Joe. Shaking his head, Jake scrubbed one hand over his face. Regardless of whether or not he would get to see the old man, Jake definitely shouldn't have said yes to Clara. He may not have understood why he'd agreed to help her, but he had, and now he needed to figure out what to do with it. With a loud yawn, Cooper stretched in the back seat and perched his front paws up on the center console. Jake patted the dog's head absent-mindedly, glancing into the rearview mirror to see if there were any other drivers on the road behind him. It had been over an hour since he'd passed another car, and almost an entire day before that. He and Clara had only stopped in a town once to use the bathroom and siphon more fuel. They'd watched 3 men run into a department store, closely followed by the sounds of gunshots and shouting, and from then on, he'd stayed away from heavily populated areas. People weren't just dying of a virus. They were losing their goddamn minds. And much to Clara's dismay, bathroom stops had become roadside only. On the radio, the same broadcast looped over the airwaves for the umpteenth time, intermingled with more static and silence, and their dire situation became more and more apparent. Other than Clara and his dog, Jake was completely alone. He could only hope that reclusive Joe was still alive and uninfected. As he considered the alternative, Jake swallowed back the emotion balling up in his throat. Clara stirred and stretched in the seat beside him.
How long have I been asleep?
Jake glanced at the clock on the dashboard.
About 4 hours.
Raising his head, Cooper licked Clara's cheek, making her cringe. She clearly didn't like dogs, and for some reason, the fact that she was trying to hide it made Jake want to smile. Hesitantly, Clara reached for Jake's forearm. Do you want me to drive for a little while? You should probably get some rest. Although exhaustion had settled in his bones and had been weighing heavy on his mind for hours, Jake didn't feel comfortable with that scenario. He wasn't sure how comfortable he felt with Clara touching him either. Looking at her, he shook his head. I'll be fine. Clara smiled, a sympathetic light he didn't quite understand filling her eyes. Are you sure? He looked back out at the road, and Clara removed her hand from his arm. There's no more snow, she said as she peered out the window, her gaze fixed on the SUV stopped in the opposite lane as they drove past it. Jake noticed the outline of the dead driver. Not since we crossed the state line, he said. Clara cleared her throat, then looked at him. Do you mind if we pull over somewhere soon so I can go to the bathroom? She asked, suddenly fidgeting in her seat. He noticed that her ankles were crossed and that she was biting her lip. Jake fought his amusement. Sure. Although Clara's fluttering lashes and demure smiles were lost upon him, she was entertaining at times, making him feel somewhat better about having her around. He rubbed his face, his mind feeling a bit hazy. He needed to get some air. I have to refill the gas cans anyway. After a few more miles, Jake pulled off Interstate 60 and into a small, historic-looking town, population 11,169, according to the sign. The less people they had the chance of running into, the better, and Jake didn't know how many more opportunities he would have to scavenge fuel. The off-ramp spat them out next to a small shopping center at the end of a brick home and bare, tree-lined suburbia. With no other cars or people in sight, Jake turned into the plaza entrance nearest a giant, unlit shell sign and headed for the gas station situated kitty-corner to a small grocery store. Driving between the buildings when possible, Jake tried to stay out of plain sight and hoped the rumbling sound of the Jeep's engine didn't attract any unwanted attention. Once in the alleyway between the grocery store and a fence lined with leafless trees, Jake parked the Jeep.
"Wait here. I'm going to check everything out."
He looked back at Cooper, scratching the dog underneath his chin, but spoke to Clara.
"Do your business by the Jeep, but make sure he stays with you, and get back inside and lock the doors when you're finished."
Jake peered out at the parking lot. Without snow covering the ground and tire tracks to analyze, it was difficult to tell if anyone had been around in a while. The few cars in the lot looked like they hadn't been moved in days. They were dirty with what Jake assumed was recently melted snow, but there was no way to be certain. All the storefronts were dark and looked empty, and they weren't broken, making Jake feel slightly better.
"Keep the engine running, just in case,"
he said, giving Cooper's ear a quick, gentle tug. Reaching between the center console and his seat for his handgun, Jake tentatively opened his door and climbed out. He popped the collar of his brown military-style jacket to shield his neck from the cold and headed toward the edge of the fence, hoping to catch a clearer glimpse of the gas station beyond. It was quiet, except for the sound of the gusting wind, and the air was so cold it burned his ears and the inside of his nose. Glancing around furtively, Jake headed toward the grocery store. After scanning inside, seeing no movement, and deeming the coast clear, at least as far as he could tell, Jake headed back to the Jeep and grabbed 2 fuel cans and 10 feet of tubing before setting off for the gas station to siphon as much fuel from the reservoirs as possible. After a few minutes of fumbling with numb fingers, Jake crouched beside the cans as they filled, impatiently waiting. He regretted not grabbing any gloves from his house, but then he'd been regretting a lot of things. Whining recaptured his attention, and Jake looked up to find Cooper and Clara standing in front of the Jeep, waiting for him. He shook his head. He'd wanted to leave her behind with Roberta, but for some reason he couldn't. He'd told her to wait in the Jeep when they were at his house, but she didn't want to. He told her to wait for him in the Jeep with Cooper, but they both stood there, out in the open, watching him. Jesus Christ, Jake thought. She was going to get him killed. Cooper whined again, his tail wagging as he fidgeted in place. Jake held out his hand, commanding the husky to stay put, and when the gas cans were full, he removed the tubing and screwed the lids on tight before heading back to the Jeep. Clara watched him, her eyes narrowed like she was trying to read the depths of his soul. He'd caught her watching him before, and he didn't like it. He appreciated not knowing much about her, and her not knowing much about him. Everything would be easier that way, he kept telling himself.
"You should be inside the Jeep,"
he grumbled and brushed past her as he headed for the back of the car. "I know, but," Clara said, trailing off. Jake heaved the large gas cans into the back. "Jake," Clara whisper screeched. He looked up to see 2 people in white down jackets and gray beanies walking away from the grocery store. One of them was carrying a shotgun at their side, the other 2 bags that Jake assumed were filled with groceries. Jake shut the back of the Jeep slowly, quietly, and pulled the handgun out from his waistband.
"Get inside,"
he whispered vehemently and motioned for Cooper to be quiet. Without hesitation, she moved to do as he said, but a gust of wind slammed the door shut, catching the duo's attention. They stopped and peered around. Straightening, Jake clicked off the safety of his gun as 2 heads turned his way. An older, bearded man and a middle-aged woman stared back at him. The man, who had the shotgun clutched in his right hand, studied Jake, but he made no move to raise his gun. The woman looked frightened as she clutched the 2 grocery bags in her arms, her gaze skirting between Jake and the man beside her. "We're just here to get some fuel," Jake said, and he relaxed his grip on his pistol. "We don't want any trouble." The older man's eyes shifted from Jake to Clara in the Jeep, studying them both. He turned to the woman beside him, murmured something, and after squeezing her hand as she reached out and gripped his arm, he looked back at Jake like he was waiting for reassurance. Unwilling to put his gun away, Jake only nodded. Glancing at his companion, the old man nodded to her before starting toward Jake, who did the same. They met in the middle, stopping a few feet from one another.
"Where are you from, son?"
The man asked, his voice gravelly.
"Colorado, headed to Indiana. We only stopped for fuel."
The man's eyes darted to the Jeep once more.
"Is that your girl?"
"No," Jake said easily.
"She had nowhere to go."
The man's eyes found Jake's again, and Jake couldn't help but feel like the man was waiting for Jake's expression to give something away. But the old man surprised Jake when he said,
"You look like you could use some rest. And I'd be interested to learn what the rest of the country looks like right about now."
He pointed over his shoulder.
"My wife and I live in that neighborhood over there. You're welcome to stay the night, to get some sleep and have something warm to eat before you get back on the road."
Although Jake was apprehensive about the old man's intentions and skeptical of his immediate trust, the fear in his wife's eyes confirmed that she was just as leery as Jake was, making him feel a little more at ease. Besides, Jake was just as curious to learn what the couple had to say, and he knew he needed to rest if he and Clara were going to make it to Joe's in one piece.
"That's kind of you,"
Jake said, accepting the man's offer with a nod. The old man mirrored Jake's gesture and started back toward his wife. Jake watched them for a moment. The man mumbled something as he wrapped his arm around the woman's shoulders, and soon they were walking briskly back toward the neighborhood, using the sidewalks and tree coverings to help them stay out of view. Realizing he was shaking from the cold, Jake retreated to the Jeep and filled Clara in on his brief conversation with the man. "Are you sure it's safe?" she asked. Jake shook his head.
"But we could use the rest and some real food."
When Clara's concern didn't lessen, he added,
"The woman he's with is just as suspicious of us as we are of them. If she's scared, that's a good thing."
"Why is that a good thing?" Jake put the Jeep in gear.
"Because it means she's not insane."
Clara scowled. "What about the man?" Not taking his eyes off the road as he drove out of the plaza, Jake tried to reassure her the best he could.
"He seemed fine. Besides, we still have a long drive ahead of us, and they might know something that we should know too."
5. Jake. In a heavy silence, Jake guided the Jeep through the neighborhood, following the man and woman. Cars lined the street, but Jake couldn't help but notice that only 2 of the brick homes on the entire block had smoke billowing from their chimneys, one of them apparently belonging to the couple. As the man and woman entered a 2-story home, Jake brought the Jeep to a stop at the curb directly in front of the house and turned the engine off. He reached into one of the duffel bags and pulled out a black-handled hunting knife. Handing it to Clara, he said,
"In case I read these people wrong."
She pulled the knife out of its sheath and her eyes widened. It was small, but serrated and menacing. Jake had no clue if she could or would use it, but he couldn't send her inside empty-handed. Risking his own life blindly was one thing, but hers, although he didn't necessarily want her there, he couldn't ignore her safety either. He was about to offer her an escape plan should something happen, but he hesitated. She'd proven multiple times that she didn't really listen to him, so he decided not to waste his breath. "Just get out of there if anything goes wrong, okay?" Clara blinked and shook her head. "But what about you?" "I'll be fine," he promised. And, recalling the past few days of near-death experiences, specifically the bullet that should still be in his chest, Jake thought it was probably a promise he would strangely be able to keep. Or maybe it was just that he didn't really care. "Just make sure you get yourself out of here if things go south." Her brow lifted before she nodded and shoved the knife into her coat pocket. Leaving Cooper in the Jeep, Jake peered up and down the street before he and Clara headed over to the house and up the steps. The front door creaked open before they could even knock. The older man poked his head out of the house and surveyed the sidewalks and road. Jake could smell smoke from a fire, and the warmth from inside grazed his face. "Come on in," the man said with a welcoming smile. Noticing the man had come to the door without a weapon of any kind, Jake hesitated. Although Jake knew that he and Clara were harmless enough, the man didn't know that, and it struck him as a bit odd that the old man wasn't being more cautious. Jake's reluctance must have given him away because the old man shook his head and pointed to his temple. "Don't ask me how I know, but I do. You're a good guy, and we have nothing to fear from you." As strange and nonchalant as that sounded, the honesty and kindness in the man's light brown eyes persuaded Jake to believe him. And the way the man's gaze narrowed with uncertainty on Clara set Jake even further at ease. It looked like he didn't trust her completely either. That alone told Jake he could trust the old man. With a nod, Jake stepped inside the house, Clara following in after him. The scent of cigars mingled with the smell of the fire. "My name's Dale," the old man said. He gestured to a coat rack behind the door, and Jake and Clara removed their jackets and scarves. Relieved of his outerwear, Jake offered Dale his hand. "I'm Jake." "I'm Clara." She extended her hand to Dale as well. Dale eyed her again before smiling and pointing over his shoulder into the living room. "Come on, my wife Linda has some chicken soup on the stove, and we just picked up some rolls over at the store." The three of them left the entryway and entered a narrow living room. Jake surveyed the home, conscientious of their surroundings. The house was small, with a staircase to the right of the entryway, leading up to what he assumed were the bedrooms on the second floor. The living room was filled with colonial furniture and accented with floral and lace-trimmed pillows, just what he would expect to find in an older couple's home. And velour drapes were drawn over every window. If not for the blaze of the fire and the brick hearth in the living room and the candles lit on the dining room table in the next room over, the house would have been completely dark. "I hope neither of you are claustrophobic," Dale joked, ushering them through the living room and toward the rectangular dining room table. "We try to keep a low profile. Keep everything closed up so nobody notices we're here." Jake glanced over at the roaring fire, thinking of the smoke he'd seen rising from the chimney. "Some days it's cold enough to chance it," Dale said in answer. Linda set a tea kettle and mugs on the table. Her eyes still held suspicion, but she ventured a warm smile nonetheless. "You'll have to forgive my wife's reserve," Dale said as he pulled out a chair for himself and sat down. Jake stood in the living room, Clara directly beside him, her hand wrapped around his forearm, and Jake looked down at her, but she didn't seem to notice. "You're the first normal folks we've seen in a few days," Linda offered. "Dear, this is Jake and Clara. They're from Colorado." He met his wife's worried eyes and gave her a reassuring smile before turning his attention back to Jake. He gestured toward the other chairs at the table.
Please, have a seat and get comfortable.
Linda retreated to the kitchen and returned with a pot of coffee. Coffee or tea? She asked, holding up the coffee pot.
Or would you care for something a bit stronger?
Dale said with a smirk and pointed to a bottle of scotch at the far end of the table. Jake grinned and stepped out of Clara's hold and toward the table.
Pour him a glass of scotch, please, my dear.
Jake pulled a chair out at the head of the table and sat down, the tension in his body quickly subsiding.
Thank you,
he said, glad to be putting something inside him that would calm the unease he'd been feeling ever since Becca fell ill. He accepted a highball glass from Linda and nodded his thanks. Slowly, Clara approached the table, pulled out the chair to the left of Jake's, and sat down. What would you like to drink, dear? Linda raised her eyebrows and smiled warmly. Clara clasped her hands in front of her. Tea, please. Jake could feel Clara's ever-present gaze as it settled on him, but he kept his focus on Dale.
Other than the president's address, there's been no word on the radio all day,
he said, running his hand over his short hair.
You have any idea how bad things have gotten?
Dale shook his head and laughed bitterly before holding up his coffee mug.
To sanity,
he said dryly. Standing beside him, Linda sighed and brought her tea mug up to clank against the rest of theirs before sitting in the chair beside her husband. With a long, contemplative exhale, Dale continued.
There's been some chatter on the radio waves every once in a while, but I can't understand much of it.
What sort of chatter? Clara asked. Jake watched her as she carefully sipped the hot liquid from her mug. But when her eyes shifted to his, he looked away. The last thing he wanted was to encourage any sort of familiarity between them. Not until he could get his brain working right and he felt in control of his life again. Dale poured a bit of scotch into his coffee. The moment he took a sip, he seemed to relax a little.
It's difficult to make out. Pretty sure it's military because a lot of what they're saying to one another is in code. The most I could get out of it was a small band of survivors at Fort Knox.
More survivors? Jake thought aloud as a sudden, hopeful thought popped into his mind. Kentucky wasn't too far off course to Indiana, and military personnel would be able to care for Clara. He could leave her with them, then be on his way.
Yes, it would seem so,
Dale said thoughtfully.
But other than the young man down the street, we've seen no other sane people in days. Luckily, we've been pretty well left alone in our neck of the woods, but I'm not sure how long that'll last. People are going to get desperate, especially if winter worsens.
Linda cleared her throat and stood. She smiled at Clara. Do you mind helping me dish up supper in the kitchen, Clara? Clara's gaze skipped to Jake's. He wasn't sure if she was asking his permission or if she wanted him to protest. But when he nodded, Clara rose from her seat. She followed Linda to the kitchen, glancing back at Jake and Dale before passing through the doorway and out of sight.
Be careful with that one,
Dale warned quietly.
I can't put my finger on it. Something's not right about her.
Jake stared into Dale's warm eyes and nodded. He didn't need the old man to elaborate. He knew Clara was trouble. Leaning back in his chair, Jake rubbed his hands over his face and let out an exhausted exhale.
The roads have been deserted for a good day or so. I stopped driving into cities and towns as much as possible, because unlike the roads, the cities aren't deserted. And most of the people who are left...
He shook his head.
Best to avoid them.
Dale took another sip of his spiked coffee.
Mark, the man down the street, watched his girlfriend and best friend get shot dead in Branson. Apparently, home was the only place he could think to go. He drove like a bat out of hell getting back, ran into my truck when he spun out coming around the corner. He was shaken up pretty bad, and he hasn't come out of his house since. That poor boy is gonna die in there.
Jake stared into the kitchen, listening to the sounds of Linda and Clara milling around.
So this virus nearly kills everyone and turns most of the survivors into crazed lunatics.
He shook his head and took a gulp of his scotch.
I don't get it. The end of days, Dale said as he stared into his mug. I've always let my wife go to church and believe whatever she likes. I've never said much about it one way or the other, but I have to admit, I'm starting to regret not opening up the good book more than a few times in my life, especially over the past week.
He took another sip from his cup.
Makes me wonder if I shot myself in the foot not going to Sunday Mass and reading what I thought was wish-wash filling the pages. It's like I'm missing out on the bigger picture.
Jake had no desire to get into a theological debate over the virus and whether or not God had anything to do with it. Finishing his scotch, he reveled in the wake of warmth the liquor left behind as it coated his insides. He felt a little lighter.
I appreciate you letting us rest here, Dale. I really do. We'll be gone first thing in the morning.
Dale poured Jake another glass of scotch.
It's nice to have visitors. Who knows if we'll ever have any again.
Rotating his glass on the table, Jake thought about tomorrow and the day after that. The idea of spending who knew how long with Clara, facing who knew what together, was bothersome. It wasn't that she'd done anything to upset him, at least nothing he could put his finger on. He just didn't want the responsibility of looking after her. And he didn't like how she made him question his instincts every time she opened her mouth.
So,
Jake said, breaking the silence,
do you think heading to Fort Knox is a good idea?
Dale shrugged.
Sounds that way, but I don't think we'll be going there anytime soon.
Dale smiled, but it didn't touch his eyes.
I'm not a big fan of the military. It's just ingrained in me, I guess. I was bitter when they rejected me, he said, lost in a memory. They said asthma was one of those make you or break you deals. I refused to support them for years after that. In fact, I met Linda in a picket line speaking out against the conditions and treatment of soldiers.
He downed the last of his coffee and scotch concoction.
I was young and stupid for most of my life, it seems. There's nothing like a global outbreak to put things in perspective.
Unable to stomach sitting there, rehashing all their regrets, Jake stood.
I should go check on my dog, he said. I'll be back in a bit.
Dale nodded, seeming to understand Jake's withdrawal.
You're welcome to bring the dog in. It can sleep in the entryway. It's going to be a cold one tonight. Might even get some snow.
Thank you, Jake said and retrieved his jacket, then headed out the front door. He was grateful Dale was so kind and trusting. But he also worried for the old man and his wife. That trust might be their downfall. After letting Cooper out to get some exercise and do his business, Jake led him back into the house. Closing the door, he told the husky to lie down in the entryway, then removed his jacket once more. When he walked into the living room, Jake noticed that Clara and Linda were sitting down at the table, deep in conversation, Dale watching them blandly. Jake paused, listening.
"And how long have you known each other?" Linda said with an inquisitive smile.
Clara smiled back before slurping broth from her spoon.
"It's been a while now." Well, it sounds like you two are perfect for each other, like he's your own knight in shining armor.
Absently tearing a piece of bread in half, Clara's smile broadened. I know. I don't know what I would have done without him. I was barely recovered from the flu, and he was the first sane person I'd seen. It's like it was meant to be. Clara's omission of the complete truth and her sudden animation bothered Jake, and he definitely didn't like the way she'd twisted everything into a damn fairy tale in her head. Continuing forward, he made sure his footsteps were loud and heavy, wanting the conversation to end. Fort Knox was looking more and more convenient by the minute. 6. Clara. It had been almost an entire day since Clara had left Dale and Linda's house with Jake, and he'd barely said a single word to her the entire time they'd been on the road. Jake wasn't a talkative man to begin with, but he'd become even more tight-lipped than before. Alternating between reading a magazine and sleeping hadn't distracted Clara like she'd hoped, and her curiosity and frustration was growing in leaps and bounds. Eyes skirting over to Jake, she appreciated the golden sheen the sinking sun cast over his contemplative face. "What's wrong?" she asked, her tone soft and concerned. "You've been quiet all day. Did I do something?" "I'm fine," he said. She bristled. He said that simple phrase way too often for her liking. "You don't seem fine," she said. This time her tone was terse and impatient. "If you don't tell me what's wrong, then I can't help you." Jake looked away from the road to glare at her, catching her off guard. "I said I'm fine." Sharp irritation smoldered inside her as he returned his eyes to the road. "Will you at least tell me where we're going?" she asked. "Or is it a secret?" If he was going to give her attitude, then she was perfectly capable of dishing it right back at him. Resting his elbow on the door, Jake rubbed his forehead. "We're stopping at Fort Knox. Dale said there are survivors there, and I could use a break from driving." "Oh." She wasn't sure if she was relieved to be stopping or a little let down by the idea. Stopping meant that, once again, she wouldn't be spending quality time with him, alone. Clara ran her fingers through her hair and heaved a sigh. She'd had a restless night at Dale and Linda's, with Jake sleeping on the couch downstairs and her futile attempt to sleep in the guest room upstairs. She hadn't liked not having him close, and she felt like the night of separation had made Jake more irritable and impatient with her. So now, his distance, whatever the cause, was putting a wedge between them. What damage would another night like that cause? She didn't want to lose him when they were just getting started. Before they could explore a future together she knew they were destined to have. "But," Clara hedged, "what if they're not the good kind of survivors?" Innocence dripped from her voice. She made sure of that. She hoped that by playing the demure damsel role, he might revert back to her protective Prince Charming. So she watched Jake's reaction carefully and held in a victorious smile as a fleeting look of concern shadowed his rich brown eyes and momentarily relaxed the hard set of his features. Clearing his throat, Jake changed lanes and took the Fort Knox exit. "I'm sure it'll be fine." That was it? That was all the reassurance he was going to give her? Her dejection solidified. "Well, as long as you're sure," she said with a sneer. She couldn't help the growing suspicion that there was something else going on, something he didn't want her to know. Whatever it was pissing her off, and she was determined to figure it out. She needed Jake. She wanted him. And God damn it, they'd come this far together. She was going to have him. Clara wanted to scream, but she folded her arms over her chest and made a point to turn her attention out her window, away from him.
"It'll be good for us to get out of the Jeep and stretch our legs," he said.
She detected a note of apology in his voice, and her mood immediately brightened a little at his effort. "But don't you want to get to Joe's? Isn't Kentucky out of our way? We're only a day away from Indiana." Jake glanced down at the folded map on his lap.
"Not too far out of our way,"
he said, and turned onto a frontage road, his focus back on the journey instead of on her. Of course it was. As they drove on in silence, Clara scanned the landscape surrounding them. Whatever area they were passing through was lined with withered fields and barbed wire fences. Nothing that was particularly memorable. "Who do you think will be there?" Clara asked. She spotted what appeared to be a book lying on the pavement, and she straightened in her seat. As they drew nearer, she noticed the gold-embossed vines on the cover and wondered if it was a book of fairy tales or... With barely a thump, the Jeep drove over the book. Clara glowered at Jake, only to find that he was completely oblivious. Feeling another beat of annoyance, she returned her gaze out the window. Steadying her voice, she ventured to start another conversation. "Do you think there will be a lot of people? Survivors, I mean?" When Jake didn't answer her again, she shifted in her seat to look at him again, expectant. He glanced in the rearview mirror, his eyes jetting to her, then back out at the road in front of them.
"I don't know, Clara. Maybe."
He was clearly distracted. Turning back to the passenger window, Clara rolled her eyes. Never mind, she thought. She'd just wait and see. The nearer the Jeep drew to the military base, the more thankful Clara was that they were stopping to take a break. She was trying to be agreeable. She was holding her tongue and doing her best to keep her emotions at bay, two things she'd never been very good at. But Jake was being difficult. They could stand to put some space between them. She needed to clear her head, at least for a little while. From the corner of her eye, Clara noticed Jake yawn and rub the back of his neck. Unsure why she hadn't thought of it before, she wondered if, like her, he hadn't slept well. It was certainly possible that he didn't like the thought of her being so far away from him either. Maybe he'd been worried about her all night and was moody as a result of it. Yes, that would make perfect sense. Clara settled in, feeling a bit lighter. The tension filling the Jeep seemed to dissolve as they pulled through the main gate of the Fort Knox military base, the entrance flanked by two massive tanks. Slowly, they made their way around the base, Clara watching Jake as his gaze flicked ceaselessly around them. For minutes, they found no sign of survivors. Everything was stark and dead, completely consumed by winter's brutality. They drove past the gold vault surrounded by the chain-link fence and continued on, soon passing a couple abandoned warehouses. As they rounded a group of office buildings with broken windows, one of which appeared to have caught fire and had soot decorating the side of it, Clara noticed movement a dozen yards ahead. Squinting, she could just make out a man in fatigues, a soldier, she assumed, standing beside a Hummer in front of an auto mechanic shop. He was smoking a cigarette, his left foot propped up on the back tire of the massive vehicle. When he noticed the Jeep coming up the road, the man's easy expression faltered, and he stiffened, immediately picking up a rifle that had been leaning against the Hummer's fender. Jake slowed the Jeep, and Clara's heart drummed wildly in her chest at the sight of the giant gun in the man's hands. The soldier eyed them for a moment, his cigarette hanging out of the corner of his mouth, then waved them onward. Jake nodded cordially at the soldier as he approached and stopped the Jeep at the mouth of a small parking lot. Clara rolled down her window as he walked over to them.
"Well, look what we got here," the soldier said, his voice gruff. "Survivors."
He must have noticed Clara staring at the rifle in his hand because he said,
"Just for precaution, darling."
and he nodded down at it and gave her a playful wink. There was something about the way his eyes latched onto her that made her skin prick with annoyance, and a muted sort of fear.
"We heard there were survivors on base," Jake said, offering a reason for their unexpected arrival. "We thought we'd check it out." "Did you now?" The soldier chuckled and shook his head. "Well, all righty then." His eyebrows rose, and he winked at Clara again. "You'll want to head north toward the barracks. My commanding officer's there. He's the one you need to talk to."
"Thanks," Jake said, and Clara wondered if he had noticed the way the soldier was looking at her. As they pulled away, Clara couldn't help but turn around. The soldier stood on the side of the road with the gun draped across his shoulders and a grin that lingered too long on his face. She was grateful when the Jeep rounded a bend and he disappeared from sight. "I don't like him," she muttered, earning a questioning look from Jake. She turned around again, grateful that no one was following behind them. Hearing movement beside her, Clara looked over at Jake. He pulled a handgun from between the center console and his seat and slid it into the back of his pants, pulling his thermal shirt over it. "What's that for?" she asked, dread washing over her.
"Just in case,"
he said calmly, and he pointed over his shoulder into the back seat.
"Grab the 2 knives and shotgun in the duffel next to Cooper and shove them underneath my seat."
Clara whined and grunted as she climbed into the back, trading places momentarily with Cooper. "Why are we hiding them? Won't they find them under the seat anyway?"
"If they search the Jeep, they will. But it's better to stash them out of sight than to leave them out in the open, inviting them to search us. We don't want to give them the wrong idea." He snapped his fingers. "In the back, Coop." When Clara was finished, she crawled back into the front seat and smoothed her rumpled sweatshirt, trying to look as unmussed as possible. "If you don't trust them, why are we going in?" Jake glanced into the rearview mirror. "I don't trust anyone. That doesn't mean anything."
A few heartbeats later, the barracks came into view. 2 more soldiers were standing outside the building, apparently waiting for them. He must have radioed them, Clara thought aloud. A moderately attractive older man with salt and pepper hair stood on the curb, a welcoming grin on his face, a handgun holster around his waist, and his hands resting easily on his hips. He was dressed in fatigues, as was the younger, well-built soldier standing beside him. The younger man had a blonde buzz cut, which Clara randomly thought she might like to run her fingers through. But then she noticed the rifle at his side, and her thoughts turned less agreeable. The fact that everyone was armed was troublesome. But then, the world had ended for the most part, and the soldiers were probably as skeptical about strangers as she and Jake were. Bringing the Jeep to a stop, Jake said,
"Let me do the talking."
The older soldier started around the car toward the driver's side window. His minion stayed on the curb, his face twisted into a scowl. As Jake rolled down his window to speak to the approaching soldier, Clara continued to stare at the intense, glowering man. He was big and strong and had a scar over his right eyebrow, and even though he glared at them, his gaze didn't waver, his eyebrows didn't twitch. He hadn't seemed to even notice Clara at all, not like the first soldier they'd talked to. She grew equal parts thwarted and intrigued. Unbidden, her fingers moved to the door panel, and she cranked the window down slowly. "Look at me," she thought. "Look at me and see me." His gaze darted to her lips, and then narrowed on her eyes. Some emotion roiled in their dark depths before he looked away again, refocusing on Jake. Uncertain if it was just luck or the fact that she distracted him by rolling down the window, Clara felt triumphant and had to hold back a smile.
"The name's Jones, Captain Jones, and that grunt over there is my right hand, Bennington."
And you've already met Taylor, down the road. Jake nodded to Bennington through the windshield, then held out his right hand to Jones. Jake Vaughn, he offered. Jones accepted Jake's handshake through the window frame and looked at Clara. And who's this? This is Clara, Jake said, looking over at her, completely missing Jones's toothy grin. We met in Colorado. She needed a place to go. That's his explanation? Clara held her breath a moment while she counted to 3, waiting for her mounting fury to subside. To distract herself, she soaked up Jones's attention as it hung on her a moment longer than it probably should have. She was suddenly desperate to make Jake jealous. Jones smiled at Jake. You're a good man, taking in a woman in need. I like you already. He patted Jake on the shoulder. What brings you two to Fort Knox? We got word that there were survivors here, Jake said. I see. Jones eyed them both a moment, and Clara wondered what exactly he was thinking as his lips quirked up on one side. We haven't seen many people since we left Missouri, Jake explained. We thought you all might have a little insight into what the hell's going on. Missouri? Jones scoffed. Now that's as barren a place as any. He was joking and smiling with Jake, but there was something too big about his smile, something off about the tension around his eyes. We don't know much of what's going on, at least not outside of our little paradise. Clara tried not to let her disgust register on her face as she scanned her surroundings. It was far from a paradise. Anyway, Jones's palm hit the window frame with a loud clap. You folks should come in all the same. His gaze shifted from Jake to Clara again, studying her face. We could probably learn a thing or two from one another. Although Clara felt a prick of unease in the back of her mind as Jones's eyes lingered on her for a heartbeat too long, she also felt a thrilling sort of challenge. She wasn't about to let some man frighten her off, especially not when she had Jake to protect her. Besides, she thought, it would be good for him to have a bit of competition. Maybe he'd stop taking her for granted and own up to his feelings. Maybe he'd even express them a little. 7. Clara. Standing beside Jake, Clara stared up at the barracks. They were outdated and boxy and gray, looking more like a prison than a command post. Definitely not her idea of a paradise, but she was happy to be out of the Jeep and the only woman standing amongst 3 strapping men whose attention, mostly, was focused on her. Although Jake had seemed reticent to park and go inside, probably because he didn't like the way Jones had been looking at her, though Jake would never admit it, Clara had implored him to take a break and go inside. She insisted he needed to, for their safety, and it hadn't taken long before he'd given in, leaving her to feel triumphant. Again. This way, Jones said as he motioned them toward the entrance. When Clara's eyes met Jones's, he sent her a quick wink before turning to head inside. Without thinking, she reached out and laced her fingers through Jake's. His hand flexed in hers, but he didn't pull away, and the nagging uncertainty she'd been feeling around him all day instantly dissolved. She felt validated, hopeful even, knowing that her dedication to their relationship, her determination, was starting to pay off. Jake would be putty in the palm of her hand by the end of the day. Together, they followed Jones through a large glass door that Bennington was holding open for them. They entered what appeared to be a rec room. A large brick fireplace was inset in the far wall. Couches and recliners were scattered around the open space, and a pool table was situated in the far left corner, alongside an air hockey and foosball table. This is a common room, Jones said before he quickly headed through the space toward a set of open metal doors. The soles of his shoes squeaked on the polished cement flooring. Originally, this building was used for civilian barracks, but we decided to convert it into our makeshift command post since there's just a few of us left. We make do just fine here. Clara thought the light, almost melodic tone of Jones's voice was odd, given that a little over a week ago the base had been teeming with people, but now it was more or less empty. "How many of you are left?" Jake asked as he and Clara entered a vacuous cafeteria behind Jones and Bennington. Jones stopped and looked back at them, his eyes boring into Clara's before they rested on Jake. "There are 6 of us," he said, his voice suddenly flat. Briefly, Clara's gaze met Bennington's before she shifted his attention away from her, leaving Clara to wonder how long he'd been staring at her. She tried to ignore her annoying mind chatter, telling her she should be fearful of this place, of these men. But she mostly felt compelled to learn more about them, to see what would unfold between Jake and the soldiers whose gazes lingered on her longer than they probably should. "The kitchen's back there," Jones continued, "and there are bathrooms over there." Clara let Jones's time-worn voice fade into the background as unwanted memories of her time at Pine Springs Hospital crept into her mind. This cafeteria was well lit with natural, dying sunlight that shone through the large, naked windows. But with its polished floors and white walls, it resembled the hospital's cafeteria too much, the only notable difference being the unbarred windows. That particular fate, the one where she was a prisoner trapped within a world of clinical crazies and cut off from life, from men, made her skin crawl more than any of the leering eyes she felt on her. "Come on," Jones said, his voice suddenly booming. "I'm assuming you'd like some rest. I'll show you to your sleeping quarters where you can put your things." He turned and headed back out the open metal doors. "Our accommodations are nothing fancy, of course, but then we're simple men." "I'm not sure we'll need to stay the night," Jake said as he followed Bennington and Jones back out into the common room. Clara jogged to catch up, and when she reached Jake, she interlaced her fingers with his once more. "You won't stay, huh?" Jones said. It didn't sound like a real question, more of a, "we'll see about that," sort of comment. Clara's eyebrows rose. "We need to get back on the road soon," Jake explained. Clara stopped in her tracks. "I think we should stay," she said, her eyes imploring him to give in. "You need rest. We both need rest." Jake frowned at her. "You need to take a break, Jake. You said yourself we needed to stretch our legs a bit." She let her words sink in, her eyes locked on his. "We should stay here." Jaw clenching, Jake said, "We'll see," on a heavy exhale. Which means yes, Clara knew. She allowed herself a satisfied smile this time, but when her stare met Jones's, Clara had a feeling her smile wasn't as bright as his was intrigued. Jake cleared his throat, drawing Clara and Jones's attention back to the moment. Clara was pleased to see the hard set of Jake's jaw. Jones and Bennington continued onward, Clara and Jake following behind them toward a dark and uninviting hallway with off-shooting corridors. Noticing a pair of beat-up doors near the mouth of the hallway, Clara froze, leaving the others to continue forward without her. Something malevolent lurked in the rooms beyond. She could feel it prickling the backs of her arms and neck. A rough hand gripped her upper arm. "That's just some old storage rooms," Jones said, his blue eyes boring into hers. "There's no need for you to go poking around in there." His eyes flicked to her mouth, and he licked his lips. Clara smiled, wondering what she might get away with if she'd met this man in another life. "I wouldn't dream of it," she said deliberately, and glanced down at his fingers. "Let go of my arm, please." Jones's thumb brushed over her arm as he considered something. Then he released her. "My apologies," he said, inclining his head. Clearing his throat, he strode over to join Bennington and Jake as Bennington opened a dormitory door down the hall. "This will be your room," Jones said. "Should you decide to stay, of course." Jake opened his mouth to say something, but Jones spoke over him. "Now, let's have a drink, shall we?" Clara listened to their retreating footsteps as she lingered in the shadows a moment longer, wondering what was really in the storage rooms that were clearly off limits. "Clara?" Jake called from the common room. She thought she could hear a hint of concern in his voice. This place was good for them, she thought happily. If nothing else, it kept Jake on his toes. "I'm coming," she chirped, offering one final glance at the closed and presumably locked doors that housed some deep, dark secret. As Clara hurried into the common room, a slender, red-haired woman walked in through the main doors from outside, and Clara was pretty sure her heart skipped a beat. Where had she come from? Clara wasn't sure how she felt about that. Jones pulled the redhead into his arms, causing her to shriek and drop the folded towels she'd been carrying on the floor. Clara watched the woman's timid gaze shift between Jones and the towels. "I'm sorry," she said so quietly that Clara could barely hear her. "I didn't—" "Not to worry, my dear." Jones's arm tightened around the woman's shoulders, and he pulled her closer to him, his nail beds turning white as his fingertips dug into her upper arm. "I want you to meet our guests." He turned his attention to Jake. "This here is my girl, Summer." His eyes glinted with warning. "Summer," Jones continued, "these are our guests, Jake and Clara." Summer was no great beauty, but she was pretty enough, and Clara liked that Jones was marking his territory. After all, she didn't want Jake getting any ideas. "Aren't you going to welcome our guests?" Jones asked the trembling woman in his arms. Summer cringed, then smiled, her hazel eyes skirting over Jake and Clara quickly before settling on the polished cement floor. "Yes, of course," she said, clearing her throat. "It's nice to meet you both." Jake's gaze loitered on Summer longer than Clara liked, and she felt her fingernails digging into her palms as she clenched her fists. Automatically, she reached out and took Jake's hand again. Summer's eyes lifted briefly from the floor up to Clara, and then to Jake. As Clara glowered at Summer, conveying warning and her ownership of the rugged man beside her, she felt less threatened. At first glance, Summer was pretty, but she was also meek, which was more than annoying. It was pathetic. Plus, Summer's nose was too small for her face, and the dark circles under her eyes made her appear tired and sickly. In fact, Clara thought the woman resembled a faded wet blanket, and she suddenly felt much better. Even if Jake had felt any interest in her, it would dissolve quickly enough. Jones closed his eyes and inhaled the scent of Summer's hair, taking no great pains to hide his enchantment with her. "Actually, why don't we skip that drink and call it a night?" he drawled, his eyes opening and a hungry gaze fixed on Summer's mouth. "We'll have the ladies cook us a big breakfast tomorrow, and then we can decide what happens next. I'm sure you could use some rest." Jones looked at Jake, who only nodded in reply, and without another word, The older man led Summer out of the room and down the hall toward the mysterious storage area. With a final glare in Jake and Clara's direction, Bennington disappeared out the front door, leaving them to themselves.
We should go before...
I told you I want to stay, Clara said over him. He glowered at her.
Why the hell?
She took his hand in hers. You need a driving break, and I want a good night's sleep. With him, in bed beside her, she didn't say. Jake studied her a moment, his brown eyes more luminous, more alive and wanting than she'd ever seen them as they flicked from her lips back up to her eyes. Jake shook his head, his face scrunched as if he were in pain. See, you do need rest. I want to stay, Jake, she repeated, willing him to agree. She hoped that once again he'd see the same emotion in her that had influenced him to change his mind back at the hospital. With another shake of his head and a despondent sigh, Jake conceded.
I don't know why the hell I'm agreeing to this, he muttered. Go into your room, he told her.
Our room, Clara wanted to correct, but she was too excited by this tone.
Lock the door behind you, and don't open it for anyone but me.
Wait, what? Clara's excitement vanquished, and she frantically searched Jake's insistent gaze for answers. Why? What are you going to do? Jake scanned the common room.
I'm going to figure out what the hell's going on around here.
He looked at her.
And tomorrow, I'm leaving, with or without you.
8. Jake. Jake had done it again. He'd given in to Clara's pleas and made a slew of stupid-ass decisions. What the hell was it about her that had him so mixed up all the time? And why the hell had an image of them lying in bed together flitted into his mind? Jake ran a hand over his head. Dropping her off at Fort Knox had seemed like a good idea. In fact, it had sounded like an increasingly great idea the longer he was around her, feeling muddled and anxious. But from the moment he first noticed the soldiers' ogling looks, Jake had been unable to shake a sense of irrefutable dread. Now he was in an unfamiliar place with armed soldiers, possibly 6 of them, and the woman, Summer, who'd clearly been mistreated, probably abused in more ways than he'd ever know, none of which was anything he was qualified to deal with. But he also couldn't do nothing. After a night without an ounce of sleep, Jake sat at one of the cafeteria tables, waiting for Clara to get dressed and join him. By the time he and Cooper had returned from their reconnaissance of the base, the sun was already on the rise, and Jake was too anxious to sleep. He was going to leave today. He just needed to figure out if he was going alone. He needed to be strategic in getting Summer out of there, so not to get them all killed. 6 soldiers against a single, untrained, and mostly unarmed man didn't make for a promising outcome. Unless... Realizing he'd only seen 3 men, Jake wondered if Jones had been bluffing, or perhaps stretching the truth. Jake scrubbed his hands over his face. Regardless, his weapons had been confiscated from the Jeep, so all he had left was his pistol. Elbows on the table, he rested his head in his hands and exhaled deeply. "Look who decided to come back," Clara said curtly. Jake looked up at her as she strode into the cafeteria, her gaze pinning him in place. With a huff, she sat across the table from him and crossed her arms over her chest. "Where were you last night? I was expecting you to at least check on me or—"
"We're leaving," Jake said quietly so not to be overheard. "And we're taking Summer with us.
Jake!" Clara stood, anger burning in her bright blue eyes. He glared at her, keeping his tone flat and deliberate.
I'm not leaving her here to be raped and beaten more than she already has been."
Clara shook her head, and her nostrils flared a little. "It's not your job to protect her," she nearly snarled. "You're supposed to protect me." Jake's patience was beyond thinning.
"There you are," Jones said.
Jake's attention snapped to the cafeteria doors as Jones walked through, stretching audibly. Summer was shuffling lazily behind him, almost stumbling, like she was drunk. In spite of the fact that Jake had never murdered anyone, he had to resist the temptation to pull out his pistol and shoot Jones right then and there for the apparent liberties he had taken with the dazed woman who had to grab onto him so not to fall over. Chuckling as he righted Summer, Jones glanced between Jake and Clara.
"Lovers spat?"
Clara smoothed her expression. "I think we just need some breakfast." Jake didn't miss the glare she fixed on him. He was all but screaming.
"Yes, breakfast."
Jones turned to Summer, about to say something, when approaching footsteps echoed from the common room.
"Oh, there's my boy,"
Jones said as Bennington strode in, his gaze immediately fixing on Jake. Jake wasn't sure why Bennington was glaring daggers in his direction, but it only increased his resolve to get away from the base as soon as possible. Jones slapped his friend on the shoulder and nudged Summer.
"Why don't you go rouse your lovely Miss Tanya and Taylor's little chickpea so the women can whip us up some breakfast," he said.
Then he turned to Clara.
"You don't mind helping, do you?"
Jake struggled to keep any telling emotions from altering his placid expression.
"I have some questions for Jake in the meantime."
Like clockwork, another false smile broadened Jones's lips. A smoker's cough emanated from the other room.
"I hope you're not starting the party without us,"
a lazy voice said from the doorway. Jake glanced over to find another sorry excuse for a man, Taylor, standing at the cafeteria entrance, a rifle in his hand, and a tall woman with disheveled, dirty blonde hair leaning against the doorframe beside him. She had a smear of what looked like blood on her arm. At least 3 women, Jake thought. His body tensed, anger roiling inside him so violently that he had to clench his hands to keep them from shaking.
"Perfect timing,"
Jones said. He was all smiles and hospitality as he pointed his chin at his comrade. His focus shifted to the woman standing in the doorway.
"Stacy, would you be a darlin' and whip us up something to eat? Our guests are hungry."
"When we're finished,"
Taylor said, a sadistic grin encompassing his face.
"I was just taking a cigarette break."
He smacked Stacy on the ass before grabbing her hand and yanking her behind him as he strode away from the cafeteria. As soon as they were gone, Jones turned his attention back to Clara and Jake, his face a mask of patience, but the tightness of his smile made Jake think that Jones was fighting to stay in control of his temper. Surprisingly, Jones shrugged.
"Young love, what can you do?"
He turned to Summer, still wobbling beside him.
"Make breakfast,"
he ordered, all false kindness gone. As if he'd realized his facade was cracking, he leaned over and kissed her cheek, though she didn't seem to register it at all. Jones glared over at Bennington.
"Don't you have a job you're supposed to be doing?"
Bennington's eyes narrowed infinitesimally before he turned and headed out a separate pair of doors that led to what looked like a quad outside. Jake stiffened. He could feel Clara's eyes boring into him, but he didn't care. His attention was on the soldiers, sizing them and trying to formulate a plan. With a huff, Clara approached Summer and pointed toward the kitchen. "I'll help you," she bit out.
"Perfect,"
Jones said. And once again, he was focused on Jake. "Let's take a walk while we wait." With a steadying breath, Jake followed Jones through the same glass double doors that Bennington had exited. Jake wondered if this wasn't the perfect opportunity to shift the odds a bit more in his favor. He could take out Jones, leaving only Taylor and Bennington to deal with. Assuming he was right in thinking it was the 3 soldiers and the 3 women that made up the 6 members of the group that Jones had referred to. Jake's gun was still at the small of his back if he needed it, easing his mind a little as he followed Jones. Cooper rose from his curled position in a patch of sunlight and followed after them. As the duo and dog stepped out into a quad behind the barracks, the morning sun was nearly blinding. "So, Bennington's sort of a night owl," Jones said. Jake could tell by the man's tone that he was fishing. "Says he saw you out and about last night. Late." Jake tried to remain unfazed as his dread thickened. He'd been so careful. Feigning indifference, he focused on the red graffiti tagged on the brick and wood-slatted buildings that flanked either side of the quad. "Did he?" Jake said. It wasn't a question. "Guess I couldn't sleep." Jones stiffened as Cooper scampered past them, then let out a steadying breath. Jake couldn't help but wonder if Jones was afraid of dogs. After another deep breath, Jones placed his hands on his hips and said, "I figured as much. Told him you and that tart of yours probably had a little tiff." They walked between 2 buildings and headed toward a patch of woods that fanned out around the northern perimeter of the base. The farther away they walked from the barracks, the better his chances were of killing Jones without the others immediately catching on. Jones chuckled. "She sure does seem like a firecracker." "You could say that," Jake said dryly. "I always liked blondes," Jones said wistfully, then shrugged. "But Summer's a good girl." "Yeah, it seems like you've got yourself a nice setup here," Jake said, awaiting Jones's reaction. "That we do." They walked deeper into the woods, the pines thickening around them. "Especially now that it's just me and the boys running things." Unexpectedly, Jones halted. "Which is why you and I should clear up a few things." Jake glanced around, his voice bored. "And what's that?" He took a few steps away from Jones, keeping his distance from the other man, ready to pull the cool metal gun from his waistband if Jones made even the slightest wrong move. Part of him wanted Jones to try something, to give Jake an excuse to get rid of such a worthless piece of shit. "We've got a certain way of doing things around here. A pecking order, if you will. Now, I told the men I thought it would be fine to check you folks out and see if we all might be a good fit. You sort of remind me of myself when I was a lad, but—" Jones shook his head. "I can't have you snooping around and causing problems for us." Jones's easy, light tone didn't make his meaning any less threatening. "Causing problems? It's what you don't say that worries me, son." Jones crossed his arms over his chest again and eyed Jake carefully. "Do I have to worry about you, Jake?" Jake shook his head. "Clara and I will be leaving after breakfast. You won't have to worry about us at all." "Really?" Jones didn't seem surprised. "Well, I think you should stay. Or that she should stay." Jake let out a single humorless laugh. "I bet you do, but she's coming with me." Jones's eyes narrowed. "I'm sorry you feel that way, Mr. Vaughn. I really am." Jones turned and walked away, his hands shoved in his pockets, and he began to whistle. Sensing that he was running out of time, Jake reached behind him, his fingers clamped around the hilt of the pistol, ready to draw and shoot, when he heard a rumbling voice floating on the air around him. The hair on the back of Jake's neck rose.
"You shouldn't have come,"
Bennington said, his voice rumbling from somewhere within the trees. Jake couldn't see him. And before Jake knew what was happening, he felt a searing pain in his back and fire in his chest as a knife blade sank deep. He tried to move, tried to turn, tried to fight. Bennington yanked the knife free and drove it home again, the blade lodging in the base of Jake's spine. He fell to his knees, and pain and darkness washed over him. 9. Jake. Jake started awake. At first, all he could feel were the jagged rocks littering the ground beneath him, but feelings slowly returned to his stiff body. His bones felt frozen through and through. As he stirred, a smarting pain shot up his spine, and he winced. He struggled to remember where he was, why he was in pain, and what he was doing on the cold, hard ground. He blinked, too groggy to remember what had happened. Distant howling roused him from confusion, and he peered out into the winter-ravaged forest surrounding him. As he scanned the gray pre-dawn light that enshrouded the forest, his blurred memories sharpened, coming into focus. The forest was familiar. Jake was lying in the same woods he'd been walking in, with Jones, hours, maybe even days ago. He tried to move again, but a familiar yip and a bark resounded through the crisp air, and Jake froze. His confusion gave way to understanding, and then rage. He was lying in the very place he'd been standing the moment Bennington had suddenly appeared, vicious and intent. He was lying exactly where he'd fallen after the bastard had stabbed him. The fleeting thought of how the soldier seemed to have appeared out of nowhere was unsettling. Climbing to his feet, Jake faltered and lurched forward, cursing as he fell back onto the ground, and another jolt of pain shot through his back. He reached his arm behind him, his fingers finding the hilt of the knife still protruding from his lower back.
"Bennington!"
he bellowed.
"You son of a bitch!"
Twisting his arm further back, Jake groaned as he wrapped his fingers around the knife's handle. Awkwardly, he struggled to pull the blade from the base of his spine as he let out a roar, his anger masking the searing pain. The wound burned and ached, but only for a few seconds. Chest heaving, Jake tried to process what was happening to him as he brought the combat knife around, eyeing the bloody blade. How had he survived? He remembered the bullet wound. How had he survived again? He squeezed the knife's cool metal handle and took a deep, fortifying breath. Forcing himself to stand, Jake used the nearest tree for leverage and climbed to his feet. His body creaked and protested as his joints worked for the first time in he didn't even know how long. Irate, he threw the combat knife, and it hit the ground with a muffled thud a few yards away. He instantly regretted his decision. He would need a weapon, something to protect himself with when he ran into Bennington and the others again. Jake heard howling again and realized he needed to find Cooper before the lunatics back at base did something horrible to him, or maybe they already had. Taking an uneasy step toward the knife, Jake felt something hard beneath his right boot. He glanced down, spotting a metal object partially covered with withered leaves. It was a pistol. His pistol. Jerkily, he bent down and picked the gun up, the movement less excruciating than it was a few moments before. Resolved to find Cooper, Jake checked the ammo. Satisfied the clip was still full, he held the pistol at his side and strode toward the distant barking.
"Cooper!"
he called, hoping his ears weren't deceiving him. Like he'd only been patrolling the woods nearby, Cooper came bounding through the trees, barking excitedly as his tail whipped back and forth. Jake squatted to rumple the dog's scruff, the husky licking his face and hands ecstatically. In the violet dawn, Jake noticed blood crusted on Cooper's white muzzle.
"What did he do to you, Coop?"
Jake murmured as he searched the dog's body for wounds. He could find none, only patches of dried blood Jake assumed belonged to someone else. With a quick jerk, Cooper pulled away from him, whining and panting and wagging his tail as he took a few anxious steps back in the direction he'd come from. The dog gazed back at his master, clearly wanting him to follow.
"I'm coming."
The handgun still at his side, Jake followed Cooper deeper into the trees. With another burst of energy, Cooper trotted up to a sprawling hickory tree, barking and jumping at the base as if a toy had gotten stuck up in its outreaching limbs. But Jake's eyes lingered on the blood staining the forest floor. After taking in the red-stained ground cover, he glanced up into the tree. Someone was up there. In the first golden rays of sunlight, Jake noticed the outline of a person bracing himself between the trunk and a gnarled branch. It was Bennington. He wasn't dead, but he might as well have been. His face was mauled, barely recognizable, and his throat hissed with each shallow breath. Glancing back at the copious amounts of blood covering the ground, Jake wondered if the soldier had any blood left to lose. It was only a matter of time before he took his final breath. Standing on hind legs with front paws braced against the tree, Cooper yipped again, trying ineffectually to get to the dying man.
"Cooper,"
Jake grumbled.
"Sit."
The dog looked back at him, almost pleading, but sat down obediently with his head cocked to the side. At the sound of Jake's voice, Bennington's eyes opened to slits.
"You were dead. I killed you,"
he choked out, each word more of a struggle than the last. Ignoring him, Jake glanced down at Cooper.
"You did this?"
The husky yipped, and out of the corner of his eye, Jake saw Bennington wince.
"Why'd you try to kill me?"
Jake asked coolly as he looked back up at the soldier.
"Why'd you stab me in the back like a coward?"
Bennington tried to speak, but all that came out was an incomprehensible gurgle.
"Never mind,"
Jake said, knowing Bennington was the least of his problems. Jones and Taylor were more than likely holed up in the barracks or still searching for Bennington, since he'd clearly never made it back to the barracks, and Jake still had Clara and the 3 other women to worry about. A sudden burst of panic gripped him. What had the men done to the women, to Clara, since he'd been gone? When Jake's eyes shifted back to Bennington, the man's head had lolled to the side, and his arms were no longer wrapped around his middle, instead hanging at his sides. Dead or just unconscious, Jake didn't care. He was too exhausted, and Bennington clearly wasn't a threat. Not anymore. Although his pain had dissipated, Jake's limbs were heavy and his muscles ached. And despite his intentions to head back to the barracks, his body wanted to rest a bit longer. Feet dragging, he searched for a hidden place to sit down for a minute, a place Jones or Taylor wouldn't stumble upon him. A bed of fallen pine needles and withered leaves collected beneath the low-hanging branches of an evergreen seemed as good a place as any, and Jake lowered himself to the ground and situated himself against the base of the tree. Cooper, clearly equally exhausted, curled up beside him, his tail thumping casually. Jake let out a deep breath and scrubbed his face.
Don't wander off, Coop, and stay quiet,
he said. The dog's ears angled back as his tail thumped a bit faster.
We're just resting for a minute.
But in the midst of rallying himself to get up and head back to the barracks, the world around him faded to darkness, and Jake fell asleep. 10. Clara. 2 days. It had been 2 days. Well, 47 hours since Clara had seen Jake or Cooper, or even Bennington, for that matter, and Clara was freaking out. Unable to sleep, she sat at the cafeteria table, the last place she'd seen Jake before she'd stormed away from him. Jones had told her that Jake had left her behind, but she knew he wouldn't have done that. Not after all they'd been through. He'd said he wanted to get her out of there, hadn't he? His Jeep was gone. She'd gone to check the instant Jones told her that he'd taken off. But Jake was coming back. He had to. This was all part of his plan. He'd wanted to take all the women away. He wouldn't leave them all instead. She'd been snippy and moody with him, though. Of course, she'd thought he deserved it at the time, but when it came to Jake, Clara knew she was irrational sometimes. She couldn't help it. But she also needed to remember that he'd been through a lot with his sister dying. He'd been doing all the driving, all the planning. He'd clearly been exhausted, and Clara regretted not giving him more space and less attitude. What if he had left her behind? Clara squeezed her eyes shut and ran her fingers through her hair in an attempt to clear her head. Once again, she'd let her emotions get her into trouble at her heart's expense. She'd probably pissed Jake off, or even scared him away. She wanted to believe that their connection was enough to keep them together, regardless of the tension that often simmered between them. But all of that was hardly comforting when he was nowhere to be found. "Are you all right?" Tanya asked. When Bennington didn't come back, Tanya had come out of his room, and she hadn't gone back in since. She let her mousy brown hair hang in her face as she sat down beside Clara. Clara's regret and concern for Jake turned to annoyance. Tanya and the others were pathetic. She'd been without Jake for 2 days, and none of the other men had touched her. They'd wanted to. She could see it in Taylor's eyes, in Jones's, but they hadn't put a finger on her. "Clara?" Clara waved Tanya's question away, focusing on the fading bruise that highlighted the woman's right eye. "You shouldn't let them hit you." Tanya cleared her throat.
Are you worried about your friend, Jake?
Clara glared at her, irritation turning to resentment. "We're more than friends," she bit out. "And yes, I'm worried about him. He wouldn't have just left me here." She realized the truth in her words the moment she uttered them. She straightened. "Something must have happened to him." Tanya glanced to the doorway as if to make sure no one was watching them.
"If he fought back, they would have killed him."
Tanya swallowed thickly.
"That's what they do. They probably killed him anyway."
Clara rose, the metal feet of her chair screeching against the polished floor. "He's not dead," she seethed. "He protects me." When she realized her head was shaking, she took deep breaths to calm herself down. "He can't be dead." Tanya only looked at her, sympathy filling her eyes.
"I hope you're right," she said quietly. "I really hope you're right."
As Clara felt the need to hit someone, her vision became splotchy and her fists clenched. "Shut up!" she shouted, banging her fist on the tabletop. "You don't know what he's capable of. He tried to save a boy and his father. He rescued me. He wouldn't leave me behind. He would never leave me behind." "Leaving you is different than Don't say it," Clara warned. Tanya looked like a drowned rat, wearing clothes that were too large for her emaciated frame. "He's not as pathetic as you are," Clara said. "He can defend himself." Tanya recoiled. Smoothing her sweatshirt, Clara sat back down and scooted her chair closer to the table. "I'm sorry," she whispered as she tried to reel in her emotions. "It's just, you don't understand. You don't know Jake. We're meant to be together, and Jones or Taylor or Bennington won't change that. Not after all we've been through." A wistful sigh escaped Tanya. I used to have someone I felt that way about." Clara eyed her. She had a hard time picturing Tanya in any state other than a despondent heap of patheticness. "Why do you let them touch you?" she asked without thinking. Tanya blanched and pulled her sleeves down over her bruised hands. Clara felt disgusted. "Don't you even put up a fight?" "I used to." Tanya stared blankly at the tabletop. "But it's pointless now." "They'll never touch me," Clara spat. "Jake would kill them. I would kill them." "Then you're not as smart as I thought you were," Tanya said. It was Clara who blanched this time. "Excuse me?" "You're no different from any of us." Eyes narrowed, Clara said, "They will not touch me." "And how can you be so sure?" "I just know." Clara felt her brow furrow. She wasn't exactly sure how she knew, but she did. "Really? And if they did decide to do something, do you think it would be easy to overpower a crazed man? 3 crazed men?" Tanya rose from her chair. "You're stupid if you think you're stronger than them. Don't you dare judge me." Clara felt the color drain from her face, and remorse filled her. Regardless of how much she believed the men wouldn't touch her, she knew it would be difficult to stop them if they tried. "You're right," she said. "I shouldn't have said that. I know I haven't." "No," Tanya said bitterly. "You haven't." She sat back down. "Can we please talk about something else? My sister's..." She swallowed. "Indisposed at the moment, and Stacy's with Taylor. I don't want to go back to his bedroom. To wait." Clara eyed her. She was reluctant to ask, but couldn't help herself. "Wait for what?" "For Bennington to come back," she said. A long, depressing silence hung between them for a few breaths, then a few more. "I won't let them touch you anymore," Clara swore. "We'll figure something out." Tanya shrugged. "If I'm lucky, your Jake killed Bennington, and that's one less problem we have to deal with." Clara liked the pleasure that thought provoked. "When Jake gets back," Clara eyed Tanya, "and he will come back, he'll take care of Jones and Taylor. I promise you that. He's probably somewhere coming up with a plan right now. He said so himself before. Well, before he disappeared." "You think so?" The hopeful lilt of Tanya's voice was nearly heartbreaking. Clara nodded. "I do." She wrapped her arm around the slender woman's shoulders. Tanya flinched at the gesture, but when Clara showed no sign of intending to hurt her, Tanya's eyes filled with tears, and she started to cry. Clara held Tanya more tightly against her. "I really do," she said. Fairy tales always had a way of working themselves out. She just needed to remember that.
will make them pay for what they've done to you," she whispered. "It always works out that way." 11. Clara. The next day, Clara found herself once again sitting at a cafeteria table with Tanya. They'd been up all night, exchanging stories about what had happened over the past couple weeks. Tanya, slowly but surely, filling Clara in on life at the base. At first, when people started dying, there'd been order and safety. The ranking officers quarantined the sick and made sure everyone was taken care of, protected against those who started going mad. My husband didn't last long. He was one of the first to go, in fact. I was destroyed, utterly lost to sadness. Until one day, Summer brought me out of it. She told me how lucky we were to have one another. Tanya stared out the glass double doors into the baleful afternoon. But by the time I snapped out of my depression, things had gotten so much worse. The officer in charge had died, and Jones had taken it upon himself to make some changes. He was suddenly in charge, but I'd never seen him until he started ordering the remaining few people around. He brought in Taylor and Bennington the next day. They were stationed on a different area of the base. At least that's what I was told. Clara sighed heavily and strummed her fingers on the tabletop. "You probably shouldn't be telling me this," she said absently, sort of bored, in fact. "He'll probably punish you." When Tanya said nothing, Clara looked at her. Tanya shrugged, an action that had become her answer to everything. "I'm not sure I care anymore. What could be worse than this?" Clara felt herself getting frustrated with the diminutive woman once more. "Death," she said. "Death would be worse. Don't you want revenge? Don't you want them to pay for what they've done? If you're dead, they win. Can't you see that?" Tanya shrugged again. "I'm not sure revenge is all that important when you're already dead inside." Clara rolled her eyes. "Right." Hearing heavy footsteps in the common room, Clara and Tanya turned toward the cafeteria entrance. Taylor walked in, a cigarette hanging out of his mouth, and Clara cringed. His eyelids were lust-heavy, and his face rosy from exertion. Smiling, he winked at Clara and Tanya before striding over to an industrial-sized coffee pot plugged into a generator. Upon finding the coffee pot empty, he shoved it back into its holder and turned to them, glaring at Tanya.
"With Bennington out, the least you could do is make some fucking coffee,"
he said, taking 2 intimidating steps toward them.
"Is that expecting too much? Every time I walk in here, the two of you are sitting there, not doing a damn fucking thing."
Flinching, Tanya rose and scampered into the kitchen, Taylor eyeing her as she left. Clara could hear Tanya fumbling around noisily in the other room, the clanging and banging around only heightening Clara's already unsettled nerves.
"You,"
Taylor said, drawing Clara's gaze up to meet his. His heated stare raked over her, almost palpable, before his filmy eyes settled on her lips. "Where's Jake?" she blurted, ignoring her bubbling panic. Taylor blew out a puff of smoke and made a pouty face.
"Don't you worry about him, love."
His usual sadistic grin spread his lips.
"You know, everything's changed since you got here."
He sounded amused rather than accusatory, making Clara instantly bristle. He took a step closer, closing the distance between them.
"Suddenly, Jones wants you left alone. A woman he'd normally take into his room and bend over his dresser."
Rage boiled in Clara's blood. "None of you will ever touch me, so get the idea out of your head," she demanded.
"You've got a big mouth."
He put his cigarette out on the tabletop, and his eyes locked on hers. "And you've got stinky breath. What's your point?" His smile faltered.
Too big a mouth for your own good,
he growled. Clara raised one eyebrow in defiance, trying to ignore Taylor's sweat-sheened skin and his glassy eyes that were zeroed in on her. Before she could finish swallowing, his fingers wrapped around her throat.
You don't want to know what I'll do to you.
His voice was throaty and eager, and his grip tightened. Clara fought back panic, fought the urge to gasp for air. A distant part of herself told her to stand her ground. "Let go!" She struggled to say the words, glaring into his wild green eyes.
"Taylor,"
Jones said as he marched into the cafeteria, scanning the room.
"Let her go. We've got company."
Clara gasped for breath the moment he dropped his hand, and she clutched her throat. Tanya strode out of the kitchen with all the fixings to make more coffee.
"You,"
Jones said, pointing to her.
"Get to your room, now."
He turned to Clara, considering her for a moment, before simply walking past her toward the hallway.
"It's a group this time."
Taylor groaned.
Shit.
He glared at Clara one last time, then followed after Jones.
"We should just kill them before they get a chance to—"
"Not yet," Jones interrupted.
"We're outnumbered, and they're military."
Taylor grumbled something as he passed through the doorway, leaving Clara and Tanya standing alone in the cafeteria once more. "Come on," Clara said, her breathing still a little unsteady as she motioned Tanya toward her. "It sounds like they'll be preoccupied for a while. I need a minute to think, to figure out how to get this new group to help us without getting killed by Taylor or Jones in the process." Tanya accepted Clara's outreached hand. As they walked into the common room, a slew of people shuffled in from outside. A tall, dark-skinned man with a handsome face and a kind smile nodded to Clara and Tanya, followed closely by a man in a Red Sox baseball cap who stumbled through the threshold like he was drunk. Great. Clara rolled her eyes and moved to push past them with Tanya in tow when she froze, dead in her tracks. A woman stood before her. Long, jet-black hair and jewel-like blue-green eyes. Joanna. Red and black splotches floated around Clara's vision, and her heartbeat thudded in her ears. A hot flash of rage flared through her, and her jaw ached as she clenched her teeth to stifle the scream welling in her throat. "Okay." Clara jumped at the sensation of cold fingertips against the back of her hand. "Are you okay?" the woman repeated. Clara blinked, hoping it was a nightmare she would wake up from, that she was still sitting in the Jeep with Jake, her Prince Charming, who had saved her life. But it wasn't a nightmare. Her Prince Charming was gone, and a woman whose eyes were unnaturally bright stared back at her. Joanna was haunting her. Clara almost couldn't breathe. "Joanna." The woman shook her head, her brow furrowed. "My name's Zoe." 12. Jake. Jake woke to Cooper's tongue lapping at his cheek and dog breath assaulting his nostrils.
"Jesus, Coop."
He nudged the dog aside.
"We need to brush your teeth."
The dog whimpered.
"What is it?"
Jake grumbled, climbing to his feet. He felt rested, 100 times better, and he wondered how long he'd been asleep for this time. Gray clouds filled the sky once more, covering the sun, and a cold breeze rushed him from behind. It carried a scream. Jake stiffened, and Cooper took a few anxious steps forward. "Easy," Jake murmured, and the husky glanced back at him, waiting for a command. But hearing another scream, the pair were sprinting toward the cry for help. Go to hell! A shrill voice spat as Jake and Cooper lurched to a stop at the edge of the clearing. He didn't recognize the raven-haired woman struggling to free herself from Taylor's grasp. No! She sobbed, fighting against him. Jake's body heated with rage, and his stomach churned with disgust. "Let go of her, Taylor," he ordered. Taylor's hold loosened, and he glared back at Jake as the woman scrambled out of his grasp. Jake returned the bastard's glare, wanting to shoot him between the eyes and be done with it.
"What the hell are you doing here, Vaughn?"
Taylor said, a smirk stretching across his face. Jake ignored him and focused on the woman cowering beside a tree, her chest heaving and her chin trembling as she wiped the tears from her dirt-streaked face. She was scared, but there was a fierce determination in her eyes. Her eyes.
"I thought you were dead,"
Taylor prompted, but Jake continued to ignore him. He vaguely registered nodding to Cooper before the husky ran over to the woman. All Jake could do was stare at her. At her teal eyes. It wasn't possible. What Becca had said couldn't have been a prediction? Taylor chortled, and Jake forced himself to refocus on the soldier leering at the woman on the ground.
"You're a piece of shit, Taylor,"
Jake said and raised his pistol, aiming it at Taylor's chest.
"What you gonna do with that gun, Jake?"
Taylor sounded more amused than concerned. No matter how crazy he was, Jake knew Taylor wasn't stupid. He could see his fingers twitching nervously at his side, itching to grab his own gun.
"I don't think you have it in you to kill someone, Jake."
He took a step forward.
"There's a lot you don't know about me,"
Jake countered and risked another glance in the woman's direction.
"I should have known we couldn't get rid of you that easy."
Taylor spat on the ground in front of him, his tone hardening.
"You've been causing problems since you got here."
In the blink of an eye, Taylor's gun was drawn and the woman was screaming. Jake pulled the trigger without hesitation, putting a bullet in Taylor's chest. Taylor dropped to the ground. Taking a step forward, Jake studied the dead man. 2 dead, 1 to go. And as if Jones had been the last in a lineup, ready for his execution, he strode through the trees, slow and confident.
Well, well, I thought you were dead," he said conversationally.
Jake's eyes shifted between Jones and the black-haired woman, his mind half spinning.
"I've been hearing that a lot lately."
He couldn't help but assess her wounds. She'll die because of you, Jake. The woman with the long black hair and teal eyes. You'll save her, but she'll die because of you. Jake shook his head, refusing to believe there was any truth in his sister's final words.
"What did you do to my man?"
Jones asked, kneeling down beside Taylor's body. He placed his fingers on the dead man's throat.
"You son of a bitch," he bit out. "You killed him."
He shot up to his feet.
"Did you kill Bennington too?" "That's what I tend to do when people are trying to kill me,"
Jake answered dryly. Jones's mouth twisted into an ugly sneer.
"It's like you're trying to piss me off."
He reached for his gun, but Jake was quicker. He pulled the trigger, and Jones fell. Out of the corner of his eye, Jake noticed the woman start to run away, but for some reason, when she looked back at him, she hesitated. "Keep running," Jake wanted to yell, but a loud crack startled him as Jones pulled the trigger of his gun. A bullet hit Jake in the shoulder, and he dropped to his knees in sudden agony. "Shit," he rasped. He wasn't sure he could die all over again. Jones cursed in pain of his own, immediately followed by yelling and snarling and barking as Cooper attacked him. Unaffected by Jones's cries and pleas, Jake rallied himself to stand, to ignore the woman watching him. After a few long moments, he was on his feet, trying and failing not to jostle his injured shoulder.
Cooper!
He finally called, feeling a little woozy and unsteady on his feet. Cooper relented, but as Jake struggled to control his breathing, Jones's movements caught his attention. Jones was reaching for a pistol lying on the ground just out of reach. With shaking muscles, Jake took aim and shot Jones once, and then again, ensuring he was really dead before nearly collapsing against a tree. Sobbing and face red and swollen, the woman limped over to Jake. "Oh my God," she rasped, her hands hovering over his body as she examined him for more wounds. Jake felt lost in the intensity of her eyes, shimmering pools of emotions he struggled to look away from. "She'll die because of you, Jake. The woman with the long black hair and teal eyes. You'll save her, but she'll die because of you." There was no way his sister could have predicted the future, that Becca could possibly have known he would meet this woman. There was no way she could have known that he would have to save her. It was a coincidence. The woman fussed over him, taking off her long-sleeved shirt and using it to put pressure on the bloody hole in his shoulder. "What can I do?" she implored, her eyes meeting his. Unable to process what was happening, Jake straightened.
Nothing,
he bit out and pushed her away. There was nothing she could do, unless she could bring back his dead sister to ask her what the hell was going on. Jake wasn't certain of much anymore, but he was certain of one thing. This woman would not die because of him. This has been Beginnings, the Ending Series Origin Stories, written by Lindsey Pogue, Lindsey Fairleigh, narrated by Natalie Duke. Copyright 2014 to 2018 by Lindsey Fairleigh, Lindsey Pogue. Production copyright 2018 by Lindsey Fairleigh, Lindsey Pogue.
You have reached the end of The Ending Beginnings. If you're enjoying the Ending series, please like this video and subscribe to our channel. You can find links to other audiobooks in this world and series information in the description below. Enjoy World Before, the next installment in the Ending series coming up next. Thanks for listening.